This is a warning order. We have some military folks in attendance today. They understand about 3 minutes to go. So, anyway, we will start on time at 09:30, and we'll start a little bit before that with the pledge. So, just a quick heads up. We're going to get going in just a couple minutes here. Thanks.
How many titles has the Minnesota won in the last 50?
To lead us in that, so if you could please stand at this time. Okay, we do have a fairly ambitious schedule today. Some very interesting measures. Looking forward to all of them. Thank you for coming. Anybody who is taking the time to come here and would like to speak, we will make time for you. Depending upon the volume of prospective speakers, sometimes we're required by circumstances to limit testimony. Don't like to do that, but if we have many people who want to speak, we want to honor their presence, and if we need to, we will limit testimony times. We're not doing it at this time because I don't see a need for it at this moment. Yes, so and Madam Clerk is helping with the pink cards. If you do wish to speak, you can just fill out a pink card, pass it up. Most folks are looking for 2 or 3 minutes, which is great. I will say that, and I'll repeat this later in the day at other hearings, the committee is very interested. That's why we're here, is to learn more about these measures. Now, if someone has explained a piece of the measure, a piece of the bill or the resolution already, you don't need to repeat that. Okay, so we don't need to hear the same point multiple times over. So I would ask that if a point that you think is important has already been made, we have that. It's also on YouTube, so we don't need to repeat that. So at this time, let's get started with the first measure of this ambitious schedule, that is CACR 20. The prime sponsor for that is Representative Gerhard, and he is in the House. Representative Gerhard, welcome. And here we go.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. Jason Gerhard, Northfield Franklin, Merrimack 25. The measure before us today, CACR 20, would declare independence from the United States of America for New Hampshire if the national debt reaches $40 trillion. We would proceed as a sovereign nation. The reason for bringing this measure forward is because I, like many Americans right now, feel that the national government is taking this whole country on a course that quite simply is leading us to financial insolvency at a rapid pace. Online, we have many of these debt clocks, and we're already over 34 trillion. When we hit 40 trillion, I'm not sure, but it's going to happen sooner rather than later. And I'm concerned that, as many have said, the national debt is the greatest national security risk that we face. So this is a measure to prevent New Hampshire from falling into a catastrophe that I don't think the world has seen before, since we do have the reserve currency and they are printing it like it's going out of style. So just a little fact sheet that you'll find on your tables that was provided. This legislation, to state what this actually does. This legislation proposes an amendment following Article 7 of the New Hampshire Constitution that if the U.S. national debt reaches 40 trillion, New Hampshire shall peacefully declare independence from the United States. This legislation will be submitted and placed on a ballot for qualified voters at the general state election in November 2024. The wording of the question put to the qualified voters shall be placed in a yes or no answer context. If the proposed amendment is approved by 2/3 of those voting on the amendment, it becomes effective when the governor proclaims its adoption. With the current national debt at 34 trillion and its projection to rise, it can't go anywhere but up at this point. This legislation addresses concerns about future financial standings and the relationship between state and federal governments. This legislation does not call for New Hampshire's immediate secession from the United States, prompt a vote on New Hampshire independence in the general state election in November 2024, or change status of New Hampshire as a state within the United States. Well, there's plenty of people who want to testify, so I'll kind of limit my testimony. But if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them right now concerning why this was put forward. But in general, my feeling is that this country is on a course that's unsustainable and dangerous to the values and the liberties that New Hampshire holds sacred. So, hence this being brought forward.
Thank you, Representative. I do have one question that I will ask of you. It's the same question. We had last term, we had a similar secession type measure that came to this committee. I was vice chair at the time, and I'm going to repeat the same question to you that I asked the prime sponsor of that measure. That has to do with the Pledge of Allegiance, which refers to one nation, indivisible. So I have to assume, and I'm repeating the question I asked last time, that you do not believe in or do not say the Pledge of Allegiance because of the indivisible part of the pledge?
I actually don't say the Pledge of Allegiance because I believe we can only serve one master, and my master is not government. So that's kind of how I feel about the situation in general. I believe that you should worship the Creator and not the creation. So that's how I go about it myself personally.
Thank you. And one follow-up, and this is the same follow-up I asked the introducer last term, and that has to do with some history. And then we all go through the Hall of Flags at the State House, the regimental colors from the Civil War. Over 4,000 New Hampshire men died during the Civil War, countless thousands others injured, wounded. So these people, these soldiers who made the ultimate sacrifice because they believed that this nation, as Lincoln said, should be indivisible. So my question is, how do you reconcile this measure with the sacrifices of these men and these in the Hall of Flags, the regimental colors? Some of them are bloodstained. So if you could just help us understand how you reconcile that.
Sure. This is something I was going to bring up in my testimony, but I decided not to, but now I will. Growing up, this is going somewhere, so just follow me a second. Growing up, I was a freshman when 9/11 happened in high school. And I remember that the whole thing was about, we got to keep people that we don't know where they're coming from out of this country because we got to secure our borders, and et cetera, et cetera. And now we see the border is completely wide open. There is no even pretense of preventing any so-called terrorists from entering the country. I just feel that the the things, not the things, the liberties that those men died for are not being upheld today, including the actual defense of our borders. So this, my point being, is that the country that they died for is not actually in existence right now. All of our constitutional amendments are being trampled at every level. I think Edward Snowden kind of proved that pretty explicitly. So we're kind of in this weird ersatz nation status where we don't actually have the liberties that we supposedly do on paper. And that's what I'm concerned about. So those men died for something, yes, but did they die for what we have right now? A federal government that tramples on every single one of our rights? That's my concern. Those men died, yes, but what did they die for? Did they die for what we see right now happening? A currency that is completely worthless and increasingly so every day. A country that's involved in wars all over the place. I think we just started launching an attack on Yemen. I saw on Twitter briefly this morning. I can't even keep up. So that's what I'm concerned about. Those men died for the benefit of the people that live within this country and their posterity, and we don't see that. I mean, look at Concord. We got all these homeless. We got roving bands of homeless people. So that's what I'm really concerned about, is the actual people who live in this country and who fight for this country, including the veterans, of which 6,000 commit suicide every day. They're not being supported by the very government that we are told we have to pledge allegiance to. They're not pledging allegiance to us. So I'm not sure if that answers your question. I kind of meandered a little bit, but that's what happens when you don't have prepared remarks. So.
Thank you, Representative. That helps. And I think the suicide rate is not 6,000 a day.
Year. I'm sorry. I said year.
Okay. That sounds right. Okay. Because that's something that this committee does pay attention to. Thank you for that. Other questions for Representative Filio? Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative. In 1869, the Supreme Court in Texas versus White ruled that attempts at secession were, quote, absolutely null, and that the United States is indivisible. That Supreme Court case has never been overruled. Given that, in what way is the present measure constitutional under Texas versus White?
Well, I would first 3 points to that. One, I don't really think 9 men in black dresses has any say on our liberty. Second, I believe the Declaration of Independence holds weight. And third, Article 10 of the state constitution and Article 7, state sovereignty. But Article 10, right to revolution, I don't think that some federal bureaucrats could determine that our state constitution is null and void, of which Article 7 and 10 I would reference you to primarily.
Representative Finney.
Thank you for letting me ask this question. In your belief, you would believe Congress is too far gone, but if we could have had an Article 5 convention to propose an amendment to rein in fiscal spending, could we maybe put more of the defenses in the Constitution against the federal government than just saying that we're going to leave the Union and then that's it?
I don't believe at this time that's actually possible. The corruption has reached such a level, it's actually hard to fathom. The numbers are so huge. So, for instance, on September 10th, 2001, a lot of people don't realize, Donald Rumsfeld, our illustrious previous Secretary of Defense, he announced that I believe it was something in the line of $2.1 trillion was unaccounted for in their audit, and the Pentagon has never actually passed an audit. So, I mean, that's just one example, but I do think the military-industrial complex is a leading cause of our woes. But I think that at this point, there's just such an entrenched, I don't even know if you want to call it deep state, bureaucracy, whatever you want to call it. These people are so far underground, I don't think it's possible to pull them up like turnips. I think we just have to kind of walk away and say, hey, you have obviously some issues with accounting and basic math. And we have some issues with funding an empire at this point. So we got to we need to take care of people in this state. That's what we need to do. That's our primary concern as legislators. Lisa, that's what I was under the impression of. So I guess that's my answer to that.
Other questions for the prime sponsor, Representative Gagné?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. For the sake of argument, suppose this CACR would pass, the people would vote it in by 2/3. So we would separate from the rest of this country. It takes money to be independent, to be your own country. So how, if this thing passes, would we support ourselves? We have an 18-mile coastline. We would have to raise an army for all our borders, et cetera, and et cetera, and et cetera. So what is your plan for that?
My plan is that I'm a carpenter. I hit nails with a hammer. I am not one to speak on larger issues as far as how we would organize ourselves, but I believe that within this state we have a lot of intelligent people who could figure that out. And quite frankly, I mean, if you want a personal example, I would say that as far as money goes, we have to actually start getting back to real money. So this is a project where they've found a way to print gold on the plastic. So it's a thousandth of an ounce. It's worth $4. But the point being is we need to kind of go back to reality. And the fact of the matter is the dollars that they're printing are completely worthless. And the only reason anybody accepts them is because it's the petrodollar. That oil is purchased in dollars. That's the only reason it has any worth. Does it make any sense? So it's not a matter of money. We have plenty of wealth. We simply need to separate ourselves from the extortion racket that is the IRS and keeping our money here. I believe we could entirely support ourselves. Oh, one last thing I want to mention, just it ties in. Texas is putting secession on their Republican primary ballot this year. And I forget the percentages, but somebody else will definitely mention this. So this is not just a New Hampshire thing where we're going to have to support ourselves on maple syrup sales. There is a movement throughout the country to regulate and bring back the federal government under the chains of the Constitution, as the founders termed it.
Other questions? Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if I hear you right, you're thinking that perhaps we have a revolution, possible revolution on the horizon. Would my assessment be correct on that or not?
I would say that we're already in the early stages of revolution with a major invasion occurring daily. But on top of that, we have Article 10 in the state constitution, the right to revolution. So I would say that the men who created our constitution foresaw a time when the people of New Hampshire may have to peacefully remove themselves from an entity that was trying to tyrannize them.
Other questions? Seeing none for the prime sponsor. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you very much.
Representative Granger has submitted a card. He opposes the bill. He's asked for 2 minutes. Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Michael Granger. I'm here representing Stratford District 2. Glenn Bailey back there, he's in the same district as me, and that's Rochester Ward 5, Milton and Milton Mills. And it's been said that a bill is just a conversation until it actually gets signed. So hopefully my contribution to this conversation will be useful and hopefully convince anyone who supports secession that it is not exactly the panacea they think it is. Representative Gerhard mentioned that we need to get back to reality. I am a strong believer that you must deal with reality on reality's terms. In fact, I consider it the bedrock of sanity. If you do not deal with reality on reality's terms, then you're not going to be doing very well in anything you attempt to do in life. So in pursuit of reality, I'd like to point out that the United States is a democratic republic. Whether people want it to be a democratic republic, whether they have principles that are above and beyond a democratic republic, it just is what it is. It currently is a democratic republic. The democracy part is where we vote for representatives. So all of us were elected by democratic means. The republic part is where we're supposedly constrained by a constitution. We try. We don't stick to it very well, but it's supposed to be constrained. Democracy is such an old idea that people often forget why it was invented in the first place back in Athens, because Athens is remembered for two things: inventing democracy and democratically voting to have Socrates kill himself. That's what it was there for. And it wasn't until a republic was introduced to the mix that a little bit more sanity was sort of introduced to the governance scenario from democracy. But what democracy really was supposed to solve, the problem that it was supposed to solve, was that you had these empires and these great personalities that were constantly battling over who gets to tell everyone what to do, who gets to rule. And they noticed something: whoever has the bigger army has a tendency to win. So they thought, well, why don't we just skip the whole war part and just count how many soldiers you have? We count how many soldiers we have, and then we agreed from there. And democracy was born. It isn't always a perfect representation of who would actually win the battle, but it's generally a pretty good litmus. So let's go to why having a secession happen at the state level is a bad idea. All right, let's assume 100% of New Hampshire residents vote in favor of secession. The United States population is over 300 million. The population of New Hampshire is a little less than 1.5 million. Therefore, the democratic process, if we have it in New Hampshire, is not a proxy for the war. It's only a proxy for war if all the people on the battlefield are voting. And if they're not voting, then it's not going to represent what would actually end up happening. Therefore, we'd lose. And you guys have heard me speak on Defend the Guard in the past. I'm a very, very anti-war person. I don't want to deal with a war, especially in my backyard. I also don't want to deal with having to go through a DHS checkpoint every time I go to church because my church is in Maine. It's across a bridge. I live on the Salmon Falls River. I cross the river and then I can go to church. I don't want to go through a DHS checkpoint. I don't even like flying airplanes because I don't want to ride with the TSA. I don't want to deal with the TSA. So as I agree with a lot of the principles of the people who are supporting secession. On the point of the Constitution, the founding of the United States is through the Declaration of Independence. We can appeal directly to the people if we disagree with the Supreme Court's interpretation of the Constitution, but I don't think we really should in this case because I don't think that that's a really good idea. Ultimately, as much as I agree with a lot of the principles and ideals of the secessionists, it just doesn't make any sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Will you take questions if there are any?
Sure.
Are there any questions? Representative Finney?
I just have one. Thank you. How do you think that we should deal with, not just at New Hampshire, but as a country, with the issue of our debt? It is our biggest, security issue, but overall, like, it will collapse eventually. We will go through the worst economic times in history. How do we like either prepare for that or deal with the reality of that impending doom, I guess?
So I actually have testimony that I prepared in this room, but for a completely different committee for another bill. I am going to be speaking on two different gold bills this year. One of them was a bill to create a state depository and have some sort of gold-backed currency, which is authorized in the Constitution explicitly by saying that states can actually mint their own gold money and all that jazz, which is an interesting concept. And then I also have one in my own committee, which is in the Labor Committee, to allow gold and silver for the payment of wages. And I believe that when it comes to the reserve currency status that the United States has, we have to look at history on this. A typical world reserve currency lasts 80 to 110 years. That has been a pattern that has emerged since the 1400s. Every reserve currency since the 1400s has lasted between 80 and 110 years. We're due. Now, on the other, one thing you got to realize is currency collapses of world reserve currencies happen fairly regularly. The last time it happened was the British pound sterling. And in World War II, that was the final death knell. It was already not doing very well since World War I. But when the pound sterling eventually really did die, it was in 1944, and they had to start backing their currency instead of in gold because they didn't have any gold anymore. They started backing their currency in dollars, and that's how America became the world reserve currency in the first place. Now, I believe that the actual mechanism whereby a world reserve currency dies is that it takes a certain amount of time for the generation that made that currency great to die due to their own natural causes, and for us to have a generation in charge of that currency that doesn't understand the fundamentals. And I believe we're at that point, and I don't believe secession is the cure, because it's not like if the dollar dies, we're going to, if we secede, we're better. We need to have a better look at the actual fundamentals, and we need to prepare for the shock that is going to come when the dollar dies.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Granger.
Thank you very much.
I hear you about TSA. I've signed up for pre-screening. I'd recommend you taking a look at that as well. Pam Ian is in the House, a friend from Concord. Pam has submitted, by the way, thank you for the written testimony. That's always appreciated. And we also have online submissions for testimony and also to weigh in on whether you support or don't support a measure. Pam's asked for up to 5 minutes. Without we can read, and I look forward to. I've already looked at some of this. So if you can summarize in the best way, Pam, the wonderful written testimony that we have in front of us, and we will press on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. I'm not going to read that document to you guys. I did submit it because I was told that you would rather hear about personal things, how the federal government has come down on me for certain things. But being a constitutionalist, I couldn't resist not pointing out where the government over the years, since the 20th century, has violated that Constitution. And I know some of you probably don't like this amendment that was put forth, but I really hope that you'll read what I have to say, excuse me, because these are things that have happened over the year, and it's almost like the proverbial frog in the lukewarm water. You slowly heat it up, and after a while, the frog is going to die. And I think that's what's happened to us, is that over the years, these things have happened, and not enough people have come forward and said, hey, you can't do that. Or the Supreme Court has ruled erroneously, and we've seen this many times where the Supreme Court decisions were wrong. But anyway, my name is Pamela Ian. I'm a resident of Concord, and I strongly support this referendum. This is something that needs to be on the table. We have to let the federal government know that it has gone too far and has overstepped its bounds in many areas. And if you see, once you read my document, you'll see that many of these things happened years ago. I'm not even talking about things that have happened since Obama or Trump was in office. I provided each of you with a handout that explains how the government has violated the Constitution over the years. The Constitution is the compact between the people and the government. And when that document is violated, government has become arbitrary. And that's not what our founders wanted for us. So now I'll tell you about the personal story. I was a public school teacher for about 23 years in this state. And after about 10 years, the teachers union informed me that they would start charging me an agency fee, which came out to about $400, even though I was not a member of the union. Authorization for this came from federal collective bargaining rules and a Supreme Court decision in 1977, Abood versus the Detroit Board of Education, which allowed public employers to require non-union members in union-represented bargaining units to pay an agency fee, also known as fair share. I fought against this, and I did win on religious grounds. Instead of my $400 going to the union, I could give it to a charity, and that was what I was told I had to do. So I chose St. Vincent de Paul. I'm religious, I go to church. St. Vincent de Paul is something that my parish participates in. Now, St. Vincent de Paul is an organization that feeds the poor and those on the edge of poverty. I was told by the union lawyer that this was unconstitutional for me to give my money to a religious organization. Now, I hope you see the absurdity in that. I won on the grounds of being a religious person, and yet I was told, oh, you can't give your money to a religious organization. He said it was unconstitutional. It's not. Once you read my document, you'll see what the founders meant by the First Amendment, freedom of religion. Okay, so once the Janus decision came along in 2018, it became a moot point. Anyone who belonged to a public union was no longer required to pay this agency fee. However, there's still private organizations, unions that are taking money from people. And what I find strange about that is when I did testify in favor of right to work, one of the state reps asked me, said, well, you are covered by the union, by law, by federal law. If something happened, if I did something wrong, they would support me. And I said, well, first of all, I think that's absurd because I'm not a union member. So there's the first wrong. Then the second wrong is that they could take my money even though I was not part of the union. So as you can see, this is absurd. You know, two wrongs don't make a right. Now, in conclusion, it's imperative to understand that by supporting CACR 20, you are not saying that you support independence from the United States, but rather that you are giving the voters the right to decide if it's something that they would support or not. Please remember that this bill is not about Trump or Biden. In fact, all of the things that I pointed out in here happened before they were ever president. In fact, some of them happened before they were even born. And this is not a Republican versus Democrat thing anyway. We're all Americans, and all of our freedoms are being taken away by the federal government. And the fact that our founders' vision of peace, prosperity, and freedom have come under attack should influence all of us and should get up our anger about it, because we're losing what our founders had in mind for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam, and thank you for the written testimony. Much appreciated. If there are no pressing questions, we will press on. Thank you again. I'm looking next at Carla Gorky, who I recognize up front. She's asked for 3+ minutes. Carla, welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and the committee. Thanks for having me here. My name is Carla Garrick. I'm the chairwoman and president emeritus of the Free State Project, a movement that is concentrating tens of thousands of liberty lovers in the state of New Hampshire. I'm a naturalized U.S. citizen. I'm originally from South Africa, and I'm an author, activist, and attorney. I was the Republican nominee for the New Hampshire Senate in District 20, and I received 46% of the vote in 2020 as an open secessionist. And in 2022, I ran for the New Hampshire State House in Ward 11 in Manchester, where I live, and I lost by about 200 votes. I'm pointing that out just to let you guys know this idea might be a little more popular than you assume. I'm a proud Granite Stater because I chose New Hampshire as my forever home about 15 years ago when I moved here. And I moved here for the live free or die ethos that we all love and respect. I'm testifying today in support of CACR 20, which is similar to last year's CACR 32. That was the original independence bill that we put forth, and we tried to listen to the feedback we heard back, and that is the reason we brought this bill back with a qualifying event. What is that qualifying event? It is saying if our national debt becomes $40 trillion, then maybe we need to do something about it. Now, I want us to stand still with the number of trillions, because I'm not sure if anyone even fully grasps and understands what is going on economically. And the way I would like to explain it is by explaining numbers through time. So, 1 million seconds is 11.5 days. 1 billion seconds is 32 days. And 1 trillion seconds is 31,000 years. So again, when the jump went from billions to trillions and we all just kind of rolled with that, we have to realize when we are talking about the debt and we are talking about trillions of dollars, this is not surmountable. We have to do something. The federal government has, am I too loud? Was that what you were saying? Oh, sorry, Larry. I can't hear from here, sorry. The federal government has failed us. It no longer follows the Constitution. It ushers in unconstitutional wars, undeclared wars. It ushers in inflation. It's devalued our money by almost 100%. If you feel like you're getting poorer, you are. If you feel like you cannot get ahead in life anymore and, all of us here maybe are on the older side, but talk to the young people and realize we have to do something. We are getting poorer, and the fault lies squarely with the federal government's monetary policies. I would also like to point out we all lived through COVID mania. And if anyone thinks what happened over the past 3 years is an acceptable way for us to be governed, then I think we should look at that as well. Granite Staters are, frankly, we're being abused by the federal government. And what do we advise people when they're being abused to do? We say, leave your abuser. The last time I spoke on this issue here, I talked a little bit about national divorce. Since then, that's actually a topic that is starting to come up. You see it trending. You see Congress people talking about it. I want you to understand the people who support national divorce do not support civil war, because the thing that you're now seeing trend is people are talking about national divorce, and then the next thing you see is people are talking about war in the same way the question immediately came up. We do not support violence. In fact, we are here today and we continue to work on this issue because violence is the tool of tyrants. It is the tool of authoritarians, and it's the tool of control freaks. In other words, it's the tool of the federal government and bad people who support killing other people because you disagree with us. Instead of telling us you'll punch us in the face or leave us to rot in a basement when we try to leave, we should start to have this open and honest conversation about what actually needs to take place. We have the right to ask for a divorce. This is all today's proposed bill does. It says it gives us, Granite Staters, the democratic opportunity to decide if we want to stay with the sinking ship of the federal government and its $40 trillion of federal debt, or if we can do better as Granite Staters. I believe we can do better on our own. So abusers will tell you you're not allowed to leave. They'll tell you, hey, we'll change. Maybe like if you put in some bells and whistles, we'll start to listen to the Constitution. They might even tell you it's your fault. But we all know the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again. It is insane for us to continue to trust our government. It's creating debt. Imagine if you ran your household the way they're running the government. I mean, it's absurd. As our elected officials, it's your duty to create the opportunity for Granite Staters to make this decision for themselves. You guys don't really have the right to be the gatekeeper on this. All you should do is say, I don't know, maybe we should leave it up to the voters of New Hampshire and let us decide our own destiny. We have the right, enshrined in the New Hampshire Constitution, as has been mentioned here, both Article 7 and Article 10, to make those decisions. And again, clearly, we're not here because we want to revolt, even though that right exists. We are here because we're trying to solve a problem before it gets worse. Today, your duty is to support democracy. If you've tweeted the word democracy ever, if you've written about it, if you've mentioned it, then this is your democratic duty, is to put the question to the voters of the Granite State. We're called the live free or die state. When we become independent, we will be the live free and thrive state. And the questions that we have about what it would look like, how it would work, we're trying to address that too. HB 1130, which is coming up later, is a study committee to start to talk about those questions. But I advise everyone, let's not think in a limited, boxed way. Let's think with a growth mindset, and let's not have limiting beliefs. I can assure you that if New Hampshire was independent, we'd be a cool little country and we could make it work. I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions at this time? Representative Massimillo.
Thank you for taking my question. Would you be in favor of an Article 5 convention which could address the national debt?
I mean, yes, I'm actually in favor of anything where we're all talking and we're actually trying to come up with solutions. So I'm not against that, sure.
Other questions? Thank you, Carla, for that passionate testimony.
Apparently loud as well, sorry.
I have trouble hearing sometimes, but I could hear you, and I appreciate that. Matt
Sorry,
DeSchwanier, Matt, welcome. Matt's asked for up to 3 minutes.
Hey, good morning, Chairman Moffat and members of the committee. My name is Matt Saborn DeSchwanier. I'm the chairman of the New Hampshire Independence Political Action Committee. We support legislators and help draft legislation related to the idea of New Hampshire as an independent country. For the past 2 years in a row, the St. Anselm poll has registered the federal government receiving a 75% disapproval rating in New Hampshire, and we'll see what this spring's poll will say. We share the same feelings of dissatisfaction and uncertainty that many Granite Staters feel regarding the future of the United States. For Granite Staters who have lost confidence in D.C., we are proposing another option. We advocate for peaceful secession in the form of this year's CACR 20 with a qualifier of $40 trillion in debt if we hit it. The current federal debt to GDP ratio is 122.29%, and we believe New Hampshire can do better than this. While there's no standard international legal precedence for whether a seceding state is required to accept its portion of the federal debt when departing from its parent state, it would be smart to plan for a course of action that anticipates accepting our portion of the national debt. In the apportionment of public debt and assets during state secession by academic Daniel Blum, published in Case Western Reserve Journal of International Law, provides theories how debt could be shared. If we were to use New Hampshire's per capita allocation, which is around $170,000 per citizen, or its percentage of the national or the total GDP, which is 0.43%, as a measuring stick to determining New Hampshire's portion, it comes to an upper limit of $172 billion. I know Carla was talking about time earlier. If we were to allocate the total tax burden that was paid to the federal government in 2022, made that an annual payment to any debt that we accrued following secession, it could be paid off in just over a decade. It's just a thought. 2024 is not the first time Americans living in New England explored leaving the Union. New Hampshire, or New England states considered seceding in 1803 over disputes with the Louisiana Purchase, and in 1814 over disputes with the War of 1812. In 1842, former President of the United States John Quincy Adams brought a petition signed by 46 residents of Haverhill, Massachusetts, advocating for the dissolution of the Union on the House floor in U.S. conference on an account of the federal government's support of slavery. There is historical precedence for the deliberations we are bringing forth today. This month, we do have politicians touring the state, giving us ideas of the future and what might be, inspiring hope in some. However, we've seen this play out year after year. The political situation in the country has only worsened in my lifetime. I do not anticipate it improving. Following peaceful secession, we'd love to have great relationships with our New England and Canadian neighbors, and even the United States as well. We encourage the members of the committee to vote in favor of the resolution so that people in New Hampshire may be given the chance to express their position on the matter.
Thank you, Matt. Yes, Madam Clerk would like you to, believe it or not, spell your name for us.
Yeah, well, I'll do it. Okay. Capital SABOURIN, space, lowercase DIT, space, capital CHOINIERE. This happened last year.
You got that, Madam Clerk? Thank you, Matt.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Representative Glenn Bailey is asked for a couple of minutes, and Representative Bailey is in the House. Welcome, Representative Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and esteemed committee members. I would preface it by saying a few years ago I attended a civil case of a landowner versus one of the towns. It was here in Concord, I believe, the trial. And the person was representing themselves pro se. And they expressed everything in terms of the New Hampshire Constitution. And at every step in like an hour trial, the judge would take whatever the defendant said, or the plaintiff or whatever, and translate it into the U.S. Constitution. You know, everything. And this is in a New Hampshire court overseen by a New Hampshire judge appointed under the New Hampshire Constitution, had little interest in the New Hampshire Constitution. It was all being translated to the U.S. Constitution. So several years later, I attended the debates of this prior term, this same issue on the prior term, this And there was a PI that asked, are we a sovereign state or just the district office of DC? Well, by what I saw in that courtroom, I'd say we were just the district office for DC, which you can take that as you like. One of the speeches said that this was all settled by the Civil War, as if we were a conquered people or something. I didn't quite get that, but most of the people around here fought against the seceding states, you know, but somehow or other we can never think of that. We can never do that because we're like a conquered people. I don't believe we are. We've seen positive examples of this in the British pulled out of the European Union and Brexit. I've lived through several Quebec independence votes and Puerto Rico independence votes, and there's countries around the world that have successfully and peacefully withdrawn from their larger unit. I believe we could do the same, but there's the countervailing thing that there's places that are conquered. Like to take this representative that was speaking and said it was settled by the Civil War. If Putin manages to crush Ukraine, will we all regard that as settled? It could never be brought up again? Or by the same token, if the Chinese stomp into Taiwan, will we, and successfully oppress them, will we regard that as settled? I don't believe that this is settled by the Civil War. We retain the right to pull out if we want. It's voluntary. As far as the dollar goes, I mean, usually by this point, the International Monetary Fund has been called in to save whatever country is in the fix we're in. Of course, we're funding most of that. But, and I believe one of the prior witnesses said we're at 129% of GDP to debt to GDP. They usually say that when the debt equals GDP, you will never be able to pay it off. You're already done. You're doomed. It's just a question of when it fails. But that ratio is impossible to ever pay off, despite what they say. And I don't mean to pick on the current administration. It's been going on for years in a bipartisan way. We're constantly being asked to this at the county and the state and even the town level to take federal money as grants. Well, you know, they print it in the basement. They have no money. They're for $34 trillion in debt. It's magic, you know. It's not really accomplishing anything. And just digging, I'm old, but the younger people I see around me, we're digging them into debt from which we will never recover. So I would be in favor of at least asking the people around me, would you like to get out of this mess peacefully? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, for the well-articulated testimony. Are there any pressing questions for the representative? Thank you again. Seeing none, we will go on to Bonnie Freeman from Keene has asked for a minute. Bonnie, are you in the house? Bonnie, somebody's moving. I'll bet that's Bonnie. Welcome, Bonnie.
Thank you. My name is Bonnie Freeman, and I heard somebody else say that you asked specifically for personal reasons why we support this bill. And I would like to say that as a kid, I was a military brat. My dad and my mom met in the Army, and my dad was in the military for the entire time I was a child till I moved out of the house. And every day, watching him get up at 4 a.m. in the morning, work all day, and I constantly had to hear him say things like, I just can't get ahead. I don't have the ability to have savings. I just can't get ahead. And he is supposedly serving our country. People think that, some people who would have no idea, think that military members make like a whole bunch of money, and they really don't. And my mom had to take care of the kids, and there were 7 of us. Well, I then graduated high school, and I wasn't a rich person. I didn't go to college. I just started working. and I found myself talking exactly like my dad did my whole life. I just can't catch a break. I can't get ahead. How is it possible that this costs this much, and how is it possible I don't have any money left to put in savings? Well, when I found out what inflation was, that the government had created this invisible hidden tax that was stealing the purchasing power of my money, I was so mad, and I didn't even know what I could possibly do about it. I lived in Utah at the time, and I thought, well, I'll move to Texas because I'm pretty sure that's the freest state. And while I was there, the government closed down everything entertaining in your life or anything that made your life purposeful, and I had to walk past cops to go into Walmart and stuff during COVID. Well, my point is, I heard about New Hampshire being much freer, came up here, and there's a large group of people who really care about personal freedoms here, and I am happy to be a part of that movement. Well, I think that New Hampshire shouldn't be a part of the federal government because it's part of what has done all this terrible stuff to everyone I know who's a hardworking person, stealing, since COVID began, 50% of our purchasing power. The dollar still looks the same, but the dollar buys 50% less of what it did since COVID started because the federal government printed that much money. And it's just not fair. The federal government also rated...
But Bonnie, thank you. The comments you just made on the money and the currency we've heard before, and you did ask for a minute. We have 4 more cards, and we want to give everybody a shot at speaking to this. And so if you could conclude your comments, which we really appreciate, but we want to give the other folks a chance too before we finish up. So continue.
Okay, well, all I was going to say was the federal government also raided my house, and I don't appreciate them holding guns at my face while I'm naked and forced me to put my dog in a pile of glass and put boots on that had glass filled in them and tried to make me go outside naked in 10-degree weather, and all because my boyfriend didn't fill out a piece of paper. And if you want to learn more about that, it's thecrypto6.com. It's absolutely ridiculous that everybody in Keene, New Hampshire voted against having these Bearcats, and the federal government said, this guy didn't fill out a paperwork before selling Bitcoin, so we're going to go do that to their house with Bearcats. I don't like them. I don't want to live under their rule.
Thank you, Bonnie. Could you repeat the .com that you said before?
The what did you say?
You mentioned a website or something. Could you repeat that slower for
the-
those that are watching at home? Yeah.
It's the crypto, as in cryptocurrency, 6.com.
Thank you for that. Okay, we're going to move along. We have 4 more cards here. Appreciate people coming in. And again, as I said to Bonnie, if some of these points have been made already, you don't need to repeat them. Okay, looking for 1 minute is Russell from Winchester. Russell Canning. Russell is in the house. Welcome, Russell.
So I'll keep it short too. Hopefully nobody's brought this up. I of course also have a problem. My friend got thrown in jail. If the feds weren't involved, he wouldn't be in jail, Ian Freeman. As a Christian, I'm not supposed to kill my enemies. I'm supposed to love my enemies. I don't even come close to that, but I try not to kill them. The federal government kills people. They kill people in Afghanistan. They kill people in Syria. They fund people that kill people. No matter who we send as representatives from New Hampshire to Washington, D.C., they will continue killing people. Even if we sent the most wonderful House of Representatives guys and senators, they can just be outvoted. I want us to leave so we can stop being at war. Thanks.
Thank you, Russell. Okay, we have 3 more cards here. We're going to go to Christopher Wade, also from Keene. Good contingent from Keene today. Is Christopher here? Christopher is here. Christopher's asked for a couple of minutes, 3 minutes. Welcome, Christopher.
Thank you. So my name is Christopher Wade. I am from Keene. All right. So New Hampshire declared independence from the British Empire, and that was also illegal, I want to point out. New Hampshire led independence for the Americas, in fact, and it can do it again. If you recognize the United States or New Hampshire's prior declaration from Great Britain, you must accept it would be hypocritical to not also recognize our right to declare it again against the American Empire. There is a difference between what is moral and right and what the law says. We should do what is moral and right, not blindly do what the law says. Our veterans didn't fight to maintain a nation, but they did fight for liberty and freedom. Fear of war is a poor reason not to declare independence. New Hampshire is not the one who would be declaring war, and this would not make sense. After all, we're a very small population. We may be invaded over our Declaration of Independence, and it might make sense to fight back, but that is a poor reason to not declare independence. There's also a possibility a war with New Hampshire doesn't unfold at all. It's a very unpopular, right now, it's a very unpopular to go to war with any state that would break away. That's according to surveys, the most recent surveys done in regards to states declaring independence from the United States. So basically, any president that were to declare war on New Hampshire, if it were to declare independence, would be very, very unpopular, and most of the population of the United States would be against it. The question is, why independence, though? It no longer serves our interests of our population to continue in a union with the United States. Besides the obvious wars and other bad decisions, I want to talk about one reason we should go our own way. The U.S. Supreme Court in South Dakota versus Wayfair ruled that New Hampshire businesses have to collect sales tax on behalf of other states. We don't even have to collect sales tax for our own state. Why should we have to declare or collect sales tax for other states? This isn't the case for Canadian businesses, putting us at a disadvantage. The highest law of the land applies to states, not other countries. This is one good reason to declare independence. There are over 10,000 taxing jurisdictions, and each has its own set of tax laws. It's fiscally infeasible and costly to figure out the taxes for each order a company ships. That's what Wayfair did. There is not a single business in compliance with this ruling. There are wrongly collected amounts because, unlike a single business in a single location complying with a single set of tax laws, the tax laws you must comply with as a business are dependent on the receiver's location. Not even Europe has a tax system this insane. We can't fix this and other bad decisions without exiting the Union. This is just one of thousands of bad laws the Supreme Court rulings we can't fix without declaring independence. New Hampshire isn't declaring war on the United States. It's declaring independence from a union that no longer represents our interests. Another example of why New Hampshire is poorer than it should be is hidden federal taxation. Besides property taxes, federal income taxes, and other federal taxes you see removed from your paycheck or on your pay stub, there's also other taxes like tariffs. For example, I paid 25% tariff to receive some 4G USB modems for my business that we sell. And as a rough estimate of what that's taking out of your paycheck or out of your income, that's about 13% if you're talking about goods across. There's not tariffs on every good, but that's about 13% if you look at all of Walmart, all the goods in Walmart, it's about 13%. They're basically the federal government's getting from you in a form of a tax, a hidden tax. And those are called tariffs. Some estimates put the amount stolen by government through these means and other regulations at 90%. So think about that, almost double your income. No matter what we lose from federal bribes, they can be made up through local means, whether it's taxes or other systems of fundraising.
Okay, Christopher, we've heard a lot of the numbers material before, and I know you're reading some testimony, and we're running a little behind. You're a little bit over. So
I'm done, so.
Oh, okay. That was a good finish. Are there any pressing questions for Christopher? Came all the way here from Keene. Thank you for that compelling testimony. Much appreciated, Christopher. We have two more cards here as we're going to finish up. Ahmed Esfahani. He'll tell me if I said that correctly if he's here from Alstead. If you could state your name for the clerk, and your writing is very good. That's what she really appreciates.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Ahmad Esfahani. I live in Alstead. I'm also employed by the town of Alstead. I'm the administrator to the zoning board and planning board. I'm employed by the town of Walpole. I'm the recording secretary, and I also serve as secretary for the Fall Mountain Regional School District Budget Committee. The first thing I wanted to talk about was an article that was published in 2007 in the Journal of Homeland Security and Emergency Management. The title of this article was Homeland Security and Community Policing, Competing or Complementing Public Safety Policies. This article was co-authored by two different people. The first was Dr. Robert Friedman. Dr. Robert Friedman is the founding director of the Georgia International Law Enforcement Exchange. This program has police chiefs and assistant chiefs and high-ranking officers throughout the nation spend time in Israel working with their police force. And to summarize, they essentially learn how to police in a system of apartheid, a us and them type of society. The other author was a man named William Jordan Cannon, which was my name before I changed it. I have the document of my name change if you need to see that. Dr. Friedman was my mentor, and I learned a lot from him. And I'll summarize the article that I'm mentioning. On one hand, Homeland Security and the Patriot Act create a system where there was an us and them society as far as policing and public safety goes. This is the opposite of what community policing does. Community policing engages the community. It works within, it does not see criminals or people who are, engaging in any type of behavior as the other. What I believe that the people here who are in support of secession, which I agree with many of their sentiments, all the statements about the present state of the federal government, I'm in agreement with. But I think that their thoughts of secession is similar to grasping at a phantom limb, because there is an idea of America that I think we all have that is no longer in practice. Now, whether this was negated by the Patriot Act or if it was negated by the recent COVID legislation, I don't know. But with the COVID legislation and all the things that happened there, we ended up with a society, again, of two different masked people, unmasked people, vaccinated people, unvaccinated people. And as we all can probably agree upon, a house divided cannot stand. And that's what I think is going to happen. So what I did after the hearing in 2022, CACR 32, is I went and visited various select boards up and down the Connecticut River and discussed something that I created called the Connecticut River 8 Project. This is not a revolutionary idea. This is not a secession idea. This is something to do once the collapse happens, because most people are going to go along with whatever is in place until it ceases to function. Or at least that is what I believe. The frustrating thing with being on a budget committee for a school district, especially with ESSER funding, I'm not sure if any one of you are familiar with federal funding for schools during COVID, and now a lot of these positions are going, is when I'm seeing federal money being sent to Ukraine or to Israel or to wherever, and when I see schools lose teachers, it makes me a little bit frustrated and concerned that the people in DC do not care about the people of the United States of America. So I don't think necessarily it is a problem with America, because I travel all around this country. I actually even work in Buckland, Mass. as a boards clerk. I think probably the problem is Washington, D.C. and all the alphabet organizations that exist there. So what I would ask everyone here to consider is that even though secession would be great, and being from Atlanta, of course, I can talk about that. I think if we look at see what happened the last time secession, it was a group of people looking to hold on to something that was already gone. The Confederate secession was about holding on to feudalism, where we were moving towards industrialization and technology. And I think what this secession is trying to hold on to a 20th century America that does not exist anymore. And it saddens me that that's the case. I'll take any questions if you have any.
Are there any pressing questions? Yes.
So are you in support or opposition? Are you in support or opposition of this bill, or you take no stand?
You support this measure, correct?
I'm neutral to it
Okay.
because if I can explain why the
We're way over your minutes,
okay,
Ahmed,
understood.
and,
Thank you.
And I want to honor the other folks who've come here, and so
course.
we'll mark you down as neutral. And thank you
Thank you.
for coming here from Allstead, and that was very well organized testimony. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Elliot, the last card I hear is for Elliot Axelman. Is Elliot here? And there he is. He's been here before. And before Elliot, he's the last card that I have. If there's anyone else here who thought they put a card in and wanted to speak, I want to honor your time. We've gone way over what we planned on this, but obviously we care about what you want to say about this measure. So we'll finish up here. Elliot, if you have anything new, that's what we want to hear is new stuff. And you have a couple minutes, sure.
Well, lucky for me, I didn't hear any of the previous testimony, but I'll try not to repeat everything. I only have like 34 trillion reasons why I want to leave the union, so this might not take you too many more decades to listen to me. There are so many reasons. I think the overarching things, a lot of people touched on the inflation, the other stuff, the wars, all the violations. Just inflation in and of itself is enough reason to want to leave the union. For me, the biggest things are probably the endless wars forcing me. So I have to pay taxes. I pay about a third of my income to federal taxes. And that goes to fighting wars in 100, 180 countries around the world, bombing people. And as we now know, it's not even controversial to say that the federal government, with our taxpayer dollars, is funding both sides of so many wars. They are giving billions to Israel and Gaza, the PA, or Iran, Hezbollah, and Hamas. Like, they're funding both sides. They're funding both sides of other wars, probably Ukraine, probably Russia, probably other sides of Middle Eastern countries. So they're funding both sides and with our taxpayer dollars. But the biggest things for me is we have not had a chance, so people in this room alive today have not had a chance to vote on whether we want to stay in this relationship with the DC politicians in like 250 years. So even if in some universe in which our ancestors, we had a direct lineage to Thomas Jefferson and George Washington, which most of us don't, but even if we had direct lineage, what we have is our ancestors 250 years ago, so like 25 generations back, not all of them, but some of them signed onto the Constitution, only like 40 of them, but whatever. But even if all of them signed the Constitution unanimously, all 1 billion American colonists, that still couldn't bind all of us to be in a perpetual relationship with our overlords in DC forever. My son over there, I can't really bind him to anything. I barely have like guardianship over him. But my grandson, I can't bind to anything. I can't sign a contract that any legal system in the universe that I know of would be considered legitimate to bind my son or grandson or great grandson to any kind of contract, especially not being a slave to the people in DC forever. So if you think of it as a marriage, you know, in the modern era, we have unilateral divorce. If one party wants to leave, you know, it takes two. I think the Shays said last time, you can't just leave. You know, it takes two to enter a relationship. It takes two to leave. That's, you know, kind of not really how the world works. It takes two to enter a relationship, but one is enough to leave. If, you know, my wife wants to divorce me, she could do that. I can't use force. So if we want to leave DC, we shouldn't need DC's consent to do it. We can just leave if we're being abused. So I've written articles. Everyone on the committee knows I've written numerous articles and books and put out a lot of stuff about the reasons. There are hundreds of reasons. I have an article running tally of like 130 reasons why we should secede. I'm happy to give a lot of material to the committee today. I wrote a short book called Articles of Secession that answers all the most common questions. I'd love to debate. I'd love to have a study committee as well. But I'd love to put this on the ballot. And one last thing is, it says 35 trillion. we're or 40 trillion. That needs to put up like 45, 50 trillion because we're running out of time. By the time we're done with this bill and we exec it in a few days, maybe the debt will be past 40 trillion maybe. So let's push it up to 50 trillion to give us a bit more time. But I think there are so many reasons, and the people should be allowed to vote on this. We have never had a chance in 250 years to vote on this. And there are so many reasons. I could go on literally forever until I die of old age. So I'll stop it there. I'm happy to take questions.
Questions for Elliot? Elliot, you speak very well, and thank you for your testimony. And to your point about submitting stuff, a couple quick points before we close this hearing. We do look at what folks send us. We appreciate the written testimony. Emails, and there's also a portal where you can weigh in. There are a couple members who are not here. This is on YouTube. They will have the opportunity to go through everything that happened today before we have an executive session on this at some time, possibly in a week or maybe after that. So we will thoroughly go through, again, the material that we have and that I'm sure will still come in. If there's no one else who has come a distance and wishes to speak, I see there might be one more. You can fill out a card later. Please have. And your name?
Melissa.
Okay, Melissa. Somehow it didn't make it to us, but Melissa, we appreciate you taking the time to come in, and please take a couple minutes.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I didn't prepare a speech, but I'm just going to speak from my heart. Our government has been infiltrated a long time ago, and they are just merely puppets. They answer to the elite oligarchs, and they don't serve the American public at all. They don't care about us like other people have said. And they do, I had so much more to say in my head, but I feel under pressure. But the lobbyists, they're bribed, they're blackmailed. They don't serve us any longer. And we are headed towards a dystopian digital future with digital IDs, central bank digital currencies, and social economic score. You can see it coming. You really can see it coming. I don't know, you can even feel it coming. But imagine what we could do if we were to be able to secede. We could create free energy. It has been done, but they hide everything. They don't allow us to do something like that. We could, in fact, Stanley Meyer back in the 70s, I don't know if you remember, but he was on TV and on the news and everything. He was able to create a car that could run on water, and the feds ended up murdering him, got all of his technology and murdered him. There's been healers of cancer and, using frequencies, and they were murdered. So imagine what we could do if we didn't have those kind of restraints. We could really, really succeed very well. There was a lot more I wanted to say, but like I said, I know what time has run out.
Melissa, thank you so much for that. Melissa, we'll look for your card, but your last name?
Economakis.
Okay.
It's Greek.
If you could
I ask her, I did fill it out.
Okay, and your town is?
Newton, New Hampshire.
From Newton. All right, thank you so much, Melissa.
You're welcome. Thank you for hearing us, and I appreciate it if you could just let the people vote. That's all we ask.
Got it. Thank you again. All right, with that, we will put call close to that first hearing, and we're going to jump right into HB 1041. And a couple comments on that. I have a number of cards for that. And I want to thank Christina Dyer. Christina, she is our researcher, and come to find out, a measure similar to this came to the House, to this committee around 2011 or so. So this is not the first time this has come here. And we're going to look at what came before. I've looked at some of the notes Christina put together. Very interesting that this has come up before. Before we get started, I want to say a couple things. We're going to do this a little bit differently. Representative Gerhardt is the prime sponsor. He's asked if he could go last to briefly tie up any loose ends in terms of testimony. So the co-sponsor, Representative Granger, is going to introduce the measure. Before I throw it to Representative Granger, I want to acknowledge, it's very important to me, and I've already spoken to some of these gentlemen. This measure is about the incident that happened in 1967. I was around then. I was a kid, but I remember this incident happening, this incident, if that's the right word. And there are at least 3 gentlemen who have already spoken to earlier who have traveled great distances to be here to talk about this. The intent of the bill, the 2 representatives will do that. I want to point out that there will be a news conference or a press conference, scheduled for 11:30 down in the LOB, the Legislative Office Building lobby. And I appreciate the sponsors taking my counsel to set this up downstairs. We have a finite amount of time in here, and it's very important that these gentlemen who traveled a great distance have a chance to say some things that they feel need to be said, and also to take some questions. So we'll do a little of that in here, but we are constrained by time. So I want to point out that news conference downstairs at 11:30. So all that said, we will get to the sponsor and then to some of the gentlemen who were part of this American history. Representative Granger, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. This bill is to establish a commission to investigate the USS Liberty incident. There are many important reasons to form this commission, but rather than have me speak to that, we have firsthand witnesses here who can fill you in. I do want to point out that this bill was submitted in September, and therefore it was not instigated by the recent occurrences in October. So this isn't a bill to draw any special attention to the issue of Israel at all, and it's not political in that sense. It was submitted before the recent recent crises have sparked over there. In the interest of time, I have provided my card to the clerk, so you can, if you have any questions about the bill specifically, you can email me. That way I don't have to take any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Okay, I want to jump right into one of the survivors who's traveled here from Baltimore. We're going to ask the folks who follow the survivors to try to limit your testimony succinctly, well organized. Don't repeat previous information. But I want to give the survivors who are here a little bit more time, up to 5 minutes if they need that, to speak to us about this bill. And again, as the representative explained, this is a bill to establish a commission to investigate this 1967 naval battle in the Mediterranean. Larry Bowen, who I spoke with earlier, I believe from Baltimore. Larry, welcome, and we're very interested to hear what you have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Larry Bowen. Back on June 8th, 1967, I was an E5 communications technician radioman, and I'm here today to support HB 1041.
You speak into the mic, please.
Pardon me? I'd like to be, called under oath if possible, because I've never had an opportunity to speak before a committee to, tell the story that the American public needs to hear.
Yes, Larry, the notion of swearing you in under oath has come up, and I've contacted and spoke with some parliamentarian types, and we are not going to do the oath taking. And I think as a military person, my feeling is that you don't need to swear an oath. We believe what you're going to say without an oath. So
Okay.
there you have it.
Okay, thank you. Well, in the previous bill, I heard a lot about the Constitution and what the Constitution and our government is not following. Part of the reason that we're here today is to support this bill that our government failed in supporting the Constitution back when we were attacked on June 8th, 1967. The government failed to come to our rescue. The government put a gag order on us to, not speak about the incident, and threatened us with imprisonment and fines. And the government failed to do a thorough investigation of the attack. The Navy conducted a Navy Court of Inquiry, and during that Court of Inquiry, they took testimony from several of our shipmates, but then they were given guidance to modify the testimony that they received so that it would comply with the mistaken identity claim that Israel had said when they apologized. So we were not all called for our testimony. All of us, the other two gentlemen here with me today, we're in different parts of the ship, so we've got a little different perspective on what happened and why this bill is so important to us. We've waited 56 and a half years for something like this, giving us an opportunity to speak before a government organization that may in fact follow through because of your, live free or die statement. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for the truth to get out about the incident with the USS Liberty and the aftermath, the investigations that weren't done, even though they were, a constitutional requirement. We submitted a war crimes report back in 2005 that was designed to have our government do a formal investigation through the Department of Defense, and they replied that there had already been an investigation conducted and that they weren't going to do another one. There's been no congressional investigation into the Liberty. This is the first opportunity for a state to actually come forth and say that, they're willing to set up a commission to look into this and, report back on the findings. There are a lot of unanswered questions that were submitted through the remote testimony process. And I won't go into those, but I will say that we're thrilled that the state of New Hampshire is willing to take this up on the agenda and possibly give us a chance to, express our concerns and, get some truth out to the American public.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you for your service. I want to point out that you folks have traveled great distances. There's also a New Hampshire connection. There's a Commander David Edwin Lewis from Colebrook, North Country, where I'm from, was on that ship. He might have been he was an intel officer, I think.
He was our officer in charge of the Naval Security Group activity that was also being supported by the National Security Agency. And
he passed away in 2021 at the age of 90. So there is that New Hampshire connection.
And I believe his niece is here and is going to talk to.
Okay. Well, we certainly look forward to that. And okay, that would be her.
Yep.
We do need to roll, and I know that you have a news conference coming up that we don't want to have you miss because then you'll have full opportunity. But I have one quick question that has to do with the end state. So the purpose of this measure is to establish a commission. So if the commission were to be established, let me ask you, what if you could briefly tell us one thing that you'd like to see come out of this commission were it to happen?
Probably for me, I'd like to see the truth come out so that we can actually, tell the rest of the American public exactly what happened. There's still documentation that the NSA and the CIA are holding as classified information that they haven't released yet. There's still documentation that has come out since the June 8th, 1967, that's been published in various books, but it's never all come together to kind of refute the claim that this was a mistaken identity attack and was in fact a deliberate attack. So yeah, I'd like to see the results of the committee to verify what the actual cause of the attack was, and what we should have done that our Congress didn't do.
Thank you for that. Questions? Any other questions? Yes, Representative Levitt.
Thank you, Chair Moffett. I appreciate your testimony. It's Larry, right?
Yes.
The question I have is, where did the government fail? I mean, your testimony is rather vague. I mean, and what unanswered questions need to be explained? I mean, you're up here testimonying. I think the committee deserves an in-depth explanation as to why you feel that the government failed. And according to my memorandum here, it says the official report states that the attack was accidental. I mean, I think in order for us to make a informative decision, we would probably need a little better explanation as to why you don't believe that.
Okay, as a crew member, we had been overflown that day probably a half a dozen times by Israeli aircraft doing reconnaissance on our ship. And at the time, we felt safe because the planes were clearly marked, and we thought that, they had our back because we were out there as an independent ship. I guess when the attack occurred, they were using unmarked aircraft, so we had no idea what country was actually doing the attacking. We didn't find that out until the torpedo boats came up after the strafing runs and the napalm drops. The torpedo boats came in, and they were carrying the Star of David flags on their little torpedo boats. So where our government failed is that they didn't take into consideration anything about the culpability of the attackers, or who was, there was no discussion with the Israeli Defense Force personnel who were participating in this. It came out after the attack that there was actually voice intercept from the aircraft pilots and their ground controllers, that they did identify it as a U.S. ship with the American flag flying, but that was taken out of the testimony. So when the court of inquiry was done, some of the things that were, I guess some of the things that happened to the ship were not allowed to be testified about. We had Lieutenant.
Follow up, Chair Moffett.
Follow up.
It's astonishing to me that this wasn't discredited by our government, because what you're saying is going to open up a whole new investigation because of a testimony that, and forgive me if I'm wrong, that was not investigated. Because if what you're saying it wasn't, I mean, you know, that could have, you know, long-term implications as far as where this committee not only goes or votes, but you know, in some of the decisions, you know, the government may have to make.
Right. Oh, I understand. And it's, those are the kinds of questions that came up with us as a organization trying to get Congress to do a full and comprehensive investigation. This bill, if the committee, you know, so chooses, establishes a commission to do the work of the federal government, to determine not only culpability, but answer questions about why we were, you know, put under a gag order to never talk about the incident. I mean, it was historical in the sense that.
Thank you, Larry. And you just mentioned historical, and I think I think Representative Levitt's question is very fair, gets right to the heart of what we need to talk about. And I think your answer was very good. We need to press on. You mentioned historical, and I think one thing that'll come out of this, this is on YouTube, a lot of awareness has been raised and is being raised and will be raised about this history from 1967. A lot of people did not know about, and they will know about it now. I don't know where this will go. We're still taking, obviously, testimony. Are there any other questions for Larry at this time? Ms. Bowen, thank you for traveling here and for your testimony and for your service.
Thank you, and thank you for allowing me to testify.
And we'll press on to someone else who was there in 1967 and has come here all the way from Missouri, Bryce Lockwood, Gunnery Sergeant. Hoorah, Semper Fi. Gunny, thanks for being here.
Chairman. My name is Bryce Lockwood. I'm a retired gunnery sergeant, United States Marine Corps, retired Baptist minister ordained. I have some pictures here I would like to provide to the members of the committee, show the ship that was taken from an aircraft of the USS America on the next morning. There are also some pictures that were taken of me the next morning. I faced a torpedo explosion from less than 10 feet away looking at it. The question came up about the identity of the ship. Every protocol in international law that was designed to prevent such an accident was violated by the Israelis in this attack. They were using unmarked aircraft. They were jamming our distress frequencies. They machine gunned our life rafts. Ironically, the machine gunning of the life rafts, international law, came about as a result of Nazi submarines machine gunning refugee ships, many of which contained individuals who later became Israeli citizens. The question came up that we were not in a combat zone. The Israelis never broadcasted an area closure. Therefore, we were not in a combat zone. We were in international waters, 13.5 miles off the Sinai Peninsula. There was no investigation by the U.S. Congress into the attack on our ship, which is required by Article 1, Section 8 of the U.S. Constitution to investigate acts of piracy on the high seas. Congress has never done so. The Liberty Veterans Association has a letter from the U.S. Congress that is in the congressional record. Some years ago, the USS Cole was attacked off Yemen. 17 Americans were killed. The American government, U.S. Congress, investigated that accident for 9 months. Twice as many were killed in an attack on the USS Liberty. That investigation was concluded in 5 days. Our organization filed formal war crimes charges in 2005. The Secretary of the Army is required by law to investigate all war crimes charges. It has never been investigated. Law firm of Ron Gotcher provided free gratis information by preparing that war crimes charge, and the U.S. Secretary of the Army has never done anything about it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so appreciative of you folks taking time to listen to us, and we are grateful. Thank you.
Gunny, thank you for your service. And yes, a lot of attention is being paid to this and will be paid to this. Questions? Representative Rollins.
Yes, I'd just like to say thank you for the photographs that you provided us right there. Thank you. And thank you for your service from all of us.
My privilege. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Gunny. Okay, also here who has traveled a good distance is Philip Torney. He's representing the U.S. Liberty. He's the current president, and he can explain his position there. Thank you for traveling here to support the sponsors' measure. Welcome. Obviously, support the bill, and if you could just confirm the spelling of your last name here for our clerk, and then off you go.
Yes, sir. Spelling of my last name is Tourney.
Okay, that's right.
First name Philip. I'm from Cedar Ridge, Colorado, a small town on the western slope of Colorado. I live on a 40-acre ranch there, and I did travel a great distance to get here. I would have walked here if I had to. We've never, ever had the chance to sit before a committee, and thank you, Mr. Moffett, Chairman, and all distinguished guests here and representatives. Thank you for the honor of being here. What we're here for is this. The truth has never been told. It's been a lie. Mr. Levitt, I believe you talked about the investigation was a mistaken identity. That was put into the Naval Board of Inquiry under the direction of LBJ to tell Admiral Isaac Kidd and Ward Boston it was a mistaken identity. That's the farthest thing in the world from what really happened. What you people can do for us today is the most important thing you'll probably ever do in your life. We're here to represent the men that didn't get back that day. 34 of them were blown to bits. 25 of them were blown to bits by a torpedo, which these two men, he testified to that, 10 feet from the torpedo hole. These guys are security people, the most secret people I've ever met. I'm not a security guy. I wasn't in that part of the ship. I was in damage control. I saw the airplanes. I saw the attacking planes. I saw the helicopters coming over to finish us off. This attack lasted as long as the attack on Pearl Harbor. Aircraft were sent from the USS Saratoga, USS America. They were recalled by LBJ and McNamara to get back to base. Do not help the Liberty. They left us out there to die. Lyndon Baines Johnson and Eshkol, he was a prime minister of Israel at the time, they colluded together to sink our ship. We were set up to be murdered by our own government, slaughtered, left out there alone. We didn't see any help for 17 hours when help was only 40 minutes away. 2 aircraft carriers, the USS America and USS Saratoga. In fact, the skipper of the Saratoga lost his job because he sent help to us. From the America, they were called back. The Congress of the United States has never investigated this. They say they have, but they're lying. They've never had an official investigation. This is the first body of people in government that we've had the opportunity to speak before. We gave our blood for this country. We would do it again, but not in the circumstances being set up to be murdered. And that's what they wanted. They wanted to bring us into World War III. We were this close to World War III. Believe me, and we can prove it. We've got documents, and I'm not going to repeat every document. We'll get all that to you through Jason or Matt or somebody, whatever you want, you can go through. But please, please, just understand, we're not here in anger. We're here because we love our country, we love our fellowship mates, And we love all of you. We're all Americans. If we don't look out for each other, we're done. That's why we're here in the live free or die state, is because of you people. Nobody else has the courage to do this, to listen to us. I thank my God in heaven that saved that ship, because we had a 40 by 40 foot torpedo hole in the ship. We put over life. We only had 3 life rafts left. We put them over to get the most seriously wounded in them, and the ship is full of people on the deck, bleeding, dying. We put the life rafts over, and the Israelis shot them out of the water. They took one aboard their boat as a trophy of the kill. This isn't about hate. This is about the American way. They took away our First Amendment rights. I was told by Admiral Kidd and 4 others in a separate interview. I told them exactly what I saw and what I thought. He took his stars off. He says, "Now, I'm just like you, Dad. Just tell me everything." And I did. When I got done, he put his stars back on and he says, "If you ever breathe a word about what you just told me to anybody, I'll make sure you end up in the penitentiary or worse." We all know what worse meant, death. We just went through hell. We've been going through hell for 56 and a half years for the truth. Our own government did this to us. This body here, don't do that to us. Don't throw us down the road. Please don't. We need you. If you do this, the United States government has got to do something then, because I just can't tell you the importance of what you people are tasked with this Liberty investigation. And believe me, it's the most important thing you'll ever do in your life.
Thank you, Mr. Torney.
Yes.
I want to remind you and everyone else that your words are being recorded. This is on video, and you will have the opportunity in your comrades to refer people to this video, which will be around forever, in terms of shining a light on this, raising awareness about it. I know you have a news conference you need to go to. Before we lose you, does anyone have a question? Go ahead. Larry, Representative from Manchester, Representative Gagne, is a Navy guy, I believe, right?
Yes, I was. I was a skivvy waver.
Okay.
So that I identify with the radioman. Back in that time period, too. We're all old. I'm looking at the picture of the ship here, which is badly damaged. I was a tin can sailor, by the way. I'm looking for the American flag, which is usually on the stern. I don't see it. Is it there?
Yeah, it's on the mast. Look up top.
On the mast.
It's on the lanyard.
Mid-mast or? Anyway, I don't see it, but that's, in my opinion, it's still no excuse.
Sir, if
All right.
It was shot down from the flag staff. 2 flags were shot down. A 3rd one was raised, a holiday flag from the signal halyard.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see it,
Representative
so I'll
Gagne?
take your word for it, sir.
We always had a flag flying.
Yeah.
Flag was flying
As
all
we're
the time.
supposed to, yes.
Yeah. In fact, the Israelis identified us as American and friendly hours before. Then they took us off their war table and forgot we were there. So if there's any other questions, I'm glad to take them. But
Representative Levitt?
No one here is going to take away your First Amendment right. I will be the first one to vote for a subcommittee to investigate this, and I appreciate all of your passionate testimony, because this is something that's been taken too long to have it, and ultimately Chair Moffett makes the decision, but I'll be the first.
God bless you. Thank you.
Mr. Will, seeing no other hands, we will let you go. Thank you for being here. I know it was a long trip. Thank you for your service. I know you have a news conference. We want to let you go, and that'll give you an opportunity to better elaborate to whoever's there and take questions and here, of course, we have some constraints. The prime sponsor, I want to go to him because I know you need to be with these gentlemen as they go downstairs. And I also have a number of cards. So before we get to the cards, to finish this hearing, Representative Gerhardt, if you would take a minute or two, whatever, just to tie things together before you step away.
Thank you, members of the committee. I've asked for a little more detailed explanation. Jason Gerhard, Northfield, Franklin. I just wanted to address what happened immediately after the attack and the subsequent efforts to sink the Liberty. Just briefly.
Yes, we were sent, when help finally got there 17 hours later, and they took the most seriously wounded off, which was most of the ship. They sent us to Malta, 1,000 miles away with a 40 by 40 foot torpedo hole in it, hoping we'd sink on the way and all the evidence would be gone. Our only sin that day was staying alive, to tell the truth. I'm 77 years old. I'm the 4-time president, and I've been doing this most of my life. It became a life's mission, and it was one of the best things I ever did in my life. I will say this: I have 2 sons that served. One served in Afghanistan, 10th Mountain, lost his eye. My other son, he's current Navy SEAL. He's still in. So, with that being said, and sir, your answer to me and what you said to me means more than you'll ever know. God bless you.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you.
The closer port was
Oh, the closer port was in Crete.
much early to get there, so
Yeah.
I just wanted to establish that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
I appreciate it. Thank you for your service, sir.
I just to brush on 2 things from the packet that was passed around. The Declaration of Ward Boston. There's some highlighted aspects in there. In June of 1967, I was assigned as senior legal counsel for the Navy's Court of Inquiry into the brutal attack on USS Liberty, which had occurred on June 8th. The late Admiral Isaac C. Kidd, president of the court, and I were given only 1 week to gather evidence. I'm reading the highlighted parts, just go through this very fastly. It was our shared belief, this is on the bottom, based on the documentary evidence and testimony we received firsthand that the Israeli attack was planned and deliberate and could not possibly have been an accident. Admiral Kidd and I both felt it necessary to travel to Israel to interview the Israelis who took part in the attack. Admiral Kidd later told me that Admiral McCain was adamant that we were not to travel to Israel or contact the Israelis concerning this matter. I know from personal conversations I had with Admiral Kidd that President Lyndon Johnson and Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara ordered him to conclude that the attack was a case of mistaken identity despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Admiral Kidd told me after returning from Washington, D.C. that he had been ordered to sit down with 2 civilians from either the White House or the Defense Department and rewrite portions of the court's findings. Admiral Kidd also told me that he had been ordered to, quote unquote, put the lid on everything having to do with the attack on USS Liberty. We were never to speak of it, and we were to caution everyone else involved that they could never speak of it again. And the first page, we spoke briefly of Commander Lewis, who is from Colebrook, New Hampshire. So I just want to establish there is a very significant New Hampshire connection to this. Commander Lewis was in charge of, I believe, 194 men on board the ship out of 294. 204. So he, in his obituary, this is on the first page, second paragraph, well, third technically. Eddie's career spanned more than 25 years. He retired at the rank of commander. And he was wounded aboard the USS Liberty in the Mediterranean Sea when the nation of Israel attacked the ship, claiming mistaken identification of the ship. For the rest of his life, Eddie bore the scars of that day, and he was deeply involved with the group of survivors, proving that the state of Israel and the Johnson administration deliberately staged the attack to try and draw the U.S. into the Israeli-Egyptian Six-Day War of 1967. In 2018, he was a central figure and collaborator in the book Blood in the Water, which chronicles this dark episode of American military history. So, in closing, I thank everyone for listening to this testimony. I really appreciate these men coming vast distances to testify, and I hope that this committee will see the significance of this issue and bring it forward so we can get to the bottom of this situation that, quite frankly, is a scar on the legitimacy of congressional investigations, in my opinion. Thank you.
Questions for the prime sponsor? Representative Filio, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. And thank you, Representative, for bringing this issue to the committee. And thank you to our witnesses today for not only traveling here, but now putting it onto the public record what happened. And I think for those of us who were not aware, bringing it to our attention as well. I want to preface this with, I think this is important to put onto the public record and begin to figure out what happened through an investigation. But I'm also aware of the limit of state power, that we don't have an ability to subpoena the federal government. We wouldn't have the ability to subpoena federal records. So if we were to launch an investigation, it is very possible we could get stonewalled. But from what I perceive of the intent of the bill, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, which I guess is how I'm going to loop this into being a question in the end. Ultimately, this is to try to kick the federal government into gear and say, this actually did occur, start doing your jobs. Would you be amenable to perhaps changing this to an HR to put it on the record that the legislature of New Hampshire believes this happened, thinks it's important, as well as giving some form of state recognition to the survivors, more so than an investigation, which could ultimately be an investigation into nothing because we don't have a subpoena power or an extraterritorial investigation power?
I would answer the latter part of your question, no. I don't believe a House resolution would achieve what we need to happen, which is put onto the official record all of the documents, official documents, including that affidavit of Ward Boston in 2004. There are a lot of things have come to light after the supposed congressional investigation that need to be brought onto the record. So it's not so much a matter of subpoenaing and getting information that's not readily available, although the 200 so pages that are still classified would be helpful. And I believe that launching this at the state level and putting pressure on the federal government to release documents that are decades old would lead to more information coming out. So no on the House resolution, because that would just simply say, hey, we think this is important. But the investigation actually says we're having people come and testify. I mean, there's more sailors that would, if we had a full-on investigation, will be here to testify. And I think it's important to get these on the record, because otherwise all the platitudes that we give to our veterans really don't mean much. That's my personal opinion on that.
Thank you for that explanation. Anything else for the prime sponsor?
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Who is not you? Happy New Year. And I would like to know if someone here knows about the name of that prime minister at that time.
Levi Eshkol was the prime minister of Israel at that time.
Okay. Yes, I remember it was mentioned earlier, but I didn't remember the name. So.
Other questions? Okay, Representative, thank you for that.
Thank you.
I know you need to get downstairs. So here's what is going to happen at this time. We are running late, but this is what we do. I have a number of other cards, and I am going to, and I know some of the folks who want to testify also I encourage to get downstairs to be with the survivors as they amplify their comments. So I'm going to ask that the folks who still want to stay here and testify keep their comments to a minute or two, and then that'll give you a chance to get downstairs. So, and that is something I can do as the chair, and so we're going to kind of be kind of tough on that. Keep it as succinct as possible, because we do need to finish this up, and we do want to give you a chance to get downstairs. However, Kathy Peterson, is Kathy... Kathy, I've got you at the top of the list. If you could take a minute or two, if you still want to, and before she starts, please understand we do take and encourage written testimony, email testimony, portal testimony, which we can evaluate and take up at exec session. So please utilize those options as well. Kathy, welcome.
Okay, thank you. Kathy Peterson, a New Hampshire native. I live in Nashua. As did my cousin. That was on the USS Papago ship, sent in to pick up these fine gentlemen the 34 that were killed and the 174 that were severely wounded. It affected his whole life. It affected our family's life. He drank a lot. He finally stopped and found peace. But I've always known about it, and it'd be really great if somebody could do something about it, finally. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. John Graham, that's, if you'd like to pass that around, that would be wonderful.
James Makers, yes.
Representative, Honorable John Graham, representing the American Legion. Representative, I had mentioned 1 or 2 minutes. You're in opposition to the measure.
I'm not in opposition to the bill as a whole. I think that anytime we look at incidents such as this is important. I just wish that the sponsors had bothered to reach out to the American Legion ahead of time to put our name down. We do not desire to participate in this commission. And so I would ask that it be amended to take us off. Our national organization has a position on this issue. And if you leave it on, there will not be a member appointed. So thank you very much. And in the interest of time, as you have said it well, Mr. Chairman, I will take no questions.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable John Graham, for the American Legion. And appreciate the succinctness. Okay, Derek Prue. Derek has been here before. Supports the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Moffat, members of the committee. My name is Derek Prue from Derry, New Hampshire, former Sergeant, New Hampshire Army National Guard. I just want to speak as a veteran. There's many members on this committee who are veteran. We're brothers and sisters in arms. We're supposed to take care of each other. We're a family, and we owe it to our family to give them a proper investigation that they never had. We owe it to them. They've been searching for 57 years, and it's our job as brothers and sisters in arms to give it to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Does anyone have a hot question for Derek? If I meant to offer that courtesy, and I seeing no hands. Thank you again, Derek. Matt Schwanier is in support of the bill. He submitted written testimony, which is great. Thank you for that, Matt. Paul Lloyd. Paul from the VFW was here earlier. Is Paul here? Okay, is there anyone else who I've missed or their card has been lost in transit? Not seeing any. Again, I'll remind everyone, I see a hand up. Yes, sir. Sir, if I could speak, step right up, state your name and hometown, and take 1 minute to 2 minutes.
Hey, good evening, guys. My name is Matt Saborn, D1 I'm not sure. I think I might have submitted 2 cards. I just wanted to testify in support of the bill. I'm an unrelated discharged veteran, a separated Air Force 03. I'm testifying today. I'm a resident of New Hampshire and Seabrook, and I would love to see our state pick up where the federal government left off. We owe transparency to the deceased and wounded survivors and their families, and to the public as well. In the United States, we have a federalized system of government. It is the accountability of the state, responsibility of the states to hold the federal government accountable. The federal government is not competent or even loyal enough to its sailors to determine the culpability of an act of war against them, then it's up to the states to fill that leadership void. Although I'm not a member of the current standing resolution by the Veterans of Foreign Wars, Resolution 423, to have the attack investigated by Congress, is still standing, but it has currently been ignored. The question needs to be asked is, who does our government be accountable for? The American servicemen of the USS Liberty who volunteered to risk their life for the family, friends, and neighbors, and the public at large deserve a responsible government that caters to Americans. As a New Hampshire resident, I would be thrilled if our state and donor, a net donor to the federal government, could respond to the legitimate requests of the USS Liberty Veterans Association and provide the crew with an impartial and complete investigation of the incident and its aftermath. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt, and thank you for getting these gentlemen from point A to point B. And now point C is downstairs for the little conference, and so we'll let you get to that. And seeing no other cards or hands at this time, we will end that hearing. Sir, I see hand up.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to say about the American Legion. My shipmate Glenn Oliphant with Ernie Gallo on, he was a current president then, National Convention. And they wouldn't let him have a booth. Glenn tore up his American Legion card and it fell on a woman and they put him in jail for assault for wanting to represent the USS Liberty. He went to jail. And as far as the American Legion goes, we've been banned for life by the American Legion. Banned for life because we wanted to have a booth at the American Legion to voice our concern to more veterans, and we got banned. So that's what I think about the American Legion.
Thank you for sharing that. And that's something that we're going to try to get some more background and information on. I've just ended the hearing, and I know there's a downstairs conference, and we will let you get to that. And we need to move ahead to the next measure on our docket, which is HB 1130. And that is to establish a commission to study the economic, legal, sociological aspects of New Hampshire exerting its sovereign state rights. The prime sponsor is here. That's Representative Santanastasso. Matt, if you can hang in for a few moments while these folks head to their next conference. And while we're waiting, I know that Representative Santanastasso had to be elsewhere and had asked to start a little bit late, so that works out. We are a little bit behind, but we'll hopefully get caught up. I do want to state that the subject of state sovereignty is something we spent a huge amount of time on already today. Some of the folks are still here from the earlier hearing. So please know that the committee is, and this is on tape, and we've got all kinds of written material, so that we don't need to hear a lot of the same state sovereignty points that have already been made. I know that the prime sponsor wasn't here. So we want to keep this moving. We want this to be efficient and effective, and we're going to let the prime fully explain his measure. And then those who want to speak, again, I emphasize, if we've already covered some of the state sovereignty stuff already, we don't need to hear it the same thing twice. All right, that said, Representative, the seat is now clear for you. Welcome, and talk to us about HB 1130.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, State Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs Committee. I am Representative Santanastasso, representing the towns of Rindge, Jaffrey, and Dublin. House Bill 1130 establishes a statutory committee to study the economic, legal, and sociological aspects of New Hampshire exerting its sovereign state rights. I chose to introduce this bill this year because I think it's critical that New Hampshire is prepared in the case of a national divorce or similar incident that would drive New Hampshire to chart its independence. You do not need to support New Hampshire independence to support this bill. This bill is about emergency preparedness. In a time when so many political leaders are floating the idea of a national divorce, it is critical that New Hampshire has a sound plan for exiting the United States if that scenario were to occur. Movements in Texas and California are exploring the idea of independence. Gavin Newsom even refers to California as a nation state. We could be one election away from a massive shakeup in the makeup of the United States. In order to prepare for this potential scenario, we need to ask critical questions. While something like a federal dissolution seems unlikely today, I would like to remind the committee that impossible things have often happened throughout history, including the sudden breakup of the Soviet Union. If someone said in 1988 that the Soviet Union would be completely gone in 5 years, they would have been considered a crazy person. And to demonstrate this is a real possibility, it is an open secret that the United States is going to lose its reserve currency status. The economic, social, and political repercussions of this event is unknowable. The study committee would provide a comprehensive analysis of the economic, legal, and sociological aspects of New Hampshire exerting its sovereign state rights. It would allow for an in-depth examination of the implications of a potential independent New Hampshire, including its relationship with the federal government and other states. the committee could identify potential benefits and challenges that an independent New Hampshire may face, such as changes to taxation, trade, and foreign relations. The findings of the committee could inform future legislation and policy decisions regarding New Hampshire's relationship with the federal government. A study committee would promote civic engagement by encouraging public input and a discussion on this uniquely interesting topic. It would raise awareness about the issue of state sovereignty and how it affects the lives of New Hampshire residents. The study committee could serve as a model for other states considering similar issues. The work of the study committee could lead to a better understanding of the role of states in the federal system and potentially strengthens New Hampshire's position within the Union. New Hampshire will be more prepared for a situation that causes an independent New Hampshire. Talks of independence in general, I think, helps the state when bargaining with the federal government. A lot of people who would not support CACR 32 of 2022, the previous independence bill, even though they didn't support the bill, they understood the grievances with the federal government, and they agreed. Often they agreed with the grievances, but disagreed this was the best method, or that the federal government was just not out of control enough yet. So similar to like how a firearm is a violence deterrent, a criminal won't attack because the gun is perceived as a threat. True independence talks is a good tyranny deterrent because the federal government will just let off the gas a little bit if they fear the real possibility of states breaking away. House Bill 1130 is a forward-thinking initiative that prepares New Hampshire for all eventualities, whether within or outside the Union. By examining the intricate economic, legal, and sociological aspects of asserting our state sovereign rights, this bill not only equips us with valuable insights for potential independence, but also strengthens our position with the federal government. This proactive approach ensures New Hampshire remains prepared and resilient in the face of an unpredictable future, while fostering a deeper understanding of our state's role within the federal system. Thank you for your time, and I'll take questions from the committee.
Thank you, Representative. I have one quick thing. You mentioned several times study committee. You meant study commission, I think, right? Study commission as opposed to committee.
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you for the correction.
And I know that commissions, that there are some protocols for certain ways to put commissions together. The previous measure we just heard called for a commission as well. And looking at that measure, some of the commission members, we're going to have to check with parliamentarians to see if it fits the model or the protocols for a commission. So I'm looking on your first page, 3 members of the House, et cetera. So I'm just asking, so is the makeup of your commission, is this in accordance with the protocols for commissions? Is that, have you confirmed all that?
I can't confirm that this time.
Okay, or we will. Okay, that was my question, just on the makeup and the protocols. Other questions for the prime sponsor? All right, thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
We have some pink cards here. We're going to dive right in. We're going to go through these hopefully expeditiously. As I've said before, please submit written testimony. Again, we request that you don't repeat previous information so that we can get right through this. Russell Canning from Winchester. Is Russell here? Russell, welcome again. You've asked for 1 minute, and that's wonderful. Happy to give you a minute.
Yes, you can see, this is Russell Canning from Winchester. So I was part of writing this. We do not know how those procedures are for commissions, so that'll have to be handled later. We're going to be able to do something that the Texas National Movement is not able to do right now. We're friends with them. They're trying to, our government here in New Hampshire is more open to the people. So we might be able to do something here that California and other places can't do. We will be the trailblazers, just like we were the trailblazers in the 1700s. So I think one person on this committee 2 years ago asked for a commission, and a few other people that weren't in this committee, they thought CACR 32 was too soon. So that's why we're doing it.
Thank you again. And in terms of other states, I think California might be well advised to see what we're up to here in New Hampshire from time to time. That's just me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
They won't be able to talk about it.
And also, the prime sponsor, is he still here? Yeah. So to his point about making sure that the language and the protocols and the commission members fit with whatever the protocols for a commission are, that's something that I'm sure the prime will confirm.
And these kinds of things do not have to lead to secession. Catalonia looked into it, and then it never happened. Of course, there were some abuses on the Spanish side when that happened, but it was good for them. They did a commission. They spent 8 years and a lot of money. In New Hampshire, we won't spend that much money.
A little European history there. Bonnie is still here. Bonnie, do you still wish to testify on this? Okay, Bonnie from Keene was here. Again, we've already spent a lot of time on state sovereignty, but if you have some new points for this measure, take a minute or two for sure. Go ahead.
Okay, I work for a press. I'm a member of the media, and I have interviewed hundreds of people with my husband about secession and asking them what they felt about it. And I mean, only people in New Hampshire too. Overwhelmingly, people are in favor of it, but a lot of them have questions. A lot of them say, I can see why that would be a great idea, but I have questions. And all I want to say is this would be the perfect opportunity to give them solid answers with real data instead of just explaining to them what we think is most likely true. Like Olu Axelman, who testified 2 bills ago, he has a book called Articles of Secession, and it has all kinds of explanations for many of the frequently asked questions, but a commission would give people more concrete answers. That's all.
Thank you, Bonnie. Ms. Freeman, any questions for Bonnie? Seeing none, thank you and good luck with your media career. I see you behind the camera. Matt Chouanier is still in the house. And Matt, you spoke earlier in this general subject, and you have some new points, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yep. So, and it's still the morning. So good morning, Chairman Moffat and members of the committee. Thank you so much for having me again today. Matt Sabor Dishwani. I'm the chairman of the New Hampshire Independence PAC. Excited to have our PAC endorse this legislation. Obviously, the purpose of this bill is to create a plan of action for New Hampshire as its own nation state. Few things. There's a lot going on in the country, and I wanted to illustrate a few things that why we should consider planning ahead should we need to be our own country. Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene brought up her support of the idea of national divorce during her speech when she visited the Grafton County Republican Committee's Lincoln and Reagan dinner this past fall. I know she's tweeted about that several times, but it's not just us or Texas talking about that. There's other folks around the country that are doing it as well. California has its own national party. In the Pacific Northwest, the Greater Idaho Movement seeks to relocate several counties in rural Oregon to the state of Idaho. There's even the Divide New York campaign going on. And while not currently legislatively active, our next door neighbor Vermont has its own independence advocacy group. During this current election cycle, there have been scenarios of major party candidates for president of the United States being removed from state ballots. In Texas, they had nearly 140,000 citizens sign a petition for Texas to secede. It's possible it could be on the ballot this spring. I don't know. Additionally, with no predictable end so far to immigration into the United States, the question is, could multiculturalism in America today yield multiple countries in North America tomorrow? Sir John Glubb, in his book, The Fate of Empires, oh my goodness, I'm sorry, guys. In The Fate of Empires, analyzed the current, the cultural success of 13 different states and federations over history, and concluded that the average cycle length of national greatness of an empire is about 250 years. We're approaching the anniversary with these in the United States. These are canaries in the coal mine of national divorce that has granted state leaders we should not ignore. In the beginning of the 1900s, there were 55 states worldwide. What will this century bring? Just like how you and your family have a plan for what to do when the power goes out at home, state government of New Hampshire should have its own plan on how to behave in the event of a national divorce. The questions the bill seeks to answer cover both foreign and domestic policy. This is a scenario that Hampshire should be prepared for. I would love all members of the committee to feel safe and responsible voting in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Matt, your written testimony, is that something that you have already submitted to us or you're going to submit?
It's all. It was not for this one, sir. No. It
Okay.
wasn't. Yeah.
You mentioned Vermont has a sovereign movement as well. Did I hear you say that?
Like the Vermont Independent, they got a website. Like they were active for like 5 years. They're not as active now. Yeah. They.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you. Questions for Matt? Seeing none, thank you again for your time and for your interesting testimony, which hopefully we'll get a copy for the clerk's folder. I have two more cards on this measure. Stephen Villee. Stephen, welcome. You've been here all day. You were here early, right?
I promise this will be very, very different. Good morning, or still morning, barely. Chairman Moffat, committee members. I'm Stephen Villee from Dover, and I'm the founder of the Club 75 Alliance, one of several New Hampshire groups advocating for secession. But my group is very different from the others. I want to do it legally, and that means a United States constitutional amendment to allow secession, modeled after the European Union's Article 50, which made Brexit possible. Now, the politicians in DC aren't going to like this, but they need to remember they're supposed to be representing the American people. And recent polls show that folks are starting to open their minds about secession. I want to reach out directly to the American people and ask them nicely to please be magnanimous and allow negotiated, peaceful secession, because it's the proper, decent, civilized thing to do when a clear majority of a state's residents want independence. That's what consent of the governed is all about. My second big difference from the other groups is that I'm happy to wait a few years. I actually think secession today would be premature. We probably don't have the majority in favor yet. In any case, for me, it's not about escaping a broken federal government. I don't think DC is broken. It's just trying to be all things to all people. And we need to get away from that. We need to acknowledge that different people want very different things out of government. Libertarians like me want small government, much smaller than what most Republicans and Democrats want. And we're gradually realizing our best strategy is to concentrate ourselves in New Hampshire until we're the majority here, and then push for peaceful secession. I'm the author of this book, which explains in some detail how it could work. I call it multilateral secession. That means carefully listening to all sides, especially including the loyalists, those folks already here in New Hampshire who remain loyal to DC and who would by that time be a minority. In a civilized secession, it's vitally important to make reasonable accommodations for the loyalists. And in this case, that means grandfathering them into the big government benefits they have today. My goal for secession is to make lots of libertarians very happy while maintaining excellent relations with the United States, and also making sure that nobody in New Hampshire is materially worse off due to secession. If it looks like some people would be suffering, then as part of this study commission, let's sit down, talk about it, and see if we can fix it so that secession doesn't hurt anybody. So please vote ought to pass on this bill so we can have a civil discussion about secession. Thank you, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Steve. You mentioned the term loyalists, which says a historical term. So this is a different type of loyalist than what we saw in the history books, correct?
It's parallel, though. It means people who remain loyal to the parent country.
Okay, to the existing regime, so to speak.
Yes.
If you haven't already, if you could submit or get us the name electronically, the name of your organization, the website.
I have what I just said in written form, and I'm happy to hand this in.
Yes, if the clerk could get that, and if you can electronically submit as well,
Okay.
if you haven't already.
Okay.
I would like to see the website so that we can look more into what you described. Questions for Steve Villee, Mr. Villee? Mr. Representative Levitt, I see you're making gesticulations.
Yeah, I can tell. Thank you, Chair Moffat. I can tell he's a little bit schooled on this because, this has been beat up pretty much through, our committees over the last 4 or 5, maybe more years. But, I concur with Chair Moffat. If you can grab that information so that we can have a, quote, more educated decision, that would be great. And thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you, Mr. Valet.
Okay.
Last pink card, Carla Gurecki. Ms. Gurecki spoke very eloquently earlier. A wonderful speaker, Carla is. And Carla, you've been here before, and you have some new information on sovereignty for us.
I do. Thank you, Chairman. And sorry, I'm too loud for the committee. I apologize. Thank you. I'm the same person I was when I testified earlier, Carla Garrick from Manchester. I'm also the acting president of the Foundation for New Hampshire Independence. I'm here to testify in support of HB 1130. Last year, as many of you know who still serve on the committee, we got a lot of flack. It seemed like the feedback was, hey guys, this seems premature. You know what you're doing, what's going on. So we heard that, and so we drafted this in an attempt to try and really come to the table and start to grapple with these difficult ideas, but things that have to be talked about. I think it's fair to say we don't have all the answers yet. And that's okay. We're starting a conversation, and it's worth letting our imagination soar. Let's say an independent nation, New Hampshire could be a prosperous and peaceful country along the lines of successful countries like Luxembourg, Liechtenstein, or Switzerland. We would have 4 times the population of Iceland. We'd be larger than some countries in Europe. We'd be able to work with our neighbors to trade, much like countries in the Shenzhen area in Europe already do. So that whole question about, oh, would I have to go through border control to go to Maine, to my cabin? No, probably not. It's something we could solve. For people who are concerned about Social Security, we have a lot of expats who already live in places like Mexico who do receive their Social Security checks. We could even grapple with something like a dual citizenship. You could be a citizen of the great country of New Hampshire, and you could hold dual citizenship with the United States. A study committee would give us the opportunity and create a safe space for us to explore these ideas of New Hampshire sovereignty. Maybe we could run on nuclear power. I know there are bills in front of various committees at the moment looking at, hey, could we expand our nuclear? And maybe we could export energy. Maybe we would have competing currencies and we would start to attract banks and, crypto companies and people to come invest in our great little country. Maybe we would actually become the Switzerland of North America. The only thing that is stopping us from becoming more awesome is the federal government that is literally destroying our wealth. A study committee would be a good compromise between the positions we heard this morning and just saying, hey, we're going to stick our heads in the sand and do nothing. I will ask you guys to think about any actual reform that has happened on the federal level in the last 50 years. In fact, the bill we heard on the USS Liberty, that's 56 and a half years, and these people are still trying to solve a problem. So, if we're going to wait, I don't think it's going to do us well. We already mentioned the trillions of dollars, the unsustained debt, the fact that the federal government literally does not respect us. And we're basically, New Hampshire is almost like District 12 in the Hunger Games at this stage. We're just this little outpost where they're leaving us while also claiming things like they own your body and that they can force you to inject yourself with things against your will. I say no. I say no to the federal government. I say it's time for all of us to reclaim our right of conscience and support this bill so that we can start to have the conversation, so that we don't end up in a mass rush or a panic when the time comes. Let's plan. Let's start to have the hard conversations now. Let's grapple with the real risks that everyone in this room knows we are actually facing. If we let the federal government go on, we are looking at more harm, more poverty, and more decline in our standards of living. I know everyone in this room knows we can do better. We demand better. We know there are better options, and it starts with an appetite for change. And it starts here today with all of you. You know, you have to be brave to do radical things that actually improve the lives. That is how this country was born. And I ask all of you here today to be brave, to start to actually address the issues that we know are real. I will leave you guys with the words of my great-grandmother, who was in a British concentration camp in South Africa. No one knows that during the Anglo-Boer War, the Brits had concentration camps, and they killed 25% of all Boer women and children in South Africa. My great-grandmother would say the 5 Ps. Proper preparation prevents poor performance. Let's plan, let's do it right. Let's show everyone in the world that if you sit down and have the hard conversations, we can come up with solutions that benefit all of us. Thank you.
Representative Levitt has his hand up. Ms. Garek, would you take one question?
I will.
Thank you, Chair Moffett. Well, I can tell you, you're in the right committee, because everybody in here is brave because they signed the dotted line to give their life to this great country. But I'm still undecided. I mean, we have gone through this in different variations several times. Nothing you just told me has swayed me to think that succession is succession, regardless of the different formalities that you put it through, or lack of a better word, the different explanations. I'm sorry, but I need a little bit more to, you know, I feel like I've gotten, you know, the answer I need.
Can you do that in a minute?
I can do it in the following way. I would love to have that conversation with you. If you vote for the study commission, we can have those conversations, because we're not saying with the study committee that it's a given. It's saying, hey, what are the problems? And if we agree these are the problems, what are the solutions?
The best part about not being the chair is I can hand that over to Chair Moffett.
But you know, I think at a minimum you have to recognize that the problems we're facing federally need to be addressed in some way. And so if you have a better idea than us going independent, and of course independence, and I think this is important for the committee to understand. For me, I look at independence as a spectrum, right? So secession is the farthest anchor. I'm a lawyer by training. I understand negotiation. If you want something, maybe you start there so you can start to incrementally get other things, right? So maybe we should be looking at nullification more seriously.
Okay, the clock is ticking, but Representative Levitt, you had your hand up again.
You got my vote.
Okay.
For a subcommittee.
Hey, yes, I'll take it.
Thank you. Anything else for the speaker, Ms. Garecki? Ms. Garek. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Every measure gets a full executive hearing. And in terms of South Africa, some of us do know about the Boer experience at the turn of the century. The term concentration camp came from the English experience there. You also mentioned that Luxembourg and Liechtenstein were successful countries. We don't have time to have you elaborate on that, but it's good to know that there are successful countries. All right. We are almost caught up. It's almost noon, but we're going to plunge ahead, and Representative Porcelli is here. And I see a hand up. Yes, sir.
Can I speak on the proceeding bill?
I've already closed that. You're welcome. Please send your sentiments electronically, and we will all see that. I've already opened a new hearing. I'm sorry. Representative Porcelli or Porcelli, you can.
Thank you.
All right, we are switching gears. We're talking about special education. Thank you, Chairman Moffett and committee members. I am Representative Susan Porcelli, Rockingham District 19 from Hampton Falls and Kensington. House Current Resolution 10 asks our New Hampshire federal delegation to increase federal funding for special education services to help reduce our property taxes for our New Hampshire residents and provide for the increasing needs of students with disabilities. For a context, in 1975, Congress passed a comprehensive law and for improving the outcomes of children and their families with disabilities. In 1990, the law was reauthorized and changed to the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA. Currently, the IDEA federal laws include services that must be provided to children with disabilities in elementary and secondary schools. You may be familiar with some of these provisions, such as the Individual Education Programs, or IEPs, free appropriate public education requirements, least restrictive environment, also known as mainstreaming, and comprehensive assessment and evaluation processes. These federal mandates are very expensive to administer, and the IDEA legislation originally proposed only had funding at 40%. However, Congress has appropriated only a fraction of the promised funding since the bill was reauthorized in 1990, and this resulted in an unfunded mandate that shifts costs for educating students with special needs to our states and local school districts. For example, in 2020, the full 40%, and again, it's only a fraction of the overall total special need cost, the full 40% represented about $144 million in New Hampshire. Only $52 million was appropriated as a result of the IDEA legislation, and that left a funding gap of $92 million just for the coverage from the IDEA legislation. These totals have only increased dramatically over the past several years due to the increased demand for services because of some of the post-COVID issues and the staggering mental health crisis. Full federal funding of the IDEA legislation must become a priority. And remember, this IDEA legislation only covers a subset of the total cost of special education needs. Currently, the U.S. House and U.S. Senate have both proposed bills to provide the full 40% of the federal funding for the IDEA Act. And these bills are co-sponsored by our federal delegation, and we're very thankful for that. However, the problem with these bills is that there is a 10-year implementation timeline to implement only the partial funding. Children and taxpayers cannot wait 10 years for relief. The bulk of the cost of special education services is downshifted onto local property taxpayers. Many school districts must make difficult decisions regarding hiring professionals, providers, or eliminating general education programs. 26 New Hampshire public school districts spend over 25% of their total school budget on special education costs. This includes provisions that are not covered by the IDEA legislation, such as instruction, related services, administration, legal, and transportation. So far, I have followed the chain of command to raise the issue by speaking with local SAU business administrators, the New Hampshire State Director of Special Education, Becky Fredette, the New Hampshire Education Commissioner, Frank Edelblue, and staff from both of our senators and both of our U.S. House representatives, in addition to Granite State Taxpayers Association. They all agree that federal funding is a top priority for New Hampshire children, educators, and taxpayers. Where does that leave us today? The purpose of this House concurrent resolution is to seek bipartisan support to help communicate a unified message in support of our federal delegation to fully fund at 100% without the 10-year timeline, the IDEA 2.0 Act. In addition, as a bipartisan tool, this resolution will aid our federal delegation to procure funding from the $80 billion budget of the U.S. Department of Education to come back to New Hampshire special education while these federal bills are debated, and as we know, there is no guarantee of passage. Therefore, I respectfully ask for unanimous, bipartisan support of this HCR and recommend ought to pass to send a strong and unified message so this bill can be moved to the consent calendar. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Representative. Questions for the prime sponsor? Representative Levitt.
Thank you, Chair Moffett. How much is currently funded by the federal government? How much of it is currently funded right now?
By the
80%?
government?
Correct.
No, it's a very small portion. Right now, that's maybe 18% between the federal and state government
And you're looking for 100?
of the IDEA funding.
So that's 82% increase.
Well, this is what was originally
Estimate.
requested. Yes.
And you want that all federal, no state involved, right?
Well, this is the legislation that we're currently under. This is the mandate that we're currently under from this
Right.
legislation. So we're looking to eliminate the unfunded mandate.
Okay, so and of course that's going to have to be funded somehow as a taxpayer. I mean, through the government. I mean, where
From the $80 billion current budget from the U.S. Department of Education.
so you want to take it out of there? And
Yes,
what's the current
no,
budget
this is
there?
definitely not to
And-
increase our debt or deficit.
Okay, and that-
But to allocate, right,
Yeah,
from
yeah, and-
our current expenditure from the U.S. Department of Education is the ask.
No, I understand that. So where are we at now on the 80 billion? Are we above, behind? Are we asking for more in the
80
next term?
billion?
Yeah, is that being used now, or do we have like
Yeah, that
6
is
billion
the-
and
well, that's
saved
the-
in a?
That's the federal U.S. Department.
I know, I understand
Yes,
that. Do you understand?
yes. I believe fully that working with our delegation, we could definitely find the funding within that 80 billion to evaluate where funds can be moved into special
So
education.
Representative Piedmont is talking in my ear, so I'm going to let him take over if that's okay with you, Chair Moffett.
Representative Pimani, go ahead. Follow up, Representative. Go ahead. All right. Yes, Representative Filio.
Thank you for taking my question. Would passing this bill allow communities to reduce the reliance on local property taxes and potentially reduce those local property taxes?
That is one of the outcomes that should be a result of passing the IDEAS Act fully funded without the 10-year implementation. Yes, it should have a direct impact on property taxes.
Other questions for the prime sponsor? Representative, yes. Representative Siebert.
Yeah. Does this legislation involve any change to the per pupil amount that is currently in place due to the current adequacy formula?
This particular HCR only asks our federal delegation to fund what is currently mandated. So the discussion about education funding in the state of New Hampshire, you may have heard recently that our speaker has formed a commission or a study committee to look at all of the different funding requirements. So this is just to eliminate the unfunded mandate of the current legislation. So no changes. This is where we are currently.
Thank you.
Other questions for the prime sponsor? Representative Carey, former school board member.
Yes, for 18 years I was a school board member, and our special ed payments are about 16%, not even 18%. And I do know our Department of Education here in New Hampshire is 100% funded by federal funds. So I'm wondering if after, and it has been decades, that we have not ever seen that 40% from the federal government.
Correct.
There is something different that will be done to move the needle.
Is there passing this, hopefully having our federal delegation change the parameters to pass the new IDEA 2.0 bill, which would provide 100% of the funding over, not a 10-year timeline, but as soon as the bill is passed, will have a direct impact on every school district and property tax owner in New Hampshire. As you know, these costs have absolutely escalated. Just from 2020 to 2023, the costs have almost doubled. And just because there may be less, these costs are very hard to anticipate. Families move in and out of the district, so this portion of a school budget is very hard to be predictive. And just because maybe there are less children requiring special needs services, that absolutely does not mean that the overall budget would go down. So these funds are absolutely critical to many of our communities.
Other questions for the prime sponsor? Seeing no hands, thank you, Representative Porcelli. I've also been on the school board, and I very much relate to the special ed dynamic. Okay, I have four pink cards here. 3 of them are from state reps. 2 of the state representatives only asked for 2 minutes. And of course, the fact that we're past noon, we're almost caught up. So I look forward, I'm going to go to Representative Dry, who would ask for 2 minutes. Welcome, Representative Dry. Margaret Dry from Plainfield. Great to see you. I know you know a lot about education, and welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee. I am Margaret Dry, representative from Sullivan District 7, which is Plainfield, Cornish, Newport, Unity, and Charlestown, and I'm a co-sponsor of this bill. On the Education Committee, we hear from everybody. Teachers, students, parents, administrators, Department of Ed, taxpayers. And whenever I can, I ask the question, how much of the 40% reimbursement for special ed that you're supposed to get does your school district get? And I always get the same reaction. They roll their eyes, they give a nervous giggle, and they say, not much. And I would say probably 17 is about the number that I usually get. But think of all the hoops that special ed requirements require. Teachers, paraeducators, equipment, paperwork, regulations, and more. Why do we go through all the trouble of jumping through all these hoops if we're only going to get half of the money that we were promised or entitled to? I guess maybe because a little bit is better than nothing, but I have to ask, everywhere else in life, if 2 parties are in a contract and one party reneges on their part of the contract, then the contract is null and void and the requirements aren't required anymore. Yet we continue to do our part and comply with special ed regulations. So yesterday was the first day of a special subcommittee on education funding. And one of the bills we're looking at is one that would raise the adequacy part of special ed from $2,100 per student to $27,000 per student. If we are even going to think about doing something like that, we better make sure that all the holes in our equation for funding are plugged. And our federal reimbursement for special ed is one of these holes. And that's why I'm supporting this bill. Our federal delegation is precisely the first place to start when we're dealing with federal dollars. And so I hope you will join me in supporting this resolution. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Dry. Questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. The $27,000 figure is an attention getter.
Thank you. Have a good lunch.
Representative Nelson from Derry is here with us. Thank you for coming in, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the committee for hearing my testimony. Those were two great hard acts to follow, and I'm going to keep it brief as I know that your stomachs are probably growling. You had a long morning. I am Jody Nelson representing Rockingham 13 Derry. In Derry, consistently over several years of research that I've done, special ed funding has been and is presently approximately 20% of our total school budget. The Derry School Board has proposed $103.4 million budget for next year. And of course, as all of you know, 25% of that is obviously a very significant amount. Fulfilling promises made by the federal government regarding special education funding would be a much needed relief to our property taxpayers in Derry. Thank you for your time.
Are there any questions for Representative Nelson? Sina, thank you so much
Thank
for coming in. Okay, our last two cards, Eric Power and Diane Power, Representative Diane Power. How about can we invite you both to come up as we finish, and you can sit in tandem, or Representative's going to go first? Okay. Well, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. So as a co-sponsor, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today and to deliver my testimony in support of HCR 10. For the record, I am Representative Diane Power. I represent the towns of Brookline, Mason, and Greenville in Hillsborough County, District 36. Today, by way of example, I'd like to simply offer you a snapshot of special education in my House district in an effort to illustrate why HCR 10 is needed. And there's a handout associated with what I'm going to speak to. So referring to my handout in the middle of that, I have a chart. So in my House district, there are 3 towns and there are 4 school districts in those 3 towns. So as you can see from the chart, Brookline, that's the town that I'm from, there's 2 school districts. And then the other 2 remaining towns that I represent, they have 1 school district each. So following along in the chart, the percentage of students out of the total student population that are identified and receive special education services, it ranges anywhere from in the Brookline K through 6 school district, approximately 21% of the total student population. And on the low end in Mason, it's almost 12% of the total student population. So these figures represent, if you look at the last column, a change in the percentage of students receiving special education services for from fiscal year 20. It's an increase of about 30% in the Brookline K through 6 school district. And you can also see for the Messinic Regional, which is the town of Greenville, that's a similar increase. And so looking at the fiscal year 25 special education costs, you see that for these school districts, that budget is running anywhere from almost $6 million on the high end to $646 on the low end. And for the fiscal year 25, the state is contributing to the special aid cost. You can see the figures there. And from the state, in additional, a school district can apply for catastrophic aid, and that's represented in that middle column. So with regards to the federal aid that we are expected to get in these 4 different school districts, as you can see, compared to that first, the fiscal year 25 sped costs and the estimated federal aid, it ranges anywhere from, in the Hollis Brookline Co-op, $821,000 to $93,000 for Mason. So what this means is that the amount of special education services that need to be funded at the local level for the towns or the school districts that I represent locally, the funding that needs to be raised and appropriated, as you can see, Brookline, 74%, Hollis Brookline Co-op, 75%, Mason, 81%, and the Messinic Regional, which is Greenville, 70%. So it's clear by looking at the data in this chart that state and federal special ed aid covers only a fraction of the total special ed costs. And this burden affects both special ed students as well as regular education students. And this is unsustainable for the taxpayers. In the 3 years since fiscal year 2020, 3 of the 4 school districts in Hillsborough 36, as I mentioned, have experienced increases in the number of students identified and receiving special ed. And the other point that I would like to make, in my town, Brookline, the Brookline Planning Board recently conducted a survey, Brookline Community Survey, in the fall of 2023, in order to inform that board regarding the master plan moving forward. And in that survey that was conducted both online and in-person submissions, they asked the residents to select their top 3 concerns with regards to the town. 70% of the respondents listed local town taxes as their top concern, as you can see by the bar graph there. And 41% of respondents said that they're concerned about the decline in the quality of our schools. And what this means is that with regards to the increasing, property taxes, taxpayers are concerned about their ability to stay in Brookline and to be able to afford that. And then also with increasing school budgets, it's having a negative impact on the quality of the education that we're able to deliver to all students. So in conclusion, HCR 10 sends an important message to the United States Congress, the President, and our New Hampshire congressional delegation that New Hampshire is in urgent need of the promised federal share of special ed funding as soon as possible. Therefore, I urge this committee to vote ought to pass on HCR 10 in support of both Granite State taxpayers and to our students receiving both special ed and our regular students. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Representative. And thank you. It's always helpful to get metrics and numbers and graphs like you've put together here. Thank you for that. Questions, Representative Levitt.
Thank you, Chair Moffett. And I promise I won't get into a debate with the representative because we do debate. But I'm voting a yes on this. I think it's great. I truly think that special ed is probably going to increase exponentially. Did I say that correct?
Exponentially.
Yeah. And with with society today, it is the stress that are put upon these state and local governments for funding is huge. So if we can get this taken care of, a majority of it really quick through the federal government, I think that would be awesome.
Representative Siebert.
Would you support us looking into taking money from the current voucher bill, which is growing exponentially, and moving it to help fund this at the state level?
Thank you for the question, Representative. So this, to me, that's not germane to the scope of this bill. This HCR simply sends a message to the federal government that they need to support this special ed funding that's essentially a partially unfunded mandate. The answer to your question would that has to do with other legislation, and I don't see it pertaining to this bill.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Carey.
Do you see, with the increase in your own community in the special ed population, an opportunity missed by the federal government to provide supplemental funding due to children who are essentially victims of the opioid crisis? In other words, they were born to parents who have addictions that then have caused their special ed situations.
Thank you for the question, Representative. I'm a state rep, and I focus on state legislation, so I'm not elected to federal office. Therefore, I would have no comment at this time.
Other questions? Seeing none, that brings us to Mr. Eric Power, the final pink card of the morning. Mr. Power, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Eric Power. I live in Brookline, and I'm going to speak in support of HCR 10. And I have a handout that's coming around. As we talked about today, special education is a mostly unfunded mandate by the federal and the state government, and it's negatively impacting both special education and regular education. You heard about that from the previous speaker. One of the big problems is that we have a conflict because we're getting this federal mandate for Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, and not getting it fully funded. And we have our New Hampshire Constitution, Part 1, Article 2A, which prohibits state unfunded mandates. We got a federal unfunded mandate, but the state's also contributing to making us do this as well. The federal government, as you heard, is supposed to fund about 40% of special education costs, but they only fund it about 14%. So they're only meeting about 1/3 of what they promised. And local taxpayers have to pick up much of the cost. It creates a challenge for school boards and budget committees to provide a proper education to their students. And just as a bit of a background, I served on the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School Board for a term for 3 years. So I have firsthand experience with this problem. And I also serve on currently a member of the Brookline Planning Board, where we're seeing the problems with the growth and, the housing. And one of the major problems is education growth expenses, and part of that is being driven by special education. So I've seen this up front. The number of public education students is growing, and it's growing at an alarming rate over the past 3 years. If you look statewide, we've had an increase about 15.7% of more students have been identified as students with disabilities and are receiving special education services. The graph I have here kind of shows sort of a histogram of where, breaking it down by 5 percentiles, where the increases are occurring. And you can see in the red that we're seeing a lot more. The red is the increases, and you see, we had 26 that have seen a 15 to 20% increase. So we've had quite a bit of demand, while the federal government is continuing not to carry the fair share that they promised us. It's a big challenge. People have hypotheses about the cause of this. Some people blame it to the opioid problems that we've had. Some blame it on the remote learning and the pandemic response. They probably are all contributors to this problem. But the point is that we're getting higher and higher demands for special education, and we're not getting the assistance from the federal government that was promised. I was at our deliberative session, or our budget hearing earlier this week, and we're going through the default budget, and it was very disconcerting that everything that was special ed, it was over 27% of our budget, we couldn't touch. We just automatically have to pay for it. No local control. It's just, that's the bill and you have to pay it. Look at the other parts of the bill. So we're forced to look at the regular education parts if any cuts are needed. The local school districts urgently need the federal government to meet their special education commitment to support our SPED students and our taxpayers in New Hampshire. So I please ask that you recommend OTP on HCR 10, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Power. As I alluded to earlier, as a former school board member, like Representative Carey and others, this is something that's been out there a long time, and it can only help to shine a light on it. Questions for Mr. Power? Representative Carey.
Are you aware of how many out-of-district placements, or they're called $100,000 placements, your school district is now having to engage in?
I did ask that question, and they were hesitant to do it, but I know it was a small number. They wouldn't give me a specific number, but my estimate would be less than 5. But those are challenging, and you do get some state aid for that. You get the catastrophic aid, but it doesn't kick in until, if you didn't see, the last 2 days ago, they released the numbers for the cost per pupil that they're going to use for all the formulas. I think it was about 20,300. So your catastrophic aid at the 10X level would not kick in until the district has already coughed up about $200,000. But in some of that, from above $70,000, you'll be paying about only 20%. So 0 to 70, you pay the full amount. Then 70 to 200, you pay 20%, and above that, the state pays the rest. But that gap is the problem. If you're not aware, it's about $28,000 extra statewide that special education costs school districts. So if you're talking about 20,000, then you got 28,000. So a special ed student is costing a total burden of about $48,000 a year, and that's not a small amount. And that's why the problem is so large.
Representative Siebert.
I just have one question. Thank you for taking my question. Are there any other identified states that have had this same issue and have used this as a solution?
I'm not aware if they have the same solution, but the problem is nationwide, is my understanding. So we're not alone. It's just there has to be the will at the federal government to put the money behind the mandate, and that's the problem here. Okay. So that in New Hampshire, we're not getting any more or less percentage-wise. We're still one of the problems, but we should tell our delegation, they're the ones that are a voice up in Washington to get that money out of that $80 billion, get it to fund the special ed properly. There's certainly some waste there, in my opinion, that could be tapped into.
Agree with that. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Power. And seeing no other pink cards and things have thinned out, I will end that hearing. Now, at this time, we're almost caught up. I know we're well into the noontime hour. We have one more measure this morning. There is one pink card. There's one sponsor, and that is me. I'm going to, and before I hand the gavel over to the Vice Chair Rollins, I want to thank you all for being here, and it's been quite a morning, and we've gotten through it. I think the afternoon will be different, and we'll go right through the afternoon. I think you never know. We will start at 1 o'clock on time, or I will. I know once we finish this last item, if some of you need more time and can't get back for 1 o'clock, I completely understand. I will start the afternoon hearings at 1, and if like I said, if you need extra time, that's fine, of course. Okay, I'm going to turn my mic off.
Okay, I'd like to open up the hearing on HR 20. We have a prime sponsor, Representative Mike Moffett, and I'd like to hear your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. HR 20 is a resolution on Taiwan. And to just quickly go through this, for the record, I'm Representative Mike Moffett, representing Merrimack District 4, lovely towns of Canterbury and Loudoun. This resolution simply affirms the long-standing friendship and mutually beneficial relationship between the United States, including New Hampshire, one of the states, and the Republic of China, or Taiwan. New Hampshire does about $250 million worth of business with Taiwan, and companies like Timberland depend on continuing in positive trade environment. And this already positive relationship can be further enhanced with license reciprocity, which is in the resolution, and more people-to-people exchanges, like for those who want to learn Mandarin, for example. Full disclosure, I was part of a New England legislative delegation invited to Taiwan in October. That visit included numerous briefings and tours, and I was greatly impressed by the freedom and the economic vitality I saw firsthand in Taiwan. Taiwan has evolved from the autocratic state it was over 40 years ago. One of the sessions we had in Taiwan was at a prison where they used to torture people, which was an eye-opener. It was an autocratic state. It's not a democracy over 40 years ago. But it is now a vibrant democracy today. In fact, the country is hosting free elections tomorrow, which the world is watching, and some of you understand why. So our relationship with Taiwan is complicated by the fact that we discouraged or discontinued full diplomatic relations with the ROC, the Republic of China, with Taiwan in 1979 when we recognized the PRC, the Communist People's Republic of China. So American policy since then is to have an embassy in Beijing, not Taipei, although we have trade relations and liaison activities. We don't formally recognize Taiwan, so it's tricky. But our American policy has been to oppose any violent military action or invasion of Taiwan by the PRC. In fact, President Biden more than once has said, the commander-in-chief has said that he would fight for Taiwan, whether you agree with that or not. That is the stated policy of the commander-in-chief, so it is a little bit tricky. Many of us hope that eventually the PRC and the ROC can resolve their differences and possibly unite peacefully, like happened in Germany after the fall of European communism. But such unification does not appear imminent as long as the PRC, the People's Republic of China, remains a communist dictatorship. Communist China has shown its true colors, its red colors, time and again as it's emerged as a prominent geopolitical threat to the region, to our country, to our allies, to the cause of freedom. So the PRC, People's Republic of China, needs to know that the forces of freedom will stand firm until such time as the PRC evolves into a more pluralistic entity. And I'm saying this to the group in here, not a large group, but we know that my words are being heard, will be heard in a lot of places, and they matter. And what we do know is that European communism collapsed suddenly and unexpectedly after 1989. And we never expected that, never saw that coming, never dreamed. Actually, those of us who are old enough to remember the 1980s never dreamed, I didn't, that suddenly communism would collapse. And then suddenly it did in Europe. So you never know what could happen. Supposedly when the PRC absorbed Hong Kong in 1997, Beijing was going to respect the free traditions that marked Hong Kong's experience as a British Crown colony. Unfortunately, the communists reneged on their agreements, and now Hong Kong does not have what they were supposed to have, which was a measure of autonomy, a measure of freedom. So for now, Taiwan needs and deserves support as it seeks to maintain its island of freedom. And this resolution affirms our support for that democracy. If this resolution moves forward, will anyone care or notice? Yes. Again, I have no doubt this will be online that the folks in the PRC will be acutely aware of my testimony. And if this does move forward in the full House, will it matter? I think so. Those of us who visited Taiwan and care about that nation not being taken over or ruined, support this. So I hope that when this does get to executive session, that my honorable committee colleagues will give this resolution their fullest consideration. And I'd be happy to take questions if there are any.
Do we have any questions?
Thank you to the chair and to the chair. Just one question for you. In our effort to improve relations around the world and to expand our trade horizons and our peace agreements, can you envision with China being so hostile about the independence of Taiwan? Can you envision that the more that we conduct relations with Taiwan, that eventually, if they were to gain independence completely from China, that they would call for armed conflict?
That's a good question. Thank you, Representative Finney, for the question. Tomorrow is an election in Taiwan, and having been there, I'm tuned in a little bit to the dynamics. And the current ruling party is much more independent-minded than the previous party, the Kuomintang, who used to rule. So if the present ruling party wins the election tomorrow, there is a movement there that wants to no longer claim that they're a province of Greater China, that they would be an independent nation. And are there folks who want that? Yes, there are over there. Is that the best way to go? I don't know. I think, to your point, that the people who want full autonomy know that the People's Republic of China said that would be cause for war. They're already threatening war. So I don't know if we'll know more after the election tomorrow. But yes, I think there are people that are ready for conflict, and I think most of us don't want to see that. One other point I need to make about Taiwan, if you're not aware of this, but Taiwan is like the place. They're very smart about the advanced semiconductors that everything depends on. They manufacture like 75% of the entire world's supply of advanced semiconductors. If Taiwan went to war, all of a sudden our computers, microwaves, anything that needs advanced semiconductors would be in jeopardy, big time. So in a way, that's they call it a silicon shield for Taiwan. The fact that they manufacture these semiconductors that are crucial. Even Red China needs these semiconductors. So anyway, that's another piece of it. But thank you for that question. I hope I touched on it somewhat.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Moffett, for taking my question. I was in Hong Kong shortly before the Chinese took over there, and I was talking with you brought this up, so I'll just give you a brief story. I was talking with one of the local businessmen there, and I asked him how he felt and if he thought this was possible. He says it was like a light switch. You flick the switch, and the Chinese will take over tomorrow. You've got a same situation in Taiwan, which I also went to, and the most valuable part, again, is that those semiconductors that are there. Do you think that this is? I think I would support your motion, your bill here, but do you think this is a little too late? And the process is already starting for them to take over Taiwan?
Thank you for your question. The mainland Chinese have had war plans forever. And those of you who've been in the military know that there's all kinds of plans that are in place that oftentimes will never be used. And I've seen some of the defense plans in the war. If the Red Chinese were to attack, this has been war game to death. But one point I do want to make is that unlike Hong Kong, Taiwan has a very big anti-tank ditch around it, kind of like England had during World War II. And so the logistics and the challenges of crossing 100 miles of ocean water is really problematical. So I, having been there and studied this a little bit, I think that the Taiwanese have a defense plan in place. They've got some sophisticated air defenses and they have some advanced fighters. So if Red China did invade, it would be very ugly. So I think it's it's much harder because of the ocean than it was for Hong Kong. And I think the more time that goes by, the harder it's going to be for demographic reasons, for economic reasons, for the communist Chinese to invade. But I know they have plans, and we watch and wait. And again, tomorrow is the election, and we'll know a lot more after tomorrow.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you,
Representative.
Vice Chair Rollins. I wasn't going to let you get off the hook. Follow up to Representative Piedmont. We're doing this on the state level. Would you agree that this would be very well taken up in Congress if this is something we can get done?
Thank you for the question. Do I think this is something that could be also taken up in Congress in addition to here in Concord? Yes, and I know that Congress for decades has paid close attention to Taiwan, and like the delegation that I was part of, I was in a legislative delegation. There are congressional delegations that are constantly going there. Speaker Pelosi famously made a stop in Taiwan that got even more attention than my trip got. And that makes a statement that when we visit, that we are committed, that we care. And should something happen concurrently in D.C., I think so. So yes, I think it is in different ways. Just the fact that we have all these trade agreements from Washington, and also from the state levels, to include, as I mentioned, New Hampshire, bilateral with New Hampshire. Thank you for the question, and thank you for. I didn't expect any questions at lunchtime, so I'm impressed. Thank you for that question.
Do we have any other further questions? Seeing no other further questions. Oh, you're
I'm
right
so
in the
sorry.
sun over there, so I can't even really see you.
How was the food? How was the food there? Seriously.
Question was, how was the food? There was fantastic. I'm a terrible food critic because I've never been to a restaurant that I did not like, but I thought the food was great. Thank you for the question. And by the way, the people were wonderful. It's a place where they love Americans, and that was refreshing. Streets were clean, didn't see gang violence or graffiti. Beautiful. And plus, it was warm, which was nice for those of us who like warmth. Thank you for the question.
Any further questions? Seeing no more further questions, Representative Moffett, thank you so much. Excellent job. I now close the hearing on HR 20.
Thank you.
One quick reminder, as the representative said, we'll go starting back up at 1 o'clock. If you take longer, that's fine. We want to stick to the schedule, so do what you got to do, and we'll see you when you get back.
Right, folks, as I said earlier, this being Veterans Committee, we will start on time. I excused some of the other members. We ran our secession measure this morning, had a lot of people that we wanted to honor their presence and let them speak, so we were a little behind. But we're caught up. It's 1,300 hours, and this is all on YouTube. And the members will be filtering back in momentarily, but I do want to start on time, and I want to go to the sponsor. Representative Horgan is here. Welcome, Representative Horgan. And we are now going to HB 1179. This is relative to the state park system fees for retired members of the armed forces. Representative Horgan is the prime sponsor. Welcome, and so tell us about your measure.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for allowing me to introduce this bill. HB 1179 has one purpose, and that is to grant complimentary access to retired military. The numbers here provided come from Massachusetts and New Hampshire. We use that because Division of Parks assumes that the majority of the visitors to the parks use system is from those two states. The numbers that we used, they averaged that the active duty visits were running about 3,300 a year. So we used that number to do our calculations. And we come up with roughly 15,816 potential retirees at a cost of, I'm sorry, that was $15,816 out of 23,259 retirees. So if you look at the fiscal note that was provided, it says 361,000. And I believe that number includes disabled veterans and other categories of veterans that are already being granted free access to day use parks. Our number, that 16,000 or 15,000, deals strictly with the number of retired military members we want to add to the complimentary access to day use parks. Not a complicated bill. The numbers are not very big, and we're looking at $15,000 as opposed to $361,000.
Okay. And are you ready for a question?
I am.
Okay. I'm looking at the wording, and it's a very short measure, but I see that the original from this RSA 216-A:3-G, section paragraph 1, section B. That's the line that has been eliminated. I think I understand why, but is now this would apply to any retired member of the armed forces as defined in federal regulations. So by adding that, I assume that makes section B that's been lined out, makes that section unnecessary. Is that fair to say?
Okay, I'm not looking at the same item that you are, but the numbers we're dealing with is of retirees is 23,259 total. Using 3,300 as the number of visits, we come up with a cost of $15,816, and we are talking specifically of retired military members of the armed forces that qualify, legally and honorably discharged, that are not in any other category, and regardless of rank or service. That makes sense?
Yeah, I'm trying to process this, and I know there'll be other people who will speak to it.
Yeah, I got Mr. Power coming up behind me, and he's pretty well versed in this stuff. He's got the more attractive
Sure.
handout you got on the desk.
Yeah, and maybe they can speak to that line and also to the change in revenue funds that's on the fiscal note. Okay, other questions for the prime sponsor, for Representative Horgan? Representative Rollins.
Yeah, you say. Sorry. Got it? You're saying retired, that's 20 years plus service.
Well, there was a time when you could get out for good behavior. 1906, if you re-enlisted early, you accumulated some time, but they have to be officially retired, and typically that's 20 plus.
Okay, thank you. Is that all? Follow-up question.
Sure.
So that does not include someone who has served 4, 6, 10 years in the service and they get out of the service. That does not include them?
They're just
Okay.
they're just a veteran unless they're disabled or over 65 and they're
Okay.
qualified by other means.
All right, very good. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Other questions for the prime sponsor? Okay, thank you, Representative Horgan. Representative McGo from Merrimack, welcome.
Good Friday afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hopefully your day has gone smoothly. So I'm here as a co-sponsor, proud co-sponsor of this to support our veterans and correct an unintentional carve-out that we have in existing law. So I think you're all familiar. If you're an active duty member of the armed forces, you get complimentary admission. If you're over 65, you get complimentary admission. But if you're under 65 and happen to be one of those 1 in 6, roughly, armed forces members who are actually retired status, you don't get a free pass to our beautiful places in New Hampshire, the state parks. So it's a bit of a small carve out that I'm sure is there unintentionally, and this bill corrects that. It'll cost us, actually, my written testimony says it's about 1/6 of the fiscal note because they used numbers that included all visitors from Mass and New Hampshire. And so $360,000, I think, was the estimated cost. And the number of those that are estimated to be actually retired status is about 1 in 6. I've since been corrected. It's actually less than that. So really $15,000, $20,000 is what we're talking about to allow some of our most valued members of the armed services, those that have served 20 years and achieved retired status, but who are still under 65. This will give them admission to enjoy those places, the very places that many of them fought to defend. So I think it's a fitting thing to do for our veterans, since they often gave great sacrifice for purposes of keeping those lands free and our land free. So,
Thank you, Representative. If I may ask, you've already addressed this. So the $360,000 figure was a little bit of a attention getter, but you've explained that that's really not accurate. You say it's really
Correct.
more like 1/6 of that, given the way it's figured?
even less. So I did rough math, figuring that about I had learned that approximately 1 in 6 members actually achieve retired status. So I just did quick math divided by 6. I'm told it's actually even less than that, and that the LBA will have a look at it, and of course, finance will consider very carefully dollar for dollar. But it's considerably less, and I think we've already known, but didn't have time to have the fiscal note revised in terms of the timing of introduction and whatnot. But I'm sure Chairman Weiler will have and his division chairman will have a close look at the actual number, which I believe to be around $15,000-$20,000.
Thank you so much for that, because it's significant to learn that the fiscal note overstated the impact by over 80%. That's pretty significant.
Honestly, it was an attention grabber for me as a co-sponsor when I saw it, because of course you generally agree to co-sponsor before you see the fiscal notes. So many times those come in well after you signed off on the bill.
Yep.
Such
I
was
know.
the case here. So it was a bit of a attention grabber for me. And I did make a couple phone calls and said, wait a minute, what about this 1 in 6? I thought there weren't that many retirees that this actually affected. And so I checked with my contacts at MOA and SFAC and I'm pretty sure on the numbers. And I actually know there's at least another rep and another interested party behind me who will probably break that down in great detail.
Well, thank you for that. Any other questions for Representative Begal? Yes, Representative Rollins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question for my constituents. What will they have to show for ID in order to get into these state parks?
That's a good question. I'm sure a DD 214 would do it, but I'm not really sure what else. I know there's another military ID, but not having had the privilege of serving myself, I think you just the military ID, and I bet Representative Mannion can tell me, and certainly Colonel Moffett could tell me as well.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you, Representative. Paul Lloyd is here. I just saw him. There he is. He's in the House representing the VFW. Actually, he's the chair of SVAC, State Veterans Advisory Committee, also a VFW member. Welcome, Mr. Lloyd.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Paul Lloyd. I'm the chairman of the State Veterans Advisory Committee. I'm here today to give our position on this bill. This SVAC is supporting of this, in support of this. While we don't always want to make it appear that we're only after money when we come up to testify, we think this position helps our retiree families and makes New Hampshire a place that people want to visit and retire to. Thank you.
Excellent, succinct testimony, Mr. Lloyd. Questions for the SVAC chair? Seeing none, I thank you for coming in. I have a pink card here from, is it Brian Wilson? Is that Brian?
Looks like Brian. Beach Boys music? Or?
You've never heard that before, have you, Mr. Wilson?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I'm Brian Wilson. I'm the Division Director of Parks and Recreation, overseeing the New Hampshire State Park System. Apologies for coming in a little late. There was something up the hill that gave us a little reroute on our way down here just a minute ago. We're happy to provide some testimony on this bill here this afternoon. I'm not gonna read verbatim into the record here everything that's in here, but the general nature of what we're providing is informational purposes, laying out the intent of the structure of the state park system in its self-funding model, in essence. So folks are familiar with our whole entire operation is funded through the revenue that we receive through admission, through the visitors who come to our parks, whether to visit day use or to go camping, or through concessions and other ancillary revenue streams. So we're very cognizant of taking a hard look through our fee package about the both our rate structure and trying to maintain as an accessible park system for both residents and visitors alike, to be able to have as low cost entry as we can, but also to support the cost of our operation to be able to maintain that park system and improve on the park system. Really, the testimony that's here today is just informational with respect to providing some examples of the statutory language that speaks to that. While we're not it's not set up to be entirely self-funded. That is the reality of it. So anytime there's an opportunity to look at expanding our complimentary visitation for other user groups, we want to make sure that we're just kind of taking a close look at that and understand the impact. A couple of the things that I heard as I came into the room here were one was in respect to the fiscal note. Our numbers there were based on a methodology of the maximum financial impact that could be imposed here. I would agree with some of the prior testimony there that the reality of that would be a much less impact than the absolute maximum that we put our methodology in the fiscal note on. So I think that's a valid point to bring up. The other question, thank you, Rep. Rollins, for asking. We could certainly use some clarity on what would be an acceptable form of documentation for entrance into the park if this were to move forward. One of the most challenging things that we face, and I've been there many times, is actually sitting and serving in one of our park entrance booths, and the variety of things that come at our staff for that in terms of we're just coming in from the car that was in front of us, or we have this pass or this different form of identification. If it's not clear or concise, it often results in either an uncomfortable interaction, us not having the ability to collect where we might have been otherwise, or turning people around and an impact on the visitor experience, or just kind of backing up the line to get into parks on a busy day as well too. So if there is something, documentation or something that's specific to retired military that could be added to the language, that would absolutely be very helpful for us as well too.
Thank you for that. Questions for Mr. Wilson? Representative Levitt.
So it says here that I'm sorry. Thank you, Chair Moffett, for taking my question. Thank you. So this is just for retirees, veterans. I mean, I'm a vet. I show my card. They let me in. It's just retirees don't get access to these.
Our current fee package includes active military, and disabled veterans.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Right. So this would add. And I'm
Retired.
sorry, I'm jumping in here, but it would add
Retired, yes.
and just veterans or disabled veterans. I know disabled are already get in. I understand that, but that's just for the retired. Do not at this time.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for answering that.
That's correct. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Brian Wilson.
Thank you.
Okay, for 1179, that's the last pink card that I have. Is there anyone else who, Mr. Power? For 1179. Okay, Eric, please come up. That's in a different stack. So recognizing again Mr. Eric Power. Welcome back.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Eric Power. I'm from the town of Brookline, and I also served in the Air Force for 30 years, from 1988 till 2018. 28 of those years in the Air National Guard and 2 years in the Air Force Reserve. So I wanted to just go through a little bit of the calculation. You had some perspective here from some of the other testimony, but I'm going to talk through this paper here that has the pie chart. So if you look at New Hampshire veterans today, you see that only about 9,500 of the veterans are actually retirees. Active members under New Hampshire law, active members that are 4 years of service and continuing to serve are considered veterans as well. That's about 3,800 or 3,900. And then you have about 85,000 that are veterans that are not active nor retired. And then down in the left, I show that we have about 1,600 members that are active members of the military. They haven't reached 4 years of service yet, so they aren't quite veterans. But just to keep in mind that RSA 2150 describes, and I have it listed here, about who is a veteran in New Hampshire. Currently, active service members, regardless of years of service, get admission to the state parks, the day use admission for free, as do disabled veterans. Just as a fact, and I think one of the state reps had previously mentioned, nationwide and in New Hampshire, when you join the military, most people do not make it to retirement. About 1 in 6 or 1 in 7 actually makes it to the 20 years of service. They qualify to be retired. I just want to talk a little bit about the fiscal note. They talk about the average number of visits per member being 2.65. It's really not a reasonable assumption, and I'll talk about that why in a minute, based on some data that came from the Park Service itself in prior testimony. Keep in mind that current National Guard members that are E6 and below that have retired just from the New Hampshire National Guard, Army or Air, can currently get admission. No other retirees, however, can. And we already talked about disabled veterans. So there's some testimony, and the page from the testimony is in the last page, but it shows that in the last year of available data in 2019, they state park wide in New Hampshire, 3,301 complimentary entries were given to active military. The fiscal note that's in there also assumes that the rate that the active military would use the parks would scale to the same rate that the retirees would, based on the number of active duty versus the number of retirees. So the data that you see here shows, and it comes from the Defense Manpower Data Center, and it uses the same time frame, the FY 2019, which ends for New Hampshire is in June of 2019, shows that that between New Hampshire and Massachusetts, where people agree, it's a good assumption to say that most of the visitors to our state parks are from those two states, we would have about 24,244 active military during that time frame, with only 3,301 visits. So it's not 2.65 visits per member, it's 0.136, and that's the big discrepancy. So then if you look at, the Department of Military Affairs and Veterans Services reports that 51% of our veterans are 65 years and older. So the other group, regardless of military affiliation, if you're a New Hampshire resident and you're over age 65, you already qualify for access. So the number of New Hampshire retirees that would be about 49% of that current number of retirees in New Hampshire, so it would be about 4,600. We don't do that for Massachusetts, so all of their retirees would be eligible, about 17,000. And the state park has two different fees depending on which park. Sometimes it's $4, sometimes it's $5. Using the upper bound of that, we'll use $5 as the assumption. So if we look at the 23,000 New Hampshire and Massachusetts new retirees times the 0.136 visits times $5 per visit, you see about $15,200 of impact as an upper bound for if you pass this bill. And if you look at the last page again, you can see they have, I don't think it shows it there, but you can see it on the link. They have right now, in 2019, the numbers that were available, they have just over $2 million of complementary programs for everybody that's eligible, not just the military. So this would be an increase of about 0.75%, a very tiny increase for this group of military retirees. On the third page, there was a question that came up, and I have this here. Talks about how would you qualify at the gate? How would a state park employee check a military retiree? And I'm a military retiree, so I do have, I do have the military retired ID. And you see an example facsimile here that's on the top of that page. That currently shows where that you're retired. It also could say retired, or you could say guard retired or reserve retired, depending on what you were doing when you finished. If you retired out of the guard, you retired out of the reserve. I retired out of the reserve, so mine says retired reserve. But this ID could be used very easily to determine if the person is eligible. If they don't have that ID, then they're not retired. So veterans that haven't retired, achieved retirement status, wouldn't have this ID. And currently we have the law, as you mentioned, anybody that's retired from the New Hampshire National Guard only and is E6 gets complimentary admission. That's kind of a challenge for the gate employee to say, okay, you got the retired E, now prove to me, okay, you're E6 and below. Okay, I understand that. Maybe I don't know what the O's are for officer, but get that. Now prove to me you actually retired from the New Hampshire National Guard. That's kind of making it more challenging. So in some sense, this bill kind of simplifies the process for the gate employees because they know it makes it easier for them to understand what the ID requirements are. One other note I wanted to talk about, just for comparison to a neighboring states, in Vermont and Maine, they currently provide free state park admission to all veterans in their states, but you have to be a resident of Vermont for Vermont or a resident of Maine for Maine, just to keep that in mind. So by adding retirees, we're still not up to where the neighboring states are, and I'm not sure if we need to or want to, but just as a data point. The other point is, some people might say, well, do we want to include just New Hampshire military retirees? Because that could easily be verified by showing proof of residency like they do now for age 65. If you're not age 65, show that you're a military retiree. That could easily be done. Is that something we want to do? If you only did it for New Hampshire because of half of them already being eligible, that impact would be less than $3,200 a year. So that would be very small. But, served in the military, it's one team, one fight. All military retirees, regardless of state of residence, have dedicated at least 20 years of their life to service. So while it sounds attractive, you might want to think about that if you wanted to consider an amendment just to make it for New Hampshire retirees, but I would support either one. I think either one is reasonable. But keep that in mind. Do we really want to exclude retirees that come from other states? So in summary, providing complimentary state park admission is a modest gesture. It's $4 or $5 per visit. This bill would simplify the retire ID check process for state employees that work at the state parks. Military retirees are a small group of veterans who have served and sacrificed for at least 2 decades for our country. And the fiscal impact of just about $15,000 is a very small increase to the state park complimentary and discounted entry program. For those reasons, I recommend that you recommend ought to pass or ought to pass with amendment on this bill. Thank you for listening, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Parr. That was helpful with the E6 part, and also the FN fiscal note background was helpful as well. Representative Levitt.
I'm astonished this slipped through the cracks. I mean, you can have a Army personnel complete active duty training, complete his tour in 4 years, get veteran status, but a retired 20-year service personnel cannot go to a state park for free.
I agree.
How come this bill hasn't taken up 30 years ago? This is ridiculous. This is a no-brainer. I mean, this is all...
We can get into that in exec session.
This is all great, but you got a yes when you walked in. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Other questions? Representative Rollins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just another question for my constituents. Say a husband and wife go to a state beach, like Sunapee State Beach, whatever park, and the husband has the paperwork. Does the wife have to pay, or does that include both of them?
Right now, the way that this bill is proposed is it only includes the military member themselves unless the spouse is also a military member that's retired. So I think a couple of years ago, there was a bill to look at doing dependents of some of the people, but I think that made a much bigger number.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you again, Mr. Power.
Thank you.
And with no other cards and no other hands, we will at this time close that hearing. And the next hearing, as happened an hour or so ago, is going to be opened by Vice Chair Rollins because I am going to introduce the next measure.
Okay, now I'm going to open up the hearing on HB 1355. I'd like to ask Representative Moff to come up to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Okay, you all have this measure in front of you, and there's just two things I want to point out about it. The first one, you'll see that it adds the word reenlistment to enlistment. So this is kind of becoming a recruiting and reenlistment measure. And then the second part, you'll see the cash incentive goes up to $6,000. And there is, of course, an FN that goes with that, of course. And let me just speak to why there's a need for this type of thing. And the adjutant general is here. I know you have, and also there's one or two other cards, Mr. Vice Chair, that you have, and they can speak to the recruitment part better. I'll say at this point is, if you don't know, and I know most of you do because you're part of this committee, or you just know what's going on, military recruiting is probably having the most difficult time it's had since we went to an all-volunteer force in 1973. I remember 1973 because when I turned 18, they got rid of the draft. And as an aside, they got rid of the draft and they lowered the drinking age to 18 the day after I turned 18. So that's how I remember 1973. So that's when the all-volunteer force started. We've had it for 50 years ever since, and at times its missions have been met. Right now, for whatever combination of reasons, some of them are demographic, we're having a very difficult time recruiting. So that's an important part of this, as well as this will hopefully help retention and recruiting. So that's my introduction to the bill. I will let the Adjutant General speak better to these dynamics, but I would try to accept any questions if there were any while I'm here.
Representative Carey, go ahead.
Do you know if the current program that we put in place has been effective? And how did you come to the number that you are currently presenting?
Sure. Question was, what do I know about the effectiveness of what we have in place now, and how did we come to this number? Rather than try to answer that as best I can, I would like to defer to the Adjutant General, because this is his world and he's in the midst of it. And so if you don't mind, I will defer to him.
Any other questions?
Chair. Mr. Representative Moffett, do you know how this would impact the other branches of the service that are having the same difficulty with recruitment?
How might this impact other branches of service as well? New Hampshire just has the Army National Guard and of course Air National Guard as well. So the other services would not be impacted. This is aimed at New Hampshire and the New Hampshire Guard. So I don't think it would help the Navy, if that's your question.
Okay, but the New Hampshire National Guard picks from the same pool.
Yes.
As individuals here that the other services do also. If I was to come in again and someone said to me, I'm going to give you $6,000 instead of, living out in the woods for a couple of months, I would consider that,
Yes. In terms of recruiting, there are different, and I was never a recruiter, although in a sense, anybody who's ever in the military kind of is a recruiter. If you believe in the military, you talk it up with people and you encourage them to consider it. I was in the Marine Corps. Marine Corps has had less of a problem with recruiting, and some of that goes to the culture that some people want. Believe it or not, some people want to go get their butts kicked in training. If you're tracking me, and other people, they're more about education benefits or learning a trade or whatever. So again, I really want to defer to the Adjutant General, like I said before, to Representative Carey, who's immersed in this, because he knows much more about this than I do.
Any further questions? All right, thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
At this time, I'd like to call up General David Macias.
Could I ask you to spell your name for the record, please?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Mikolaities.
Thank you.
Yep. Mr. Vice Chair, committee members, thank you for having me here today. For the record, I'm Major General David Mikolaitis, the Adjutant General for the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services and the New Hampshire National Guard. So let's go broad. Like any employer, you generally have two big levers. You got to fill your formations or get new employees, and then you got to retain your employees. So you addressed this committee address, and we are thankful for that. This re-enlistment bonus. It was like a referral program, right? So if you're currently serving guardsman or retiree at an enlisted rank or up to the rank of captain, I could refer someone to join the New Hampshire National Guard, Army, or Air. That was a $1,000 sort of enlistment incentive program. We're typically a family business or a word of mouth business. So that helped us with the employment as getting new soldiers and airmen into our formations. So how do you retain them? The representative asked over here, first and foremost, generally speaking, people join for three reasons: a sense of service to their country, the educational benefits, and Representative Moffitt actually nailed it, the challenge of a military lifestyle. Those are the three primary reasons this next generation joins. How do you keep them in? So in our formations of about 2,800 Army and Airmen, there's about 100 NCOs, non-commissioned officers, both Army and Air, who for whatever reason are ineligible for a federal retention bonus. So this is a gap in the system that we're trying to cover. So when we look at the numbers, we feel like there's an eligible pool of about 100 non-commissioned officers between their years of 6 and 20 years of service. We want to keep them in. So that's the incentive here, not double dipping. If there's a federal retention bonus, they're eligible for that. It's for those who are ineligible for whatever reasons. When you look at the past numbers of how it's impacted our sort of say enlistment. So Representative Carey, your question earlier was last calendar year, we had approximately 20 referrals. So we have 20 referrals in the Army National Guard for a force structure of 1,800. That's moving the needle over 1%. Right, so if we can keep 5 NCOs in for $6,000 for up to 6-year retention bonus, that's a big deal in our world. So those are the broad reasons why. You know, you address the lever for us for as a referral business to get people in the door. Now it's a retention issue to try to keep our service members in, specifically only non-commissioned officers between the ranks of, between the eligible years of 6 to 20 years of service. Subject to your questions, and I am here with our recruiting and retention battalion commander. So
Okay, do we have any questions? Okay. Don't argue, you go.
All right. Thank you, sir. It's good seeing you again. Just have one quick question. In your experience with this program and in your position, have you found that NCOs or otherwise who have been eligible for this program, have you seen any high percentage of recruitment of that money for flagging issues or for any type of, PT failures or whatever? Like, is that still an enforcement aspect of this program?
Yeah, so thank you, sir. A really good question. If you're flagged for disciplinary action, you're ineligible. Good point. Thank you.
Representative Levitt.
Thank you for taking my question, Vice Chair Rollins. I don't see the downsides. I mean, recruiting is down by 30%. I'm not privy to tell you why. I think everybody does have a pretty good idea. $6,000, I mean, for somebody who's been actively serving is relatively small in comparison to the market out there now for new employees. So you're looking for some money. Is that what we're here now?
So right now we are comfortable with what the current, what we're physically
Budget?
get.
Yes.
Yeah, we're comfortable with our existing budget. What we anticipate is a year or two, once we get some data, I don't want to mislead you. We may come back to you and say, hey, listen, we might request some more money, but right now we are willing to live within our means of the
So you want to have to
$50,000.
delegate, you want to be able to delegate the money to, right now, a certain percentage or whatever it is to recruitment. And part of this is a financial incentive.
Yeah. So like, for
So what's
example,
the downsides here? What's the downsides?
we feel none.
Okay. Right. How about
Right.
the community, the, National Guard? I mean, they're all on page on this, right?
Yes, sir.
And what about Chair Moffett? What does he feel about that?
Who?
Chair Moffett, is he on page with that too?
I think so.
Okay, well, good,
Okay.
because I'm on his side.
So just one clarification too. Every service has a different bonus system, right? The Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine, Coast Guard, Space Force, everyone has a different service. There was sort of a running joke that says the Marine Corps made their numbers and they don't offer a bonus. And the Commandant of the Marine Corps recently said, your bonus is the ability to call yourself a Marine, right? That's what they said. Each service has a different bonus system. It's either to the accessions to get people in or it's the retention piece. We identified a gap of those who are ineligible, and we're trying to fill that gap with state resources to try to retain our force.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. What limited it to $6,000? Did you feel that that was something that would be affordable for your budgets to work? Or?
So I think it was twofold. I think one is like live within your means, within our budget constraints, and then number two is when you compare it to the federal bonuses out there. For example, I think on the federal system there's sometimes $10,000 or $20,000 bonuses,
Right.
and a bigger bonus for the increased length of time in years. So right now we're strategizing and says, okay, maybe was it $3,000 for 3 or 4 years of service and $6,000 for 6. Trying to incentivize the longer term.
Okay, I have a follow-up.
Go ahead.
Just very quickly. I was offered a bonus of $10,000 to reenlist. That was back in 1972. That was the reason I asked that question, because back then they were offering X amount of dollars more than what you're asking for now. And my opinion would probably be to increase that number. That's pretty much my.
Representative Feeney.
Thank you again. I just have one more follow up. I just thought of, is this program in perpetuity, or are we only talking about a specific funding for this fiscal year?
A perpetuity. So I think, if I understand it correctly, every year there's a $50,000 within our appropriation that's non-lapsing to continue on. I think I answered that correctly.
Representative Gagnon.
Thank you. Thank you, General. 1966, I was offered $6,000 and an upgrade from E4 to E5 if I re-enlisted. Didn't do it, obviously, because my wife, we wouldn't be married today. Have you thought about perhaps you incentivizing, in addition to the 3 to 6 grand, that if the person is eligible for an upgrade in rank, that would be offered also?
Can you answer?
So in order for a soldier to promote, say, from E4 to E5, they have to have a certain number of years remaining in their contract. Usually that number is 3. So if they are already coming up on their ETS or end term of service, then they would be unable to promote unless they extended. And they may fall under this if they already have enough years of service.
Okay, that's because I had, at that time, 5.5 years, 2.5 reserve time because I was still in high school, and 3 years active. So that's why I had the time in. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Manchin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question, General. Do you guys do any kind of like an exit survey on why they wouldn't re-enlist?
Yes, we do. Do you want to discuss some of the exit survey data? Usually the challenge is we do exit surveys. generally speaking, there's 2 or 3 probably bigger rocks of why the exit surveys or service members are leaving. Usually 6 to 10 years in, they're establishing their civilian jobs. And they might be starting a family, buying a house. And I'll be honest and blunt, a week and a month gets tiring, right? When you're missing the birthday, the holiday, this, or like, the anniversary, this or that. So generally speaking, it's that junior soldier's getting established in his civilian job because 70% of our force part-time. That's usually one. Number 2 is typically probably the college benefits. 20% of our force is in college. So that they understand with the free tuition waiver in the state of New Hampshire, that's your pathway to success. And then probably the third reason is they might just say that the military is not my cup of tea. I did my term, I'm okay. I checked that block. But I think those are generally the 3 broader reasons. Agree?
I would agree that those are usually the reasons why service members ETS. I would say another piece of this is, and this kind of covers it, one of our populations that is not covered under the federal or not eligible for a federal retention bonus or reenlistment bonus is our dual status technicians. So specifically our internal mechanics, not necessarily our AGR force, but the GS level or wage grade level federal technicians. So we have a significant issue in retaining our trained maintenance force internally on the full-time side, strictly because they may be able to go get a different job, but simply because they are not eligible for those same reenlistment bonuses that their traditional guardsmen are eligible for.
So think of it like this. We have 4 HR departments, human resources departments. One is for our state civilians. One is for the federal civilians. One is for the Army. One is for the Air Force. Right? And those federal civilians can have a couple different statuses. So that's what I mean. There's about 100 people who are ineligible for a federal retention bonus. It's super complicated in our HR world.
Any further questions for the general? Seeing none, I'd like to call up Brooks Haywood.
So we're good. He was up here just to answer your
I'll let you
question.
speak. Okay, sorry.
I really have nothing else unless anyone else has questions for me that do not pertain to the.
Does anybody have any questions for this gentleman?
I'm a lieutenant colonel, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I'd like to call up Paul Hodes from the CVAC.
Good afternoon. Paul Lloyd, Chairman of the State Veterans Advisory Committee. I'm here to let you know that the committee fully supports this bill. This is part of making sure that we can successfully attract, but more importantly, retain quality people in New Hampshire National Guard. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on HB 1355 FN.
Thank you, General. Lieutenant Colonel. And Mr. Lloyd, your succinct testimony is always appreciated. Okay, at this time, moving right along, our next measure up is HB 1355 with an FN relative to the New Hampshire. Okay, I'm sorry, that's the one that I just introduced. Not 1355, 1338, 1338, relative to New Hampshire's enforcement of the Military Selective Service Act. Okay. Prime sponsor is our own Representative Mannion, and Representative Mannion, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Tom Mannion. I'm representing Hillsborough 1, Pelham. I'm introducing, to nobody's surprise, an anti-war bill. HB 1338, a bill that withholds state support for enforcement of selective service call-ups, repeals the Selective Service Awareness and Compliance Act from RSA, and gives an optional checkbox for individuals registering for selective service with their driver's license to notify the Selective Service System that they are a conscientious objector ahead of time. The withholding support section is modeled after other sanctuary policies, which I believe to be the duty of states to deny further expenditure of taxpayer money enforcing programs that the federal government forces upon us. I did add a carve out to include the same language template from Defend the Guard, unless war is formally declared pursuant to Article 1, Section 8, which is probably nicer than I should be, and some of the bill supporters would rather that language not be there at all. Removing the Selective Service Awareness and Compliance Act was the original starting point for this bill, since we currently have in statute a requirement that prospective college students be registered for the draft before they are admitted to state schools. I find this entirely unnecessary and beyond the scope of what our college system should be enforcing. If the feds care about it, let them handle it via FAFSA or some other mechanism. Finally, the conscientious objector checkbox. I figured this was a straightforward way of flagging ahead of time that the next generation will not comply with call-ups on an individual basis. I was told the Selective Service System will not accept these, which took me by surprise because the federal government used to enjoy warrantless bulk data collection, and this information is voluntarily submitted. Regardless of whether the feds will accept it, I see no harm in providing an option of sending that information anyway. I know SVAC unanimously opposes this bill. I've been in attendance to their monthly meetings and will continue to do so going forward. A motivating factor for filing this and another bill was to elicit a response from them. I wasn't completely surprised they opposed it, but as a two-time combat veteran, it continues to be disappointing that there are no anti-war veteran voices amongst SVAC's voting members. They simply do not represent me or an entire generation of veterans. However, the corrective measures via legislation are on the 2025 year. We'll see what happens. But as far as HB 1338, I hope you vote OTP, and I'm willing to take any questions.
Representative Carey.
So you mentioned that in the public college system,
Yep.
one must be registered in order to go to a public college. Is the same true of private college?
I believe it only affects the state schools. I have to reread it, but it actually I searched for the phrase selective service in RSA, and that showed up, and it was like, it's been in RSA since 1999. I was surprised.
Other questions? Representative Massimilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you explain to me, I'm a non-military person, could you explain to me lines 18 and 19 of the bill?
Yeah, let me bring it back up.
It says, nothing in this chapter shall prohibit a government actor's entering of registrations with the Selective Service System as authorized by RSA 2263:5C.
So the information that you're filing when you check, when we have our license registration, there's a checkbox on there. If you're like younger, you check it saying file this information with the Selective Service. I have an extra checkbox on there that simply says I also wish to register as a conscientious objector, which I'm being told the Selective Service System won't accept it, but I see no harm in sending them data. The federal government loves to collect our data. I don't understand why they wouldn't accept this checkbox. It seems like a dumb complaint from the Selective Service System.
Other questions for the prime sponsor, Representative Siebert?
Sorry, thank you for taking my question. Do you have, what if you don't select the checkbox upon, I might have missed that.
Oh, the first part, the Selective Service, that's already like in RSA, like, I mean, not RSA, that's like a federal requirement that every able-bodied person is supposed to register for the draft.
Well, you're supposed to register, but if you're filling out your thing for your driver's license,
Yep.
then you don't do the checkbox.
That's
So
outside of the
not-
scope of what this bill is trying to do. That's definitely,
Okay.
that's a problem the federal government may have with you. I do encourage people to not check that box.
Okay, gotcha.
You're good. Other questions for the prime sponsor, Representative Philippe?
It's unlikely you may have this data, but what would be the percentage of people who would either fail to check the box or choose conscientious objector? Do we have any data on that?
I'm not sure. In the current state of affairs, I know for a fact there was a Pew Research poll about veterans specifically, about individuals that think that the Iraq War was a mistake, or I'm sorry, not worth it, so to speak. Only 33% of veterans thought that the Iraq War was a good idea, and only 38% of Iraq and Afghanistan veterans thought that was worth it. And that was before the disastrous withdrawal. So I guarantee that 38% is not the case anymore. So that type of messaging should go forward. I'm sure that it's bled out into the speaking with family members over turkey dinners and stuff like that. Like I've had these discussions with my family. So
Other questions? Thank you, Representative Mannion.
Thank you.
I have two more cards here. Representative Belcher is here in support of the bill, and Paul Lloyd is still here from SVAC opposing the bill. Those are the other two cards that I have. If anyone else wants to submit a card, they may. So, Representative Belcher, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I was actually surprised to find that I wasn't a co-sponsor on this because I did assist with this bill and I am in favor of this bill. I would not actually identify myself as anti-war. However, I am not for fighting bad wars for bad reasons. And the way that we make sure we don't fight bad wars for bad reasons is we put that decision in the hands of the people representing the people themselves to make that decision. Now, we really need to be we need to understand our current circumstances as they exist right now, geopolitically. We're seeing what could reasonably be characterized as the opening phases of World War III. We have fronts opened in Ukraine, with Russia having invaded, and we're looking at death tolls over there with this new hyper-lethal drone technology that are, the last I heard, they're approaching 1 million men between both armies. We have possible fronts opening in South America, in Guyana, with the perhaps invasion of Venezuela. We have potential fronts opening soon with China. It appears to be slated to move on Taiwan in the aftermath of an election that's due to happen this very week, where the nationalists appear to look like they're going to carry victory there. So we need to be very clear about where we're headed as a country. And as we enter this extraordinarily world historic dangerous time, we also are at a nationally historic recruiting shortfall. Already we've heard from high up members of the military and civilian federal government that we will probably have to reinstitute a draft. So we're talking about conscription if we have to go to war with any of these nations. In fact, I was listening to some very good analysis this morning that suggested not even for lack of ships, which we apparently don't have enough of, but lack of personnel to staff ships, that we probably don't even have the manpower to break the likely blockade of Taiwan that is probably right around the corner. So what's likely to happen in these circumstances is a draft again. And all this is saying is that if we're going to take that extreme step where we're going to send our boys and our girls into the brand new hyper-lethal kind of warfare that we're seeing out of places like Ukraine, that we actually have Congress take a vote on it. Thank you. I'll take questions.
Yes, Representative Finney.
Would you believe that since we've had an all-volunteer force for as long as we've had now, that isn't there a massive conflict with the federal government saying that you're not required to serve in the military, but you are required to basically sign up for the military through their system? Wouldn't we just make a conscription illegal anyway?
So I'm of dual minds on that. I understand the argument and perspective. However, I can also see an argument under a truly existential threat, such as an invasion of the homeland by a considerable force, where it could be a necessary thing. And from my perspective, it could be a duty for any able-bodied person to serve therein. Assuming, however, they're not a conscientious objector, because it's actually pretty clear in the New Hampshire Constitution that no conscientious objector shall be compelled to arms.
Representative Levitt.
Thank you, Chair Moffett, for taking my question. So this is a spin-off from the Guard bill, right?
I don't know if I'd call it a spin-off. Some of the language is certainly inspired or
Well, we're
taken-
not going to argue over the term, it's a term of endearment if you want to look at it that way, okay? Because, I'm service, military, so, I've been veteran. But, where does it stop? I don't say this, derogatorily. We're going to have, the veteran U.S. Army Reserve next. We got to have some type of guidelines here, and I mean this. I need to know your position. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's a very good question. Limiting principles are always very important. So the limiting principle in this one is, I think, fairly clearly outlined in the U.S. Constitution, which is that we should not be contributing troops to fight a foreign war, save for an actual vote of Congress. Now, this is something that hasn't actually happened since World War II, because they've passed things like authorizations for the use of military force, which are of questionable ultimate legality, I think. But that's what the Constitution has to say. So that's what I would say is where we need to be going with this.
Follow up.
Follow up.
What? It's vague. You're saying basically what you interpret the Constitution as saying. That's the truth of it.
Yes, but I believe that's our job as a legislature, to be co-equal.
The federal Constitution, you're saying that's our job as a legislator. We serve the state, not the federal.
Well, if I could just respond to that last point, I would say that states created through our federalist system, the federal government, to do the will of the states that couldn't be done individually by states. And as a matter of a sort of co-equality, all powers not strictly delegated to the federal government are reserved via the 10th Amendment to the states themselves, which puts us relatively on par. We're not a sort of system where the federal government is above us. They're just next to us and a little bit different than us. So yes, we do have the ability to push back a little bit if we believe they're making an error.
Thank you for that explanation.
Sure.
Representative, I do have a question for you, or perhaps for the prime sponsor, who I can ask because I'm the chair and I have that power, and he's still here. So as I read the analysis, the bill prohibits state or local enforcement of the Selective Service Act except in times of foreign military invasion or declared war. So this met, and I'll ask the prime again because I can. You're not favoring the elimination of the draft or the selective service, or are you?
No,
It sounds like you're
I
not.
am not. No,
Okay.
absolutely not.
And Mr. Prime Sponsor, I'm asking you because I can, you're not, the intent of this measure is not to eliminate the draft or advocate for the elimination of selective service. It says it prohibits state or local enforcement. So do you support the elimination of the draft? Is that,
I personally do, but that's not what this bill is trying to do. We can't do that. There's federal
Okay.
supremacy. So the idea here is it's similar to all other sanctuary policies where we just won't expend like state police, local police to help the feds apprehend draft dodgers, so
okay,
to speak.
got it. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Mr. Lloyd is here. Thank you for sticking around and welcome back.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Paul Lloyd, Chairman of the State Veterans Advisory Committee. And as announced earlier, the State Veterans Advisory Committee opposes this bill. Couple notes, Military Service Act hasn't been used to draft people for 50 years, in over 50 years. And there's already a policy for the conscientious objectors. There's already a policy to recognize those. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Lloyd? Representative Lloyd, no questions for Mr. Lloyd. Okay. Representative Gagny does have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I do. As it stands now, any person, when they reach the age of 18, like we used to when I was 18, you had to register at the post office for the draft. Is that correct?
Yes,
And it still is today.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you again, Mr. Lloyd. And seeing no more pink cards and no hands, I will call an end to this hearing. It is now 2:07. We are almost right back on schedule. Thank you, committee members, for your great work in keeping things going the way you have. Okay, the next measure up is H.R. 21, House Resolution 21, affirming the New Hampshire militia. Prime sponsor is here. Probably didn't know he was going to speak to the previous bill, or maybe he did, but here he is on schedule for introducing H.R. 21. Prime sponsor, Representative Belcher.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. And I don't know if I did this last time, but for the record, Representative Belcher, Carroll, District 4. So I have a small packet going around that's got a few things we're going to take a quick look at, if that's all right. The first page is my testimony here today. And it opens with the portions from the New Hampshire Constitution, the New Hampshire Bill of Rights, that I believe are relevant to what we're looking at today. A well-regulated militia is the proper, natural, and sure defense of a state. Article 24, you'll recognize that is the exact language you will find in the resolution. It relates to Article 25, standing armies. Standing armies are dangerous to liberty and ought not be raised or kept up without the consent of the legislature. And also to Article 26. In all cases and at all times, the military ought to be under strict subordination to and governed by the civil power. So these are all very important things contextually to this proposed resolution, because we are talking about the state of New Hampshire militia here. So why might we need a state of New Hampshire militia? Now, we already have one in theory and in law, although I don't think there's any staffing of it at the moment. But why might we need this in the future? Well, we have Chinese military operations already occurring on U.S. soil, including drug manufacturing and distribution pipelines out of Maine, biowarfare research laboratories out of California, and an estimated division worth of soldiers already here. That's from Forward Observer Group, all of which can be turned to insurgency and guerrilla warfare operations on a moment's notice, and are anticipated to do exactly that in the event of an American-Chinese war, which could very well be precipitated by the Chinese invasion of Taiwan. Second, cartel activity, including counter-state operations, drug distribution, human trafficking, and extreme violence. The cartel is already the de facto government authority in multiple southern border towns and has affected, like the Chinese Communist Party, elite capture of Americans via bribery, blackmail, which can be reasonably forecast to lead to destabilization operations against the legitimate Republican government of the several states, as they have previously done in Mexico. And another third reason, infiltration of known malign actors and terrorists from such states as Russia, China, Iran, Venezuela, and more, who are believed to be here to conduct agent saboteur operations against critical infrastructure. And as a note on that, if anybody's been paying attention to this rather unlikely streak of exploding and burning pieces of American critical infrastructure, from refining capacity to agriculture, this might be something worth taking a real hard look at. So I would offer good members of the committee that we still require a militia today As much, if not more so, than we did at the founding of this nation, we swore an oath before God to uphold this truth. The militia is the surest and most proper defense of our state, as is reasoned from natural law, the right to self-defense and the right to self-determination. Now, to offer some evidence and pointers on this, on the back of the first page, we have a definition of the militia from federal law, which is important to know because the militia consists of all, according to federal law, all able-bodied males at least 17 years of age and up. Now, if we looked at other conflicts in the world, we might find that actually, in terms of true existential crisis, there is no person which the militia might not be expanded to encompass. It's also broken down into two categories: the organized militia versus the unorganized militia. There's a little bit of a debate on the organized part as to whether the National Guard is truly the militia of New Hampshire or the State Guard is the militia of New Hampshire. For our purposes today, we don't have to worry about settling that conflict, but it does exist. Next page. This is the State Guard as it exists in New Hampshire law. This is at least a portion of the New Hampshire organized militia. It is under state authority, under the authority of the governor. Currently, as I said, I don't believe it's staffed at the moment, but it could be. And it may be if we need to call it up at some point in time. So if it's already here in law, why do we even need a resolution? Moving on. The state of Florida has recently enacted, oh, I apologize. Actually, the next two pages are the evidence for the Chinese drug operation and the biowarfare lab. I didn't include the full articles because I didn't want to kill that many trees. Feel free to look these up on the web. The next two pages, however, the Florida Guard. When the Florida legislature reinstituted their Guard in 2023, it was met with utter fury and contempt from the federal government and from the media. It was painted as a private army. It was painted as a vigilante militia, and they made every effort they possibly could to shut this down. And the end result was a severe limiting of the staffing and capacity of this militia in the state of Florida. That is the treatment we can expect if we find ourselves in the situation where we actually need to call up this militia for any reason. And on the last page, if you ask how timely is this bill, well, and I apologize because this didn't print well, this is from Vice News. And if you look at the date, just yesterday, the multiple congressmen at the federal level put a bill in that would criminalize militia activity. And as far as I can tell, and I believe this is true, that bill would criminalize the training or calling up of the New Hampshire militia. We, as a state, need to send a message to the federal government that they're encroaching on our state sovereignty here. As I said before, we are a dual sovereign with the federal government. It is right that the federal government have an army to protect us from invasion, and it's also right that each state, under its own sovereign authority, control its own military to its own necessary ends that will vary from state to state, and they look different from state to state too. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Representative Finney.
Would you, I don't know if it's more of a would you believe, but do you believe from your own perspective that the more like demonization of militias throughout the country, not just in New Hampshire, has something to do with the perceived idea that an organized group of civilians would somehow be able to overthrow the government, or it's more of a secession thing, or it's a pretense to armed conflict with our own people? Would you believe that?
I think the demonization that has occurred around the militia concept I think it largely had to do with the veering away from the founders' intent of the militia concept that occurred during perhaps the mid part of the 20th century, where we saw, if I'm honest, a lot of yahoos in places who were kind of play acting or LARPing as soldiers who got some dangerous ideas in their heads. But the reality is, from the instantiation of this nation, the militia has been considered the militia under the state control, which consists of the whole body of the people. Because if you remember the concept of the Minutemen, the idea was that all men of due age were to keep a musket, powder, balls, and the training they needed to put them into effect rapidly to protect their communities and their state and their country. And that is the militia concept that I'm trying to get back to with this.
Representative Levitt.
Thank you, Chair Moffett. Just one question. Why, and I understand what you're saying and where you're coming from here. I sincerely do. Just the word militia, and I'm not going to get into debate. It does not have good following. But why wouldn't I call up a highly trained, highly weaponized, highly organized organization such as the New Hampshire National Guard, instead of, I don't mean derogatory, instead of Joey down the road, say, hey, call them up, buddy, we better get going here, they're invading us. It makes no sense.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate that. I'm actually very glad you asked that, because that's something I should have touched on. So there's two reasons that really stand out. And if you look at the actual state guard law, which is on the page number 3, what it does is it gives the governor the authority to create this call-up force, this organized militia, under circumstances where our National Guard are deployed. So when they're not available, this is the go-to. The second reason is that the National Guard, and this is that little bit of a debate I didn't want to get into, is whether the National Guard actually is the militia or not. It's defined as so under federal statute, but it's a little less clear in state law. But the federal government has the ability to activate the National Guard. So what were to happen if, say, just as, actually we're about to get a very good example of this, in Texas yesterday, the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, called up his National Guard to duty in the context of a militia. And he actually took over a section of the border, and he expelled Federal Border Patrol, and he declared that Federal Border Patrol was actually assisting with an invasion force of the United States. So we have a situation here where there is the potential for a conflict between state and federal about who is in control of this organization. And the militia concept is really ultimately designed to eliminate any doubt about who's in control of the organization. So where the National Guard can be called up at the federal level and can be federalized, the state militia cannot be. It is under the state's control.
Thank you for that explanation.
So Representative Belcher, I actually wrote down what you said. Federal government has the ability to activate the National Guard. It's interesting because we have the Defend the Guard bill that kind of goes to that notion or that statement that you just made about federal government has the ability to activate the National Guard if there's a declaration of war. That's something that we're getting. There's a lot of civics being learned thanks to these Guard bills and militia bills. A lot of people, as the Guard bill was being discussed, they confused the Guard with the militia. What you're doing here is useful, I think, for sure. It's helping. It will help people understand the difference. There is a difference. So my question is, I'm looking at what you have out of Florida, which is very interesting. There's 48 other states, and you mentioned Texas as well. Can you point to any other states that have this dual Guard militia structure in place, where the militia clearly is not under the purview of the feds, and the National Guard, we're still talking about that. Is there any state that has that dual?
There is. I'm struggling to remember the third state that has there is a third state that has it specifically outlined in the law. I'll have to get back to you on which state that is. But you're getting, that very well could be. But you're getting into also a very important sort of line of thought here about whether or not the militia concept has to be defined in state law. because a lot of states would not specifically necessarily have it in RSA or in their state law because they have allusions to it in their constitution, and it's also within the federal constitution. So every state since the inception of America has had access to its own, because they are sovereign. And basically, the definition of sovereign might as well be you get your own military force. So that's just been the way it has been ever since the foundations of this country.
If follow up, if a militia on the state level is better defined, do you see a possibility of a county wanting to organize some sort of a county militia?
That's going to heavily depend on what is in state law. Now, there are places, I believe, in this country where such a thing would be within the scope of their state law or the Constitution as it's laid out. Within New Hampshire, however, there is no such standard. It's very clear in New Hampshire law that the militia is under the control of the state, not a county level authority. The closest thing you would possibly get to at the county level is a posse that would be set up by a sheriff.
Sure. There you go. And you provided us some great background with the actual articles that speak to that. Any other questions for Representative Belcher? Yes, Representative Massimilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In your resolution, you mentioned asymmetric threats. Could you define what that means?
Yes. So asymmetric threats is a phrase that comes from unconventional warfare. And it basically just means if you look, for instance, at what's currently happening over in, well, actually, we launched a bunch of missiles at targets in Yemen last night at the federal level. Now, what was happening was the Yemenis were launching relatively inexpensive Iranian-sourced drone technology at commercial shipping and at our military vessels. And those things they're cheap. They're, thousands of dollars each. And we had to shoot each one of them down with missiles that cost more than millions of dollars each. So the asymmetry in that threat is something that is thought of in unconventional warfare terms as a game changer. It's something that we cannot keep up in the long term because it would either bleed us dry financially or we would run out of these expensive things. So asymmetric threats are things that they're not traditional warfare. They're things that exploit vulnerabilities, inexpensive, newer technologies, and they would even grow to encompass things like the sort of special forces type operations that are conducted by various countries on other countries' soil in order to foment revolution and things like that.
Thank you for that. Other questions? Representative Carey.
So just based on the testimony we've heard today about other bills where there's such difficulty recruiting, and now we're offering big bonuses and incentives to get people to join, how do you think a state militia might be peopled if we're having this much difficulty with our traditional services?
Well, that's a good question, but I don't think they're directly related because the unorganized militia is already defined. It is essentially the entire body of the people who is capable of wielding arms, which is why the militia is only utilized as typically in true existential threats. For instance, Ukraine has been invaded by Russia, and they have now dipped deep into the barrel to pull everyone they possibly can out to defend the homeland. That's the sort of circumstance where you see a militia being employed. Or alternatively, here in the U.S., our military size is such that if we had these known bad actors who are all over the country, who are, foreign military-age males from various countries that don't like us, if they had a protracted unconventional warfare threat where they targeted our critical infrastructure, choke points, logistics, there is no possible way that with the size of our military, we could keep this entire country safe. And that's where this decentralized concept of militia, both within state law and the federal constitution and Second Amendment, that's where that decentralized capability comes from, where if something like that were to happen and we were getting hit all over the country and we didn't have the personnel to respond with the professional military, we would need things like the state militia. We would need things like sheriff's posses.
Could I just follow up with
Follow up.
How do we, I mean, how would we be trained? So essentially it's a draft, right? We're drafted into the state militia and then how we're not trained.
It's not strictly a draft. It's more of a call up. And because this is under the New Hampshire Constitution, the ability to withdraw based on conscientious objector status would still apply. But how they would be trained, well, that's a very good question. Now, it's identified that the unorganized militia exists of all able-bodied people. In the founders' time, the Revolutionary period, we had things like the Minutemen. We had people who kept themselves trained and ready in case they needed to be called in the service by their community or by their country. Today, it's not exactly the same, but we certainly have things like Sig Sauer Academy. We have police officers who are trained for such tasks. We have people with the skills necessary, and they continue to need to be able to build those skills necessary, that if they are ever needed in such a circumstance, that the state can count on them in the event of a call-up.
Thank you for that. Other questions? Thank you, Representative Belcher. I have a card here from Warren Perry, who is here. He's not representing SVAC, but when he sits down, he can explain to the clerk who he is representing. Thank you, Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Warren Perry. I'm the Deputy Adjutant General for the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. I work for
Military Affairs, Veteran
Major
Services.
General
Okay,
Dave
Deputy.
Michaelitis. I just wanted to make, I heard one part of the Honorable Representative's testimony. I just wanted to be clear that the National Guard in state statute is defined as a militia. So if you go to 110B 1A, it says, the statute reads, the militia shall be divided into three classes, namely the National Guard, the State Guard, and the unorganized militia. So the statute is very clear that it is part of the militia. New Hampshire statute is very clear. So I just wanted to
Mr. Perry,
point that out to the committee.
could you repeat that article just so I can make a note of it?
It's 110B 110-B :A, composition of the militia. So other parts of the statute, just for, if you'll allow me to be clear, chapter 110 or RSA 111 defines and outlines the role of the State Guard, which is another of the three parts, and then the unorganized militia is as defined by the representative who preceded me, the able-bodied men over the able-bodied residents. It doesn't say men. So.
Thank you so much for that clarification. That's very helpful. Will you take any questions if there are any?
I will.
Does anyone have any questions for the deputy? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Okay, with no more pink cards and with no one else appearing interested in speaking to this measure, I will end that hearing. And we are right on schedule, unbelievably, if you were here this morning. Next up, right at 2:30, is HR 28. And I believe that Representative Thomas is here. Yes, that is she. Welcome, the prime sponsor from Merrimack, I believe.
You want me to start?
Proceed, sure.
Okay, thank you. I am Representative Wendy Thomas, and I serve the town of Merrimack, Hillsborough, District 12. I've been a resident of the town for 33 years. We have 6 children that were raised in Merrimack. I also have a degree in medical biology and have worked as a clinical microbiologist. That information will come in later. I am one of the water warriors who have been ringing the PFAS bell since 2016 in Merrimack. I'm introducing House Resolution 28, which, if you look, has tripartisan support. So there's going to be 3 parts to my presentation, and I know it's been a long day, and I'm sorry, and I'll try to work through it as quickly as I can, but there's a lot of information here. I'm going to talk about the resolution. I'm going to tell you why we need the resolution, and then I'm going to bring you down to a micro level of what it's like to live in a PFAS contaminated town. So if you look at the House resolution, in lines 1 and 2, we talk about PFAS chemicals. There's going to be 2 specific PFAS chemicals that I'll talk to about later, I'll reference. But when I talk about PFAS chemicals, I'm actually talking about a class of over 14,000 chemicals. So it's not just an individual thing. In my town, there's a high incidence of cancer, medical monitoring costs, and water and environmental damage. The corporation that has done this is called Saint-Gobain. Originally, they located in Bennington, Vermont, and they housed a plastics facility there. Contaminated, did exactly what they did in New Hampshire. Contaminated the town, contaminated the water, contaminated the soil. Then they decided, Vermont kicked them out. They decided to go to Hoosick Falls in New York State. This is going to sound familiar. They contaminated the water, they contaminated the soil, they contaminated the air. Both of those, let me see if I can find it. Both states have sued Saint-Gobain for damages, and I'll have to find the number, but billions of dollars to each of the states for remediation. So Saint-Gobain has announced that they're going to leave Merrimack sometime in 2024. What does this mean for our town? I mean, we have these forever chemicals, and the reason they're called forever chemicals is the chemical bond is so strong, it's not broken in nature. It can be broken under high temperature situations, but once it escapes into the wild, you cannot get rid of these chemicals. So it's been causing all kinds of problems in my town. Saint-Gobain is currently in discussion with DES about closing down the plant. However, there are problems with Saint-Gobain because they continually lie, and I don't say that lightly. I will give you some instances of their constant lying. Saint-Gobain said that they did not use full-strength PFOA, 100% PFOA chemicals. When they approached DES in 2016, they had self-reported that there was PFAS in the tap water in the building. When DES investigated this, and they got documentation from Saint-Gobain, and Saint-Gobain sent over 90,000 pages of documentation. The documentation did not list that they used 100% PFOA chemicals prior to 2004. DES says they never got that information. So they lied about that. In a 2016 letter to state regulators, Saint-Gobain wrote that it never used PFOA as raw material at any point in time in Merrimack. And in 2014, they told the EPA that it is not and has never been a user of PFOA per anywhere in the United States. But the documents that were released at the lawsuit, there was a lawsuit in the state of New Hampshire, showed that Saint-Gobain knew it used PFOA many years before. A former state Gobain attorney who is now a whistleblower testified that sales records from 3M, which sold PFOA to Saint-Gobain, show that the company brought hundreds, if not thousands of pounds of pure PFOA. The 3M sales records are under seal in the class action suit. And a salesman for DuPont, which also sold PFAS products to Saint-Gobain last year, testified that he had learned they were using pure PFOA and adding it to our products. to their products. Saint-Gobain no longer denies that it was using pure PFOA. They were caught lying, and they now admit that they used it. A company executive stated in 2006 that Saint-Gobain, quote, ought to downplay the potential health risks of PFOA relative to other PFAS chemicals, and argued that there are no proven health risks. But a 1995 company memo showed that management had issued a decree to stop using PFOA because, quote, of its toxicity and long half-life. The company also in 2006 conducted blood tests for PFOA on its employees, but the results remain under seal. And the plant's previous owner in 1980 investigated why its male employees were experiencing impotence and polymer fever. So these guys have been being dishonest with the town of Merrimack for years. Let me see. Okay. So why do we need a House resolution like this? It's because recently IARC, which is a division of the World Health Organization, WHO, has concluded that PFOA is carcinogenic. It is and PFOS is likely carcinogenic. I've talked to DES, I've talked to our town manager, I've talked to other people. DES believes that perhaps Saint-Gobain is going to declare bankruptcy. This is what these chemical companies do, and move to another location. I've also heard that they might move to Ireland. I've heard that they may close this facility and move somewhere else in New Hampshire. We're not getting the information from this closure. And again, this is not about a McDonald's closing down in our town. This is about a corporation that has been spewing carcinogenic chemicals in our town for years. And that this is not the first time. This is their method of operating. They did this in Vermont. Vermont kicked them out. They did this in Hoosick Falls. They are responsible for billions of dollars for remediation in those two places. Another reason we need this is that there are no stakeholders at these discussions between DES and Saint-Gobain closing. We don't have any elected officials. We don't have any town officials. We have not been invited to the table. We have no advocates that have been working on this problem for years. And lastly, there's timing. What are we going to do if this company, which is headquartered in Paris, they're not even an American company, this is a French company. What are we going to do if they leave the United States? We have all this remediation. We discover things down the line that more health effects. How are we going to go after them? So this House resolution, it outlines the history of Saint-Gobain, what it has done, how it has been bad actors for our town, how they have continually lied. And the resolution is to go to President Biden, and President Biden, because of his Moonshot Cancer Program, because this is a cancer cluster in southern New Hampshire. It will go to Senator Shaheen, Senator Hassan, Representative Custer, Representative Pappas, and I'm asking for a copy of this resolution to go to the President of France. This company comes to the United States, destroys our environment, creates cancer, quite frankly, and they do it in the United States because France has very, very strong environmental protection laws, and they would not be allowed to do this in France. So they come to the United States to do this. just quickly, I'm going to drill down into real life what this actually means because we're talking a little bit in hypotheticals. It's very difficult to understand what these chemicals are, what the effects are. We have a private well. My well was tested in 2016. The levels were so high for PFAS chemicals, just a constellation of them, we had to shut down our well in 2016. We've not been able to use our well since then. We have a whole house filtration system that cost about $5,000 to install. It costs about $500 a year to replace the filters. I live on a street that abuts an older neighborhood. So we have 4 houses on my street that have private wells, 4. The other houses are in public water. In house number 1, the dad has died of kidney cancer. In house number 2, the dad and the adult son have died of colon cancer. In house number 3, the dad is dying right now with stage 4 prostate cancer. These are all cancers that are linked to PFAS exposure. House number 4, that's my house. I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2022. It's interesting, breast cancer, there's a lot of it around. Once you're diagnosed with breast cancer, they start investigating. Any family history of breast cancer? Nope. I got 4 sisters. My mom, no breast cancer. They did the genetic workup on me to see if there's any mutations. No mutations, no genes that are adding to, that would compel my body to have breast cancer. I was talking with the Environmental Working Group, which was an advocacy group in Washington, D.C., and they suggested I get my blood tested for PFAS chemicals. Now, remember, I'm one of these water warriors. I've been working on this since 2016. We put in a filtration system. We went, I protected my kids as much as I could. We thought we were protecting our family. My blood results showed that I have 12 PFAS chemicals in my body that are over the toxic limit that's allowed for humans, 12. I have my constellation of my PFOA chemicals. I have 38 times what normal people and the national average have in my blood. My PFOS, I have more than 99%. Now the PFOS chemicals, or the PFOA chemicals, are related to breast cancer. And the physicians at Dartmouth-Hitchcock believe that there's such a tie that they have said that my breast cancer is environmentally triggered by environmental toxins. Because the PFOS chemicals were so high in my blood, those attack your ovaries and your fallopian tubes. So I had to go and have my ovaries and my fallopian tubes removed prophylactically to try to keep ahead of the cancer. That's what it means to live in a town that is contaminated with these chemicals. We have to amputate parts of our bodies to stay ahead of the cancers. This is the price that we pay. My husband, when he was 55 years old, he had several heart attacks and he ended up having a quadruple bypass. Cardiac issues are linked to PFAS exposure. He's had 2 kidney operations. Kidney issues are linked to PFAS exposure. He has high cholesterol. It has nothing to do with what he eats. This is something that comes from PFAS. My 6 children, we have autoimmune disease. Young guys, they're adults in their mid-20s to early 30s. Cardiac issues, reproductive issues, cholesterol, immune dysfunction. And I've just last summer put down my 4th dog to cancer. We live in a hot spot. We have no idea what we're going to do. The costs for health care, there was an article today that came out in Yahoo News, $250 billion is being spent in the United States because of PFAS-related health issues. $250 billion. Now, I mean, we're just a microcosm. We're one little family in one little neighborhood in our town. I can tell you that even with insurance, when you have a disease like cancer, you spend a lot of money. It is very expensive to try to stay healthy when these corporations are dumping these chemicals into our environment. One thing I wanted to just point out, there was a mistake on page, let me see, where is it? On page 2, line 13. It says that the stacks failed, and they did fail. And when they did fail, Saint-Gobain had installed a secret bypass stack that DES didn't know about. So when the stacks failed, they subverted the fumes into this non-filtered stack, which was not allowed. That's another lie that they did. They said that that we knew about it, but we didn't. Anyway, when the stacks were when they failed, 17 pounds of PFAS chemicals went through these filters. They're called RTO filters. And Saint-Gobain is very proud that only 2 pounds of the PFAS chemicals were directly released into our town. 1 liquid drop of PFAS in 20 Olympic pools is enough to make that water carcinogenic. And they are proud that they only put forward 2 pounds of this stuff into our town. Every night they burn the refuse because we don't know how to get rid of PFAS. But remember, those bonds are so strong that many of them don't break. And so whenever they burn the refuse, the soot particulate comes down on our town. It covers our lawns. It covers our cars. It covers everything. The rain drives this down into the ground, and the produce uptakes it. We have PFAS. We have PFAS in our apples. We have PFAS in our tomatoes. In fact, DES has advised the condo association that is directly across the street from Saint-Gobain to not do any gardening. This is what it's like to live in a town like this. And so this House resolution it documents what Saint-Gobain has done to our town. And I am simply asking for people in authority to come to the table to look out and protect the residents of my town. And it's not even my town. It's Bedford, Litchfield, Amherst, Hollis, Nashua, all of southern New Hampshire. I just want to make sure that we're getting the information we need. If President Biden can do something with his cancer program, that would be great. If the senators and the representatives can find any kind of funding that we could use for cleanup, if they could pull in the EPA, we need help in our town, and we're not getting it right now. And so that's what this House resolution is asking. Thank you, and I'll take questions.
Thank you, Representative. So I'm looking at the last page, and this kind of goes to what you just touched on about these things that need to be done. For example, the PFAS contaminated products and materials from the closing of the Saint-Gobain site shall be disposed of properly. That's one of the, after all the whereas, that's one of the resolves. So do you want to say, it just says that they should be disposed of properly. You don't say by whom or when or how. Is that general? It's a little bit generally vague. You just want to leave, if this resolution goes forward, then the details will be worked out later by whomever?
Yeah, well, see, it's all so relatively new. I mean, we're finding new information every day. We don't know how to dispose of this stuff. We don't know whether to put it in, it all goes into a lined landfill. Even that's dangerous. So I think that that's one of the things, I could try to make it more specific, but I think that it should be general because that's one of the discussion points that needs to be addressed.
Right. So in trying to have a resolution that will be more effective or has some teeth, for example, that the closing of the Saint-Gobain site shall be disposed of properly. if to me, if it said by whom, you know, like by a certain entity, whether it's Saint Gobain, a federal program, I don't know. I'm just trying to look at this, and for example, if it said that something will happen by a certain date, by a certain entity, then that's clear in people's minds. Okay, this is what the resolution calls for. This has to happen by this person by this time. And you explained that, you know, by being a little bit general, that in some ways that's easier. So I'm sure if this moves forward, it will definitely raise awareness. It raised our awareness just now. So anyway, my question is, we have time. We can work on some of the wording, but that's my question. Do you want it to be vague, or would it be helpful if it was more specific?
If there's a little bit of time, I can certainly do some research, but I'm not a scientist. I mean, I have a medical biology degree, but I can put some examples. And not dictate a course of action, but I could certainly find some examples of ways to dispose of it. I mean, that's a valid point. I'm not sure it's up to me to decide, because I'm not sure I have the knowledge on how to dispose of PFAS.
Right. Or if you said who should do it. Again, this is the first time we've really drilled down to look at the wording. If it said Saint Gobain should be responsible, then that makes it clear. Again, this is a resolution; it's not a statute. So we're going to start execing some of these next week, but I think this is one that we have time. If you want to, it's up to you and the other co-sponsors, or and some of us on the committee. If you wanted to think about perhaps some different wording or more effective specific wording towards the end. Those are just some of my thoughts, not really a question, other than would you want to think about if you had time to work on the language?
To your point, I would be happy to say that Saint Gobain is responsible for disposing of everything, and that includes equipment that's inside the facility that is also dirty.
That might be helpful, because in reading this, you know, is the town of Merrimack, is the county of Hillsborough, is the state of New Hampshire, is it Saint Gobain, is it some other entity that needs to take action here? I don't know. It's what I'm trying to get a handle on.
I think though that the point you're getting at, and one of my advocacy points, is that the residents of New Hampshire should not be paying 1 penny for cleanup.
And that perhaps might be, if we continue to work on the wording, that I think that would be helpful in moving this resolution forward. If that, what you just said about the residents of New Hampshire should not be held responsible for malfeasance that they did not commit. Right.
Be very happy to work on an amendment. Just for clarification, this is my first House resolution. Is it the committee that will do the amendment, or because it's a House resolution, is that my responsibility?
Well, the committee owns these measures after they're
now.
Submitted. But if you want to pick someone, any of us, if you want to improve the language or change the language, as chair, I would say we can give you time for that. You know, this is only January 12th.
Yeah.
So, and I'm sure you're going to get some more questions and input. But that was my question and thought, was the wording and being more specific. And I like what you just said about, you know, not holding. Obviously, it appears that the corporation is responsible. And so, okay, so there's that. So that I'll leave that to you, and you can circle back. Yes, Representative Massimilla.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So am I correct in saying that you did this as a resolution as opposed to a bill to get the attention of the feds as opposed to getting direct action from the state?
That's correct.
Thank
That is
you.
correct. I want federal oversight on this. And again, because we're not closing down a McDonald's, we're closing down a multi-billion-dollar company, multi-billion dollars. In fact, they had the European Antitrust Commission fined Saint-Gobain 1.3 billion pounds. So these are big players. And they also have a whole slate of lawyers. They have more lawyers than God, you know, and so every time we try to do anything, we get pushed back from the lawyers because they've got the money, they've got the resources. You're welcome.
To follow up on that, again, this is new as well, but you just mentioned that you, in response to Representative Massimilla, that you wanted the feds to be aware of this. It doesn't really say that here. You want copies to go to the President of the United States and the congressional delegation. Again, perhaps if you specifically mention the EPA, that might make it a stronger resolution. Just to follow up on the previous question. Other questions? I saw hands. Representative Primanti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. What products do they make to use these chemicals in
Sure.
the facility?
Prior to Saint-Gobain, it was a company called ChemFab. And what they do is they make chemically coated fabrics. And this is through their plastics division. So we call them plastics, but they're really like Teflon chemicals, you know, the stuff that's on your pans that are nonstick. And so they coat these fabrics with this Teflon plastic. And then those fabrics are used for radar shields, you know, those big domes that are on radars. Some stadiums have those foldable roofs that's ChemFab. They're also used in biohazard suits because they're impermeable. That's the whole thing with these chemicals. They don't breathe. And they're used in astronaut suits as well. So there is a need for these chemicals and there's a need for these products. However, I mean, I mentioned earlier, I used to work as a clinical biologist. I've worked with biohazardous material. And there's a way to handle this. You don't just throw it into our rivers. You don't just, you know, burn it and let it go out into the air. There are ways to contain these chemicals.
A follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Follow up and then Representative Levitt afterwards.
How does the PFAS get into the groundwater? What do they just pour it out of down the drain?
Some of it is being poured directly, but the majority of it, remember I said earlier, they burn, and when they burn at night, all of the soot, which is unbroken PFAS chemicals, falls down onto our town and the surrounding towns, which is why we're starting to see contamination. And the rain drives it down. But the thing is, I mean, we're advising people that if you have an outside dog, if you have your dog out in your yard, you should wipe their paws off before bringing them into the house. You should vacuum your carpets on a regular basis. I mean, people should anyway, but because you're tracking in PFAS all the time. You know, we filter our water, but the water at Dunkin' Donuts is not filtered. The water at the restaurant that cooks our pasta is not filtered. You know, it's a huge problem.
Reverend Seibert?
Odds, I mean, I guess it's pretty huge, but are they looking at people from across the state that have large amounts of PFAS in their systems, just like you? Like, say you stop at the Dunkin' Donuts, you know, in Merrimack on your way to work, but you live up north, you know, farther up north.
The thing is, you cannot assume that you're not contaminated with PFAS until you test. Just like you cannot assume your water is clean unless you test. PFAS, you can't see it, you can't smell it, you can't taste it in your water. So in my first term in 2018, 2020, we passed a bill that mandated that insurance paid for PFAS blood testing. So that's available to anyone in New Hampshire.
Okay.
So you can, and I can get you the code of the test that needs to be ordered, because that's another thing too, is a lot of the physicians don't have experience and don't have knowledge about how to treat PFAS. In fact, I'll just tell you a quick story. The surgeon that did my mastectomy, after I had my blood work done, I came with the results showing that I had these 12 chemicals that were over the toxic limit. And I tried to give her the results of the chemical, and without even looking at them, she pushed them back and she said, "I'm just a surgeon. I don't need to know about PFAS." And I said, "Well, you're no longer my surgeon then."
Representative Levin?
Thank you, Chair Moffett. To be short, I admire your strength and courage in this. I really do. And I sincerely mean that. I mean, I could never fathom me having to worry about wiping my dog's paws off, or the drinking water 32 times. I mean, this is something that needs to be brought to attention as soon as possible. I mean, this isn't, this is, you're doing, I'm going to make this brief, is you got the ball rolling on this. And this is something that, as far as I'm concerned, lastly, is that I'd be suing the hell out of them. I'm sorry, apologize. But the town needs to take an effective approach on this, and I hope this goes forward in a positive way, because the word's out now.
Yep. And that's the point of this, is to raise awareness, because a lot of people have been hearing about PFAS. They've never seen the whole picture. It is devastating to our town. This situation is devastating.
Any other questions for the prime sponsor of this resolution? Okay, again, I would just say, if you want to work on the wording, we won't exec this for a while. We'll give it some time, and if you know any of us that you looks like you know someone that you can work with on, and then that person, that committee member, can bring forward the amended language, and then we could go from there.
I absolutely look forward to it. Thank you very much.
Okay, I have two more cards on this HR 28. Representative Perez is here. She has to speak briefly in support of the bill, in support of the resolution. It's not a bill, it's a House resolution. Welcome, Representative.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak up in support of HR 28. My name is Maria Perez. I'm a state representative from District 43 in Milford. The reason that I'm supporting and I'm co-sponsoring this resolution is because Saint-Gobain has two buildings in Milford. We already have supersized in Milford that we, for many years, has to deal with it. Our soil has been contaminated with other chemicals. We have to buy water from Penachuk Water in Nashua. And then we already have issues buying water from Penachuk, because we have pipes that are so old that now we have brown drinking water. My issue with Saint-Gobain being in Milford is that I've been asking, when they sold the first building, that it was like no one knew. It was like one day Saint-Gobain was there and the next day the building was sold. I've been asking for reports, what chemicals they've been putting in our soil and water in Milford. I haven't been getting any answer. My concern is, now that I'm hearing that they sell in the second building, they just leaving without, none of us know what's going on. None of us know what's in our soil from Saint-Gobain and Milford. We don't know what they're putting in our water either. So that's why I'm asking for anyone in here, because knowing what Merrimack is going through in other towns, I don't want the residents of Milford just be living with the same issue and not having any support. That's why I'm asking everyone in here to support this resolution, because we're gonna need your help. We don't know what is gonna affect Milford right now. Like I say, I've been asking for reports. I've been asking for anything that they can tell us what Saint-Gobain is throwing in our water and soil in Milford as well.
Thank you, Representative. Will you take a question or two? Okay, then, Representative Gagné.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Perez, for taking my question. You're from Milford.
Correct.
anybody from Milford, the town officials, have they asked for a sample or gone to the property and actually taken a sample of the soil there to see what's in it?
I've been asking the town of Milford, the water department, many times, and some residents send me emails as telling me that they've been asking the water department for reports, and they haven't heard anything back. I've been waiting for an email or call back, and I haven't get a call back on email from the water department as well.
Any other questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Perez. The final card on HR 28 is Catherine Corkery from Concord and the New Hampshire Sierra Club. Oh, yes, so Representative Selig, it said 21, but you meant 28? And I have Catherine Corkery's name. Is Catherine here? Okay, please, Representative.
Sorry, long day. For you too. I'm Representative Lauren Selig. I represent Durham, New Hampshire, which is Stratford County 10. Last year or 2 years ago, I learned about PFAS at Pease, which is in Portsmouth, which was detected when a number of children in one of their daycare centers became unexpectedly ill, and they had a very high pediatric cancer cluster. They discovered that the firefighting foam that had been used at the Air Force Base was full of these chemicals. And all of these children were getting sick. So they then tested and discovered that every well within a specific radius of Pease was deeply infested with the PFAS and PFOAs and P other things. There's a reason I wasn't a science major. And so my understanding is that the Air Force Base is having to do most of the cleanup, but they've obviously had to do all kinds of things to bring water into that area. I also know the town of Durham a few years ago was tasked with extending the town's public water supply out to the Lee traffic circle, because that was another area that was discovered to be deeply infested with very dangerous water. It was discovered someone was trying to sell a property, and when the water was tested, it came back so high for chemicals that the businesses in that area, which included Dunkin' Donuts, Wendy's, McDonald's, and 4 other restaurants, all had to temporarily pause to get water brought in to make it safe. So I very strongly support this resolution, and I know that there's been some work at Pease already about how to address some of the issues and trying to figure out solutions.
Thank you, Representative. And if no one has a pressing question, Catherine Corkery from the Sierra Club is here.
Hello. Thank you so much for taking my testimony and allowing me to share just some more information. New Hampshire Sierra Club supports the spirit of this resolution and appreciate that the bill encourages, or the resolution encourages, the communication between all of these entities. I have some handouts. I know this is a committee that doesn't normally talk about water quality or pollution. And so I have some handouts about this contaminant, PFAS and PFOA, the same one. These chemicals are inorganic, and they're human-made, manufactured, and they are called forever chemicals for a reason. I will be brief, but I did want to highlight for your research a few movies that highlight these issues. One is Dark Waters, and it is about the first class action lawsuit that was filed against DuPont for these chemicals. Dark Waters is the name of it. And then there's another one called The Devil We Know, and that documents these chemicals. And it's, it is very heavy. there are some very serious conditions that you'll learn about, just as we have with Representative Wendy Thomas. And this is a serious pollutant. This is a chemical that has been brought to our communities through various manufacturing and uses. And it's really devastating. I'll just repeat that. So we do support the spirit of the bill. I have some handouts, and I am certainly not as expertised as as the representative, but I would be happy to take any questions. Oh, wait, I had a suggestion about language for the page 3. I think in considering how to dispose of these chemicals, oversight from the AG is pretty important, as well as the Department of Justice, because there are a number of class action and legal matters involved with this as well.
So you heard my earlier comments to the prime sponsor about the language. That's
Yes.
what prompted. Okay, good. Yeah,
Yep.
so you can presumably
I'll work
okay,
with her.
good.
Absolutely.
Aaron Brockovich, is that a name that you've ever heard of?
Sure. Very similar.
Oh, she's here. Any question for Catherine? Representative Carey?
Catherine, is this something that maybe the federal brownfields program might be engaged to be involved in the cleanup?
It's definitely there is a division. It's like the chemicals, soils, and some development, I think it's called, in the EPA that deals with brownfields and also the Superfund sites. And I think it's called RCRA. They have all sorts of abbreviations, the whole alphabet. But that division is likely the one that you want to talk to.
Representative Levitt?
Thank you, Chair Moffitt. So this is going to take a village. You know, as legislatures, we can bring this to the forefront in our committee, even bring it to the House floor. And, if we have bipartisan support, probably we're going to get this done. But my stern advice is we need to get the towns involved. We need to get the state involved, other than the legislative part. We have, two other branches here, the executive and judicial. So, I understand, and again, I admire your strength and courage in coming up here. But this has come to a point where where people are definitely dying because of this.
And we need a question.
And thank you very much, Chair Moffitt.
Would you believe? Okay, any other would you believes or questions for Catherine?
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you so much. Seeing no further cards or signals or hands, I will call a termination to the hearing on HR 28. That brings us to the last measure of the day. I heard somebody cheering. It's been a long day. CACR 13, Constitutional Amendment Concurrent Resolution 1-3, relating to slavery and involuntary servitude. And the prime sponsor is here. Welcome, Representative Bolden. Before you start, let me just share quickly. I spoke with Representative Bolden on the phone last night, and we were talking about timing, and I said, well, this is the last bill of the day, round 3, and there's nothing following this bill, so we have plenty of time on it. And I need to be careful about making those statements because I didn't want to imply to Representative Bolden that this is an interesting measure. We can be here all night. That's kind of what I conveyed, because nobody's coming in after us. Problem is, I've been advised, for example, our researcher, Christina, and there's all kinds of staff that needs to stay here at the State House and the LOB until we finish. So lesson for me to be next week. Our last bill will be at 1 instead of 3. So everybody who's here, looking forward to. Thank you for coming in. Whatever you want to say, we're going to hear you out. But as we told the folks this morning, if someone has already made a specific point that you want to make, if you cannot repeat that, so that we can keep moving for the folks that are waiting on us this Friday night. So all that said, we're ready to go. Representative Boland, thanks so much. Looking forward to your introduction.
Thanks. For the record, I'm Amanda Bolden, representative from Hillsborough District 25. And for what it's worth, all the folks who've showed up to testify in support of this legislation today are aware that 3 minutes or less is the best way to hold a person's attention. Unfortunately, I have a little bit more testimony than that, so I'll be breaking the rule. But this bill the CACR would enshrine the abolition of slavery in the state constitution. Pretty simple. I'd be interested to hear if there are any questions later on about the legislation and why it might not be simple to some, but I think it's extraordinarily simple, and I really like legislation like that. A little history of slavery in New Hampshire. So before the Civil War, around the time of the American Revolution, our state was in the habit of purchasing humans and forcing them to work in the military because they had trouble recruiting people to fight in the American Revolution. And in response to that, there were some folks in 1779, about 20 slaves, who submitted a petition to this same body. But we were meeting in Exeter back then, and they were asking for their freedom. And that petition has some really poetic content. For example, private or public tyranny and slavery are alike detestable to minds conscious of the equal dignity of human nature. And then another part I really appreciated said, through ignorance and brutish violence of their countrymen, and by the sinister design of others, children incapable of self-defense, whose infancy might have prompted protection, were seized, imprisoned, and transported from their native country, where they are compelled to drag on their lives in miserable servitude. Thus often is the parent's cheek wet for the loss of a child torn by the cruel hand of violence from her aching bosom. So it's this really poetic petition, and we as a legislature ignored it and never granted their freedom to those 20 slaves. And it was only until 2014 that Senator Martha Flo Clark put in legislation to grant them their freedom, obviously posthumously. So 4 years after that petition was put in 1779, the state constitution was drafted. I went to the state archives for my birthday last month, and I actually get to hold the Constitution, and I highly recommend that activity to anyone. Ashley Miller, the state archivist, is really nice and really excited to show people actual pieces of history that you can hold in your bare hands. So that Constitution read in part that all men are born equal and independent with natural rights, among which are enjoying and defending life and liberty. And I'm sure in your first bill this morning, you heard a lot of terminology like that. At the time in 1783, there was some debate as to whether or not that banned slavery. But obviously in 1790, the census counted over 150 slaves in the state of New Hampshire. So the Constitution at that time did not ban slavery. In 1857, this legislature passed a law that assessed a penalty for enslaving another person. It was 1 to 5 years of hard labor. This law is so old that I couldn't even find the wording until I found it in an article in a South Carolina newspaper published in 1857, where they quoted the law that was passed by the New Hampshire legislature. And they essentially said, if we can't bring our slaves to New Hampshire shouldn't visit South Carolina. So they were not having it. But other than that, the law did not explicitly abolish slavery, didn't ban slavery, it just assessed a small penalty of 1 to 5 years of hard labor, a type of penalty we don't even implement today. So it didn't actually guarantee freedom to all New Hampshire citizens. But a few years later, Civil War ended, 13th Amendment abolished private enslavement, nationwide. And that was that. And very few states followed up with mirroring the 13th Amendment in their own state constitutions. But in recent years, there has been a nationwide movement, especially in light of the state of national politics, to embed a reflection of the 13th Amendment in individual state constitutions. And I'd say about half the country's done it so far at this point. And I think it's time for New Hampshire to join in that effort. And in particular, I think in light of the first bill that you heard today, if slavery is abolished in New Hampshire because of the federal 13th Amendment, what happens if one day something like this morning's first bill passes? It's hard to say. And I think, oh, by the way, so I mentioned that, those 20 slaves were finally freed posthumously. But I think even then, how long did that take? I'm not interested in doing the math right now, but overall, I could say that for 300 years, New Hampshire's kind of avoided addressing the issue. And it's worth noting that, we were the last state to acknowledge Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And, there's a lot to appreciate about a citizen legislature, but sometimes I think when your populace is just so distinctly of one type of person, it can be hard to sympathize with the experiences of people in another part of the country and to stand by them. And so on a personal note, I come from slave-owning people. This was kind of a shock to me. I mean, I kind of assumed, but I didn't know the extent of it. My 11th great grandfather came from England to Virginia in the 1600s in Jamestown. And his great grandson, my 5th great grandfather, was a congressman, U.S. congressman for Virginia. And he argued passionately in favor of slavery. It was the 1800s, before the Civil War. I've read transcripts of his speeches in Congress, and he literally said it's a man's natural right to own another man. He was also super irritated with women who would get involved in politics at the time. There were some women who prepared a petition and submitted it to Congress calling for the end of slavery. And in his remarks on the floor, he said if they were married, they'd have something better to do with their time. So I don't think he would like me, but you guys wouldn't like him either, because he was definitely the kind of lawmaker that when he started talking, you'd leave for a bathroom break. Very long-winded, more than me. He would go on and on. So I'm confident that my 5th great grandfather, Thomas Tyler Bolden, would be very disappointed to know that just a few years after he died, the U.S. banned slavery, private enslavement with the 13th Amendment. And I think especially he'd be disappointed because between him and his brother James, they owned over 40 slaves at the time. And, at the time, slavery was framed as a states' rights issue. The Democrats were the party of states' rights. They wanted to leave it up to individual states. And as a result, with the passage of the 13th Amendment, it was assumed that this was applicable in all states. But again, going back to if something like the first bill that you heard today were to actually pass at any point in the future, where would we be? So it is my hope today that we can reject everything my ancestors stood for and pass full abolition at the state level, enshrine it in the Constitution, and more specifically, allow our voters to band together to enshrine this basic freedom in the state constitution and hopefully make Thomas Tyler Bolden roll over in his grave. And a note about his grave, my ancestor, Thomas Tyler Bolden, is the only congressman, the only person to die in the congressional chambers. I'm not as nervous right now as I might be at the well or in front of a Senate committee, but apparently Thomas Tyler Bolden was standing at the well speaking when he literally dropped dead mid-sentence, which means his last words are recorded. They're just not coherent. And he was, I guess everyone felt so sorry for him that even the president at the time turned out for his funeral, Andrew Jackson. So somewhere in someone's pocket is a likeness of a guy who attended my 5th great grandfather's funeral. And when he died, there were many things that I experienced today that were inconceivable for him. The idea that I would be able to own property or get divorced or vote or serve in public office were inconceivable to my 5th great grandfather. So I hope that, you will join with me in deeply upsetting his memory and making him roll over in his DC grave. And in closing, I just want to read one more portion of that 1779 petition. This was their closing statement. Therefore, your humble slaves most devoutly pray for the sake of injured liberty, for the sake of justice, humanity, and the rights of mankind, for the honor of religion, and by all that is dear, that your honors would enact such laws and regulations as you in your wisdom think proper, whereby we may regain our liberty and be ranked in the class of free agents, and that the name of slave may not more be heard in a land gloriously contending for the sweets of freedom. Because, you know, at the time it was 1779. So these are folks that wanted to be included in the freedom movement in our country. And just be really great if we could stand by them today in 2024. I'll take questions.
Thank you, Representative. Great history. Love the history
I knew
that
you
you
would like
shared. Questions for the prime sponsor? Representative Massimilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. My question is, presently, is slavery and involuntary servitude defined in the New Hampshire Constitution at all?
It's not referenced anywhere. There's nothing in our state constitution touching enslavement. And more specifically, I'm not aware of any definitions in general in just speaking to the issue of definitions per se. I'm not aware of the use of definitions in the state constitution.
Do you think it would be necessary to define them to make it more clear? No?
No, I think that, you know, for example, your right to sit in that chair and be a lawmaker, it's not in the Constitution. A lot of that comes out of case law. Just the fact that you and I as women can vote, that's not in the state constitution. Those are things that, you know, people scrape together, fighting tooth and nail over centuries, arguing in court, petitions, lawsuits, to be able to obtain. And I think there is, to some extent, some things that are now inferred because of certain changes to the wording of the Constitution. But there isn't anything touching slavery. And I think that the way that this is worded is perfect.
It's okay.
Yeah, I think it really wraps it up in a pretty bow. It's short, sweet, and it's something that kids can learn about in school.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you so much, Madam Prime Sponsor, Representative Bolden. We have a number of pink cards here. To your earlier comment, your supporters, and it looks like everyone here is supporting the measure. Everyone has asked for either 2 or 3 minutes, except for one person who asked for 4 minutes. And we'll start with her. I think Ophelia from Merrimack, or Merrimack Street. Ophelia? Yes.
Thank you. So unfortunately, of course, I've been working really hard on this and I'm not going to be able to speak. So my partner is going to be speaking for me today.
Good afternoon.
And for the record, for our clerk, Madam Clerk, your partner, your name is?
Dennis, I'm on the course. Dennis Febo.
Just a second, Dennis. You have a second card? Oh, here, okay, Dennis, there you go. Right, you're on. Thanks, Dennis.
Thank you. Do we agree that slavery needs to be abolished? Slavery was supposed to have ended at the end of the Civil War and the creation of the 13th Amendment, a promise that this great nation would no longer put someone in chains and hold them in captivity. The promise came with an exception, but not just at the federal level. Many of our New Hampshire citizens are not aware that slavery and involuntary servitude still exists in our state, but ironically, it's true. The 13th Amendment clearly states neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except for the punishment of crime, shall be tolerated in this state. It's this particular loophole that New Hampshire, just like many states, have never drafted a bill to abolish. Nobody should be subjected to slavery because of being convicted of a crime. As individuals with varied life experiences, we don't agree on many things, but what I believe in my heart is that my fellow New Hampshire don't want to continue to be a slave state. Maybe you're thinking it's just words in a really old document and not actually a practice we uphold on an everyday basis. I mean, we're in the North. We fought on the Union side of the Civil War. We have a diverse populations. We don't have slaves. It is astonishing that in the 21st century, we still find ourselves discussing the need to eradicate this vile institution from our midst. But the truth is that the fight against slavery is a battle that we must continue to wage until every last trace of this injustice is eradicated from our great state. There are 2,442 people currently incarcerated in New Hampshire, being served spoiled food sometimes filled with maggots. Individuals behind walls are paying $3.78 for a 3-ounce stick of deodorant, $5.25 for toothpaste, while working and being paid $1 to $1.50 an hour. A financial incentive to incarcerate. For-profit prison profiteers like GTL phone providers, Key Fee Bob Parker Company earn millions off of exploiting prisoner forced labor. I know this because I was enslaved in the state of New Hampshire. My mission in life is to help restore human rights to all human beings because of the atrocities I witnessed firsthand and suffered while incarcerated. Incarceration is marketed as a mechanism to rehabilitate someone so that they can be a productive citizen. Many times, prison staff will retaliate against inmates for filing complaints. If you see something, you're supposed to say something, except in prison. Standing up for yourself or others can mean forced labor or the risk of losing a few hours of fresh air. You may be allowed solitary confinement in a 5x8 cell for months or years. How is this rehabilitation? Instead of the culture of prison only creates or exacerbates many of the reasons people end up here. So many human beings go into the system suffering from some other form of mental illness. It could be from drug abuse, childhood trauma, physical, emotional, sexual abuse, or effects of abject poverty, or a combination of all the above. If surveyed, you will find the majority of incarcerated people have been severely abused or witnessed horrific violence from a young age. Once they're released from prison, it can be extremely difficult to acclimate themselves into the outside world. It can be compared to being dropped off in another country where you don't know the language, the land, or the customs, but you're expected to figure it out with little or no help. For many, it's too frightening, and they end up back in hell where they wanted to escape. It's called recidivism, but it's also being coined as post-incarcerated syndrome. The narrative is that someone is merely a repeat offender or career criminal, but what they may actually be is impoverished, abused child, turned offender, turned abused by the state, enslaved adult. Everyone needs to be held accountable for their wrongdoings. This also includes the state. That we the people are attempting to do, not just here, but in 8 other states across the country, is advocate for empathy and a radical change on how we rehabilitate and help our fellow human beings become productive citizens who can be held accountable for their actions without being exploited, abused, or killed. This cycle will not end until there's nothing to gain financially from a person's life being destroyed. We the people will not rest until any and all financial incentives to incarcerate are discontinued and erased from American economics. We will begin our work with the precedent that created this monster in the first place, the constitutional exception clause of criminality. So let us not forget the legacy that we leave for our future generations, one that either perpetuates the horrors of the past or paves the way for a brighter, more inclusive future. There's no such thing as a tough or soft on crime politician. We are either pro-slavery and choose not to accept a bill abolishing slavery and involuntary servitude in its entirety, leaving the Constitution and the practices it's been tolerating in place, or we are anti-slavery, and we fix our community by accepting the bill to abolish recognizing humanity in each of us. I respectfully ask that you accept the bill to go on record and abolish slavery in its entirety. We can't reform a prison system whose roots are slavery and involuntary servitude. Thank you.
And I want to make a correction that on the first page I said $1 to $1.50 an hour, and it's $1.50 a day. So I don't know if anybody has any questions, but
Okay, thank you for that. Are there questions for Dennis or Ophelia? I have just one thought. and I am trying to anticipate down the road to executive session or when this measure comes to the House floor. That I'm guessing, I'm anticipating there may or may not be some folks who, when they think of involuntary servitude in incarceration or in a prison correctional setting, having been in this business for a while, you try to anticipate questions that would come up. So I'm thinking someone may ask, if this measure moves forward, is that going to restrict people from or require corrections facilities to change their policies or whatever? I don't know, but maybe the Prime Smart's still here. Maybe before we go to exec session in a week or a couple of weeks or whatever, that issue of correctional facilities and involuntary servitude and how there's nobody here in opposition to the bill, and I'm just wondering if we will get some blowback from correctional people saying, if this passes, then we can't do what we need to do. So that's I'm just throwing that out there for your consideration. So, can you speak to that, Dennis?
I would say, why would we need that in order to enforce the construct of labor? Why is slavery necessary in order for corrections to do business? Right? It's also, to an understanding, it is also a human rights violation, right? Section 4 of the Declaration of Human Rights says slavery is abolished in all of its forms. The exception clause in the U.S. Constitution, and for many of the states that hold it or abide by it, the exception is a form of slavery. So we are in contrast to international law, right? And this is a humanity issue, right? If we have to keep arguing that slavery is necessary, we are still stuck in the 1800s, right? When we look at the abolitionist fight, back in the day, and I'm going to say the abolitionist movement is more American than anything in our history, right? This is why we sit where we're at today, right? They talked about the gradual process. New Hampshire was very involved with that process. Vermont was as well. Maine, right? The Northeast was very involved with the gradual abolition process. It was supposed to end, right? But we didn't. We haven't visited this conversation in 140 years, right? Now we've gone state by state, and I'm here representing the Abolish Slavery National Network. I'm from New Jersey, but I'm leading the campaign in New Jersey. We got New York, Texas, Florida, Ohio. For the states that have abolished slavery, Tennessee, Alabama, Oregon, Vermont, Colorado, Nebraska, Utah, and state by state, we've been correcting the errors of the past and finally closing this chapter in American history so that we could say that we finally live in a country where slavery is over.
Questions? Further questions? Representative Levitt.
Thank you, Chair Moffett. How many states have taken up this legislation so far?
That have passed as constitutional referendums have been 6, and one of them, the 7th, was Alabama, through their overall constitutional referendum process, agreed to remove the exception clause from their constitution. So 8 states, we have Nevada on the ballot this November, and hopefully New Hampshire this November in the ballot.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you for that testimony. And it's also helpful to have the handouts. Thank you for those as well. Okay. All the other cards I have asked for 2 or 3 minutes, except for Representative Wheeler has asked for minimal time. I'm not sure what minimal time is, but let's go to Representative Wheeler.
Well, Chairman Moffett, I'm a politician, as we all are, and talker. So I asked for minimal time instead of an exact number, because I'll try to be as brief as I can. But I did just want to come before you today and express my support for this legislation. My name is Jonah Wheeler, and I represent the towns of Peterborough and Sharon, which is Hillsborough District 33. CACR 13, which is coincidentally CACR 13 in conjunction with the 13th Amendment. I find that kind of interesting. But this is a very simple legislation, which is at its core a clerical fix to our Constitution. But I would also, echoing the remarks made by Representative Bolden about the history of this in New Hampshire, like to mention that this is still a modern issue in our world. And while this legislation doesn't have any enforcement in it, and it won't leave us to a place where we solve that issue, there are still 1.1 million people in the United States who are enslaved or in some form of involuntary servitude, whether that be forced labor, sexual exploitation of adults, or sexual exploitation of children. 1.1 million people in the United States right now. And in 1860, there were 3.5 million people enslaved. So we're still in a really shameful moment here, I think, in this country and in the way that we've dealt with this. And there are global rating indexes that have rated the United States on this issue. And unfortunately, we don't rate as high as a nation with the resources that we have should. So I think this is a good piece of legislation that, as Dennis said before me, 8 other states have taken up, and many other states are taking up. And really, this is, at its core, a reaffirmation of the principled work of the people who fought for our union, the United States of America, in the 1860s in the Civil War, hearkening back to the secession bill. I wasn't able to testify on that, but I am not in favor of that legislation. But I believe in the United States of America. We have a troubled past, a troubled history there, and troubled people right now. Our people are feeling that troubled nature. But this country, more than any other, can represent freedom for all people, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all people. And CACR 13 for me represents an affirmation for that principle that the state of New Hampshire can be making sure that we don't support slavery or involuntary servitude in our state. Just to harken back to the question that you just asked, Chairman Moffett, which I think was a good question, and I was going to say, I know DOC is very diligent about these bills, so if they had any opposition to that, I'm sure they were here. And as soon as I was thinking that, my friend from DOC, Ms. Graham, came up and spoke in my shoulder and said that it does not affect the Department of Corrections, and I'm sure she'd be able to answer that question if you talk to her afterwards. So I think that was as minimal as I can make it, Chairman Moffett. This is New Hampshire, and I appreciate you staying here for as long as you have today. This is one of the long days for you guys, and you're putting a lot of work into these bills. But I think this is a bipartisan piece of legislation that we can move forward on the consent calendar to make sure that New Hampshire affirms that slavery and involuntary servitude should not be going on in our world, where 40 million people worldwide are enslaved and 1.1 million people here in the United States are as well. So thank you, Chairman Moffett and the committee, for your time, and I appreciate your consideration for CACR 13.
Thank you for excellent minimal comments, Representative. I do want to comment myself a little bit on a couple things that you said. You mentioned words to the effect early on, I made a note of it, that this measure by itself won't necessarily solve anything, but this is, I have to point out, this is not a HR, this is not a House resolution, and I don't think it can go on consent because it is a CACR.
That's a good point. That's a freshman mistake of mine, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it.
So as this is a CACR, it's very weighty, and it would change the law. It would change the Constitution if it's added. So I just wanted to kind of make that point that and emphasize this is a CACR, which I don't think can go on consent. I think it would have to be.
Yeah,
in fact, it requires like a
You're right
60%
about
vote. I
that.
have to check
Absolutely.
my civics. So I just wanted to make that point. Questions for Representative Wheeler?
Well, just to your point, Mr. Chairman, you're absolutely right about that, and I apologize for my parliamentary, flub on that. You're absolutely right. This would require a 2/3 vote, but this is what I meant. This is something that I think that one of those votes on the floor where we'll cheer afterwards because there will be no one who votes against it, or almost no one who does. So that's what I mean.
Roll call. Yes.
Exactly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, moving right along. That was Representative Wheeler. Asking for 2 minutes was Joseph Lescar. Joseph, is Joseph here? Someone's going to get Joseph. You must be Joseph.
I'm on a work call too at the same time. I apologize.
And if you could just spell your name for the last name, we got Joseph. but
Yeah, Joseph, Lascaze, Lascaze.
Ceaze.
Lascaze. It's French. It's,
Yeah,
well, I'm
okay.
Haitian. So
Merci beaucoup.
funny that we're having this today.
well-
I got my last name.
Welcome.
Thank you. So my name is Joseph Lascaz. I'm going to be representing the American Civil Liberties Union in full support of CACR 13. There's been very extensive and thorough testimony that's already been given, so I'm not going to go back over that. One of the things that I really do think needs to be noted is that, again, we are in 2024 now, and so I do think that this is a common sense legislation, and it's a statement to the community members that not only does the legislature support their concerns, but we are making this state inclusive for everyone. As far as the involuntary servitude portion was going, we heard testimony again about some of the ways that it's employed, and I do believe that that is something that should be looked at when we do see county facilities like Valley Street that will specifically employ practices that were spoken about earlier to have individuals partake in things that they necessarily did not want to, or may not even be safe for them to, but they're doing so out of fear of retribution for what could occur if they were to not do that. So I wanted to just reinforce that the community of New Hampshire does support this bill, and I'm happy to take any questions that you have.
Thank you, Joseph. And again, you're with the ACLU. Did I hear that correctly?
That correct, American Civil Liberties Union of New Hampshire.
Okay. Questions for Joseph? Seeing none, sometimes late on Friday afternoon, there's not as many questions as there are earlier in the day. Thank you so much. Grace from the AFSL. And
American Friends?
Yes, American Friends Service Committee.
okay, and if you could spell your last name for our clerk, just so we make, because we want everything to be correct here in Veterans Committee. Thank you, Grace. Welcome.
Here we go. Is it on? All right. Oh, I'm glad that you were able to hear me without it, but this is much better. So I want to first say thank you to the chairman and thank you to the committee for being here on this long afternoon, taking all of our testimony. So like I said, I'm Grace Kandeke. I'm the program coordinator with the American Friends Service Committee, but today I'm speaking on behalf of Black Lives Matter New Hampshire. And so in their testimony, to the committee, Black Lives Matter New Hampshire expresses our strong support for the Abolish Slavery Amendment currently under consideration. The amendment represents a vital step towards rectifying historical injustices and ensuring that our state continues to be a beacon and a leader of justice and equality. The institution of slavery left an enduring impact on our nation's history, and it is crucial that we actively work to eliminate any remnants of this abhorrent practice. The Abolish Slavery Amendment in New Hampshire is an opportunity for our state to take a bold stance and to be a bold leader against modern day forms of servitude and exploitation. By passing the amendment, New Hampshire will not only be upholding the principles, our principles that we fought so hard for, of freedom and of justice, but also to send a powerful message that we stand firmly against any form of human exploitation within our borders. This legislation is not simply about addressing historical wrongs, but it is also about actively working towards a more just and equitable future. We understand that this amendment is part of a larger, broader movement to eradicate slavery in all its forms. By taking a decisive step at the state level, we will contribute to the national and the global effort to create a world free from the shackles of forced labor and human trafficking. We urge you, members of the committee, to support. We urge you, members of the committee, to lend your support to the Abolish Slavery Amendment and encourage your colleagues to do the same. By doing so, you will be instrumental in shaping a future for New Hampshire that is rooted in justice, in compassion, and respect for all human rights. Thank you for your attention to this important matter. Black Lives Matter New Hampshire trusts that you will consider the profound impact that this amendment will have on the lives of many, both here and across our great nation. And we look forward to seeing New Hampshire take a leading role in the fight against modern day slavery. And so I want to thank you, the committee, for taking my testimony and taking this testimony on behalf of BLM New Hampshire. And I'd be happy to answer any questions or take any comments.
Very well presented. Questions or would you believes? Sina, thank you so much for coming in. It was very well presented.
Thank you so much.
Terry Robinson.
Good afternoon.
Welcome, Terry. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before I begin, I'd just like to say thank you to everyone on the committee. As the son of a veteran, I know all the important work that you guys do here. I just want to say that I am here on behalf of the Black Heritage Trail of New Hampshire, an organization based in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Dear Chairman Moffitt and the honorable members of the State Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs Committee, we are writing this letter in support of CACR 13, 2024, an amendment to the New Hampshire Constitution prohibiting slavery and involuntary servitude in the state of New Hampshire. As an organization devoted to disseminating and sharing information about New Hampshire's Black history, we often are in a position of having to tell our visitors and program participants that slavery has never been formally abolished by the state of New Hampshire. Enslavement is only prohibited here because of the 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution, ratified in 1865. The right to be free of the threat of enslavement or involuntary servitude is a cherished and essential right that should be guaranteed by the New Hampshire Constitution. The horrors of enslavement in our past alone should be sufficient to compel the passage of this measure. What makes its passage essential at this time is that enslavement and involuntary servitude persist even today. If enshrined in our Constitution, it would be possible for anyone aware of violations of this amendment to bring legal action against these practices. In addition, in our role as teachers of true and holistic history, we at the Black Heritage Trail would be, with the passage of this amendment, able to inform our audiences that New Hampshire has taken a stand and its people are now protected from the evils of this despicable practices. Sincerely, Jerry Ann Bogus, Executive Director. And on a personal note, I just want to say to the committee, as a young individual who has moved here about 5-6 years ago now, I was confronted with history that I had never heard before. I grew up in the South, so a lot of the education that I learned was framed in the eyes of Republican and conservative thought. I was taught that the Civil War was about states' rights and not about slavery. I was taught that these states were the heroes in the story and not the villains. It wasn't until I came here to New Hampshire and I was confronted with the fact that an enslaved man, Prince Whipple, wrote a petition for freedom so early in the founding of our country that it was impossible to ignore. It absolutely reframed my mind on the history of our country. I implore you, with the passage of this amendment to our Constitution, it sends a signal not just to everyone in the state, but to the rest of the country and the world, that we are doing what we can to get rid of the practices and the horrors of our past and move forward so that future generations can never live under threat again. Thank you for your time, and I'm open to any questions.
Are there any questions? Wonderful presentation, very well put. Thank you for taking the time. I think we're at our last card. If I can, something Glenn, Giselle Glenn. And Madam Clerk, can you read that for the record?
Is it Griseliz? Okay.
The red ink on the pink cards at my age sometimes is hard to read, but we've got it, and welcome.
Thank you. Yes, it's Griseli. And I'm just here today. Before I read my part of the testimony, I just wanted to recite what we have enshrined in the New Hampshire State Constitution, Article 10, where it says, government being instituted for the common benefit, protection, and security of the whole community, and not for the private interest or the emolument of any one man, family, or class of men. Therefore, whenever the ends of government are perverted and public liberty manifestly endangered, and all other means of redress are ineffectual, the people may and of the right ought to reform the old, or establish a new government. The doctrine of non-resistance against arbitrary power and oppression is absurd, slavish, and destructive of the good and happiness of mankind. And so I'm here to say, how dare we, people of New Hampshire, knowing our state motto, live free or die, have not drawn a clear line to demonstrate which side of slavery we stand on. We have not made it clear that we will not support, condone, or accept slavery of any kind. Slavery and involuntary servitude are said to have been abolished in 1865, or was it? It wasn't if we have an exception clause in the 13th Amendment. The exception was a way to continue enslaving blacks without making it appear that's what they were doing. Those practices have been embedded into the very core of our society, a way to justify slavery and involuntary servitude. We, the people, have allowed this to go on far too long. I'm taking a stance and stating that the reason we are here today should be clear. You are either pro-slavery or anti-slavery. There is not an in-between. There is not a discussion or a conversation that needs to be had. How can we proudly say we are the live free or die state, all the while making an exception to slavery? The answer is we can't. There are no exceptions, period. Thank you. And I will take questions if there are any.
Thank you for that passionate testimony. Questions from the committee? Representative Mannion?
Yeah, I really appreciate the Article 10 reading. I think that's fantastic. And the way that I like this, the simplicity of this is exactly as you described. It's you either are or
you're not.
Against. It's simple. So
Thank you very much.
Anything else? Seeing nothing else, thank you for staying here this late and for your testimony, and thank you for everyone who came in. Always appreciate anyone who takes the time to come in and take a stand and do some testimony. So with that, I see a hand up, Prime Sponsor. Yes.
I'm not even going to sit down. Just wanted to say that on the issue of the impact on the incarceration, incarceration system, it's possible that would just need to be litigated, and that's probably the best way to address it, is through the court system. But other than that, just be great if we abolish slavery in New Hampshire.
Thank you, Madam Prime Sponsor. With that, we will close at 3:59.